Hello and welcome to round 4 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. My name is Lewis Rain. Alongside me for this weekend is Adam Reid. We have 30 fantastic races coming up this weekend, but before we get into that, let's have a look at the paddock when we had the walk and the chat to some of the riders. So we're here in the paddock now and we're going to have a little walk around the paddock, see what's happening because it's lovely conditions here at Ellough Park. But first of all, how do you think this round's going to go this weekend with it being such nice weather for these riders, Adam?
Well, I think it's definitely going to be fantastic action. We've seen it so many times throughout Red Lodge last couple of weeks ago. I really think we're going to be seeing the same again. There's so many talented riders that have had experiences at Donington recently, and then they're going to be off to Knock Hill next week, so very excited to see where these riders are off to.
Well, there's some riders just sitting over here, and actually Luke Fitchett is just sitting relaxing. And Luke, is it alright to have a quick word?
Yeah, it's fine.
So Luke, how are you feeling going into this weekend at Ellough Park?
From coming off of Red Lodge with 2 wins on the 70 and 3 seconds on the 50, I felt that I'd had such a good season so far that this isn't my favourite track, so if I could squeeze out a few really good results, then I'd be really happy.
And I was just speaking to you earlier, and you mentioned that, well, your dad mentioned that you got a new bike for this round, a completely new bike. So tell us, first of all, what the differences is between your old 70 and the new one that you've now got.
In practice, I was going quite quick, but I wasn't quite comfortable on the bike trying to get it turned in the corners, so we had a new 70 that we hadn't been able to test yet, so we got it out and rode it, and I loved it straight away. So we put the other bodywork on it and we're going to race it.
And what's been the biggest difference between the two bikes that you've noticed while riding it on track?
Probably it just stays better. When you get into a corner, I got tired because I was trying to wrestle it to turn it, whereas this, it like just turns really not easily.
And finally, last round, of course, at Red Lodge, you had a slight mechanical, I believe, and it caused a multiple bike collision. But first of all, tell us what happened in that crash, and are you okay from that?
Yeah, I'm fine, and I hope everyone else was. But the base gasket for the water blew out the front of the bike, so all the water went onto my back tyre on the track, and nothing I could do, and I went down, and then everyone else went down on the water as well. So yeah.
Well, everyone looks to be okay from that, and it looks to be great weather for this weekend, so good luck.
Thank you very much.
And just behind Luke is Finlay Paulhill, which just seems to be walking away, and he's getting dragged into it actually. So Finlay, how are you this weekend? It looked like you were trying to avoid us there as you almost fell before you even got out on the bike, so how are you?
I'm alright. Difficult weekend so far, but I'll try my best in this one.
And what's been difficult so far this weekend?
Well, I think there's something wrong with the bike. I just have no power down the straights and out the corner.
And have you got any idea what could be the issue of that? Any idea what to try before the races later on?
So we're changing the gearing, so hopefully that'll help in both of them.
And apart from that issue, how are you feeling on the bike?
I'm feeling quite comfortable in it. We've made some adjustments to the suspension, but other than that, it feels good.
And I believe this is the first time that we've properly spoke to you for this year, so how's your season going so far?
Yeah, it's going alright. I had to miss Red Lodge on the Saturday because I had to go to a wedding, but other than that, it's been a good week, good season so far.
And at Red Lodge, missing of course the Friday and the Saturday, how difficult was it to make up on that track time that you missed to then go out on Sunday and compete near the front?
It was really hard because everyone had already had all the track time, and I came and had nothing at all, so I just had to go for it in the races and start from last.
Well, good luck for the rest of the year and good luck this weekend here at Ellough Park.
Thanks.
So we're going to go a little walk and, well, annoy some of the riders, but yeah, it's been a lovely weekend so far. And Adam, if you want to come back and join me. Yeah, so it's been amazing so far this weekend. It's been consistent weather conditions for everyone here, and they've had loads of good running on track. So how do you think that's going to play for these guys this weekend with it being such consistent track conditions?
It's going to be great for them. I think that it's really going to be useful. The track conditions are continuously improving. It's starting to really grip him. There was a lack definitely yesterday with the karting grip, and then they've just kept going over it, and it's really increased the bike grip, so it's more used to these riders. I think it's really going to play out well for them. There's no rain in the air, so they won't have to struggle with that either. I think that's really going to be crucial. I think we've got a couple of riders over here.
Yes, we've got a couple of riders over here. Dylan Tureen in the back here, in Blake Wilson's on in. So, Dylan, how are you this weekend, and how's this season going for you so far?
Good.
And you're on a Mini GP 50 now, so how's it been competing with a geared bike?
It feels like more changing gears, easy, but I just managed to get my elbow down a lot at a different track, so now I'm getting it down both sides. So yeah.
And in the Mini GP 50 class this year, we have over 20 bikes racing on the same bit of tarmac. So how's it been racing in such a big class?
It's quite easy when you're on the grid. You don't really notice that much people. So yeah.
And Ellough Park, is this a track that you enjoy, and is it a track that you like riding?
Yeah, sometimes. Once I came here for a practice day here once, but yeah, it was good. I like it.
Well, good luck for this weekend, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And just next to Dylan is Marco Holt and Harry Payne. So, Marco, having a little seat at the moment, you're looking comfortable this year. Of course, fighting for both the 50 and 70 championships. So, is this year going how you expected?
Yeah, it's going really well actually. Yeah, the 50s we're really happy with, solid on that. The 70, we struggled a bit in the first 2 rounds. The double header at Lid, was it? Red Lodge, we had a good round, so I was hoping here at Ellough, it's one of my favourite tracks, so I was hoping to have good results and finish the races.
And you mentioned that it's been a somewhat tough start to the year on the 70, so why do you think that is? Do you think it's maybe just the tracks that you've been racing on, or has there been something slightly missing with the bike or the setup?
I just think it's genuinely all of us as riders have improved, so it's bringing the competition on a lot more. So.
And the 50, leading the championship at the moment, how do you approach the rest of the season so far? Of course, round 4 now, the halfway point of the season, so how are you approaching the championship?
Just go out, enjoy and ride the bike really. Have some fun with Archie, have some fun with other riders, just ride.
And Luke Fitchett has been incredibly strong this year, especially in the 70s. Do you think you can rival him? Do you think maybe you're his main competition right now? Here at Ellough Park, do you think you can match his pace?
Yeah, for sure. I reckon it's going to be a great race. It's going to be really tough. Going to have to work towards it, but it's racing, isn't it? So.
And finally, this year, of course, and last year, you raced that FAB. And last year you did some running in Spain as well, some racing in Spain. So are you doing any action in Spain this year, or are you focusing just solely on FAB-Racing?
No, we're doing Motor 5 this year again. We were going to do Motor 4, but because of the ages, we couldn't. I think there's one round that clashes, but Landau has just been cancelled, so we've only got one now that clashes. So.
And with that one round that clashes, are you going to pick here at FAB, or are you going to head over to Spain in the sunshine?
Depends championship-wise, so we'll see.
Well, good luck for this year, and wish you all the best in the championship.
Thank you.
Well, that was Marco Holt. Marco Holt has been incredibly impressive all this year, and well, Adam, I think you can agree, Marco Holt is definitely one of the talents to look out for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. He's leading the championship, I believe, in the Mini 50 class, so that's really confident for him, and I'm sure he can carry it on for the 70 class. And we keep going on through the paddock. We're just seeing I think that's Ollie O'Gorman's bike just being carried. We see a few sessions happening at the moment. We've got Zach Torian included at the moment here. So Zach, how are the conditions out there at the moment?
Well, it's really grippy. I mean, there was a lot of rubber on the circuit yesterday from the tracks. I actually spoke with the owner, and at some stage they put new tires on their go-karts. So it was really, really sticky, really difficult to judge the conditions, but I mean, there's a clean line that's opened up now. So it's a lot better today, I think, the pace than it was yesterday. Everybody seems to be going better, but yeah, we'll take it as it is. It's really hot. I'm not sweating, I've been pouring water on myself to cool down. But yeah, we'll see where we get today. I mean, I'm going out in both the classes, so a lot of fast riders here again. trying to get to the top, but we'll see what it lays. Practice this morning felt really good. I think everybody was saying positive things. The track's warmed up really well. Got a feeling it might get a bit greasy later on, but again, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the track condition might change at some point during the weekend, but do you feel confident? Do you think you can adapt to that?
Yeah, I mean, we have to adapt. The bikes always behave slightly differently. Then again, that's what we do. It's who can make the best of the situation, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you so much, Zach.
No worries.
As we just continue on at the moment, we're seeing a couple more riders over here, so we'll try and grab a quick word. But definitely, Zach is quite confident. Do you think, Lewis?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's great seeing as well with Zach and Dylan. Of course, Faber and Son here at Fab. We have so many Faber and Son duos that are racing. So yeah, it's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like to see that we've got so many father-son duos, and how we're such a close family as well, which I find incredibly interesting.
Yeah, it's great to see. It's great to see so many riders that race so much power.
So I think we've got Mr. Luca Allen over here. If we can try and grab a quick word, Luca. Hey, how are you, mate?
All right. Yeah, good. Thank you.
So you were injured last time out for Red Lodge, but you're back now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's all right. We're just getting. Well, we've had Donington since last round of Fab. That was good. We had a fourth in class for the GP2, and then the second race we had a fourth in class again. But we was battling with Harvey Claridge for third, so it was an improvement, big improvement on time as well. But it's just getting back comfortable with the bike again after a big injury like that. And then we're just back here again for more seat time, just playing about, nothing too serious, just having a bit of a play before Knockhill next weekend.
So you're confident going into not just here at Ellough Park, but you're confident going into Knockhill as well?
Yeah, it should be good. I've only ever ridden an R3 around there, so it'll be pretty wild on the Moto 2, because obviously the stiff chassis, the power of a 600, it'll be good. Yeah, it'll be fun, it'll be interesting.
What do you think of Ellough Park? Because it seems like a really unique circuit to me.
It's definitely one of them where if you just look at it flows more like a big bike track. You get a lot of go-kart tracks, various others, and they're just stop-start, a lot of them. It's like, you go down the straight, oh, there's hairpin, there's chicane, there's hairpin, there's chicane. It's like, it's repetitive, it's the same sort of thing, but here it flows more like a big bike track would, like Donington or something like that, definitely.
Yeah, I think a lot of our riders here do like those smooth tracks, not those stop and start. Are you one of those ones?
Yeah, definitely. It's faster corner speed, that's why it's better. It feels better when the setup's right, everything feels nice, yeah.
Thanks so much for your time.
No worries, thank you.
Back to Lewis now.
Yeah, cheers for that, Adam. Yeah, it's great hearing from Luca Allen, of course, helping a lot of the young riders out here at Fab. And actually, Harrison Day's just watching some of the Mini GB50s go around the track. So, Harrison, are we all right to have a quick word? So, Harrison Day, how are you this year? I mean, it's the first time we spoke to you all season. How's your season going so far back here at Fab once again?
So at Leeds, it was a double weekend, so I didn't do too well. My best result in the elite was 5th, and then we came to Red Lodge, and I had a bit of a problem in qualifying, and then we qualified, I think it was 9th, and in the first race I got 4th, and then second race I got 8th, and then the fourth race 4th again. And then this weekend we done practice yesterday, and I was really consistent. I was near enough third the whole day, and today we done qualifying, and I just went first.
Well, it's really good at the top, at the front consistently. So are you enjoying racing the bike again? Are you enjoying being here on track? Because obviously last year, for example, at Clandow, at second round, you had a big injury to your arm, I think it was. So how are you feeling? Are you 100% all over again? Are you enjoying riding bikes?
So this track here was actually my first round back after breaking my arm. So this year we didn't know what to expect coming here.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for this weekend, Harrison. It's great seeing you at the track.
Thank you.
And, well, Ollie Sims is just having a quick chat from Luca Allen. But, we'll see if we can jump in for a quick word. Ollie, is it alright if we have a quick chat? So Ollie Sims, we've been watching you all day, and I think you're having some sort of technical issues with your bike. So can you tell us what's happening there?
Yeah, at the minute we don't really know. It's a bit of a fueling problem, I think. The carb was leaking first session. We don't know what's going on at the minute.
So is it just whenever you're riding, the bike's just spluttering and dying pretty much, cutting out?
Yeah, it keeps like bugging. It will start like bugging and then it will just cut out completely.
Well, do you reckon you can get fixed with a race, or is it just going to be a gamble on whether you can find the exact problem to it?
Yeah, hopefully we can get it fixed by second qualifying and later. But yeah, we don't know at the minute.
And if we put all the technical issues aside at the moment, how's your season been so far? Is it a year that you've been happy with?
Yeah, it's going really well. This round we're doing Extreme 200s as well, which is good. Yeah, but so far, so good.
And everyone watching at home, the Extreme 200 class, it's quite an odd class to watch. You know, there's a lot of different styles of bikes. There's pit bikes, there's 2-strokes, there's 4-strokes. So what's it like to ride in the Extreme 200 class?
Yeah, it's my first weekend doing it. It's going all right. Yesterday we also had some bike issues, but yeah, it was really good.
And finally, here at Ellough Park, it's sunny conditions today. So is it difficult to ride in the sun here today, or does it not really matter too much on for example, the Mini GP70? Do you not feel it too much?
No, I do get really hot, yeah. But yes, it's going all right.
Well, wish you the best of luck for this weekend, and good luck and have some fun.
Thank you.
Well, it's great hearing from Ollie Sims, one of our talented riders that we have here at FAB, of course. And Adam, I think you can agree with me here with, for example, Ollie Sims, and with both the Mini GP 70 and the 50 class in general this year. The classes have expanded so much, it's so great to see.
Oh, absolutely. We want to see as many riders as possible. I think it's crucial to see these upcoming riders. They need exposure as well to be able to get those sponsorships that are much needed and get to the top. So I would love to be able to see in the next 5 years, like some of these riders that are just hanging around this FAB-Racing paddock, just seeing them up at the top end of the pyramid. And I think that's fantastic to see. So we're just going to have a continued walk down here and move towards, I believe this is the Mini GP50s.
Yeah, it's both 50s and 70s, part of the Danny Webb GP camp, and a lot of riders are in the camp. I mean, we have Archie O'Brien and we have Chloe Gleason. We have a lot of the top riders in Danny GP's camp, and they're doing a great job. They're being able to help the riders away from the circuit as well.
Absolutely, that sounds absolutely amazing. We've just seen some of the sidecars getting ready, so I'm not sure if we're able to go to them just yet, but I think that is this is the Mini GP50 that are currently out on circuit at the moment, so we'll maybe try and grab a quick word if this comes zooming past us in the paddock.
Yep, and no one currently in the awning at the Danny Webb GP camp at the moment, but I believe sidecars are just about to head onto the circuit, so it's a bit too late to speak to them. But yeah, Riders headed into the paddock at the moment, so I don't think we're going to catch anyone just yet. But Bradley Curtis is just coming our direction. So Bradley, is it okay to have a quick word?
Yeah.
So Bradley, you came at Railroad last year here at FAB, of course, with your sister Lucy, who's just coming back into the paddock at the moment. So how are you enjoying your time here at FAB-Racing?
It's fun, and they're all fast, and I have quite a lot of friends. It's competitive, and they don't give you a gap to overtake or anything. So.
And you came here to FAB from the Scottish Championship, from the Scottish Mini Motor Championship. So what's been the biggest difference racing in Scotland to here at FAB?
Scotland has like slowest groups to fast groups, where we just go with it, and we have fast groups. Scottish a bit slower, and yeah.
And this weekend, have you got any aims or expectations for yourself? How are you hoping Ellough Park to go?
To try and get top 5.
And this season so far is, of course, you've had quite a lot of experience racing at different types of venues. Luckily, not too much wet track time, but with the sun being out here today and it looks like it's been dry all weekend, how are you feeling towards that and here at Ellough Park? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, and I kind of hope it goes well in the race because my bike had a few problems, but I hope my dad's fixed it. But I know he has. I just hope he hasn't done anything wrong. So yeah.
Well, good luck, and we wish you all the best this weekend, and hopefully no more bike issues.
Thank you. Bye.
And just behind Bradley is Matthew Thomas. And Matthew, you look pretty sweaty. How are you feeling? Of course, you've just came off the Mini GP 50. Is it difficult to ride out there at the moment in these hot conditions?
Yes, because it's hard to overtake when against slow people. So you have to get a good drive out of the final corner to overtake down the straight.
Well, in the Mini GP 50 class this year, you've had quite a successful start to your year. You've been consistently getting your lap times down and consistently getting further up the order, moving from the Mini Motos. So how's it been racing both the Mini Motos and the Mini GP 50 in the same year?
It's quite hard because if it's one elite then 50, I'll have to put my 50 in here and then have to change my boots quickly and then get on my 50 to ride.
And at this track, you've mentioned just before you came in that it's quite difficult to get past some of the slower riders. So at this venue, how do you approach overtaking? Do you have to almost block past them, or do you have to get the move done nice and early?
So so when I'm looking around the corner, I have a good drive, and then if I can't get by side, I get go underneath them and keep next to them, and then on the exit I get a good drive and get past them.
So here at Ellough Park, is it all on the corner exit on when you can get the overtakes done on the bigger bikes?
Yeah, down there is a good overtaking spot because you can go on the later brakes and just block past them and still have a good exit onto up here.
Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck for this weekend, Matthew, and have some fun.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Sunday's coverage of the FAB-Racing Midibike British Championship. It is round 4 here at Ellough Park, and we have 20 fantastic races to come up on today's schedule. So hello and welcome. My name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me for this weekend is Adam Reid. So Adam, how are you today? I mean, we've seen yesterday in Saturday's action 10 fantastic races, loads of great battles and a lot of drama on and off the track.
Oh, it's been absolutely brilliant throughout the weekend. The sun is still staying with us, so no risk of rain. That's absolutely great to see. And you can all see the riders making their way around the circuit, doing their final prep and final warm-ups before they head out on track for the actual races. And I'm really looking forward to the race. We saw a lot of action last time out in race 1, and I'm sure we'll be replicating that in the second and third races today.
Yeah, we certainly will be. I mean, conditions are very, very similar. It's scorching once again in this session at the moment. There's just over 1 minute and 15 seconds left in this LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 warm-up session, and then we'll get into the first race of the day, which will be the AC40 Pros. So hello and welcome if you're joining us. You're watching round 4 of FAB-Racing Midibike British Championships coverage, and we have 20 great races coming up for you. So like, share and let us know down below on who you're supporting and who you're watching for today. But as you can see, plenty of people in the paddock this weekend. It's a jam-packed paddock. They're all enjoying the sun. I'm sure everyone has their sun cream on at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've had to try and look for some to put on because it's actually going to be proper hot. Like, we're currently in the commentary box at the moment, and it is boiling. It is proper scorching. So make sure to get your sun cream on, make sure to get your fluids up, and drink lots of water, please, because we don't want any incidents out on track or anywhere in the paddock. But there you can see that is one of our riders making their way round turn number 1 as we've got a couple seconds left to go in this LS2 MK Mini GP 70 warm-up session. And yeah, I think that race went really really interestingly last time out.
Yep, so race 1, the last race of the day yesterday was really, really dramatic with race leaders crashing out. We had Henry McCartney, Marco Holt and Archie O'Brien all crashing during the race. A lot of front runners going down. It was starting to get to the greasy stage yesterday afternoon, so it's really going to be interesting to see if that's going to happen today. But as you can see, the checker flag is out, getting waved by one of the marshals around the circuit, which do a great job here at FAB at keeping everyone safe. So the final couple of riders will take that checker flag. There is Wilson Dilks coming across the line. He's looking very, very relaxed and very confident, and well, it's quite obvious why, because he was our race 1 winner yesterday evening. So yeah, very impressive ride from him yesterday, and he'll be wanting to do the double today and turn it into a triple.
Absolutely. We were watching him last time out in that race, and he looked so confident. He took the advantage where McCartney and Holt, I believe, fell, and I think that he's going to be going into that second race and third race, bags of confidence. He's on the front row of the grid, and I think that's really going to be nice for him not to see anyone in front of him apart from the pole sitter alongside him.
So these riders now heading back into the paddock, and they'll have to make sure they're not riding their bikes through the paddock, otherwise there could be penalties applied for today's races on the grid positions, so they're going to have to be careful about that one. But it's going to be a great day of racing. So coming up now is race 2 of the AC40 Pros. It's a scorcher once again. Track conditions very similar to race 1, and the riders are going to be hoping for similar results, because yesterday it was a very dramatic race with Rex Austin taking the race win. So he's going to be hoping to do the double in race 2, but it's going to be very, very tricky to do it. We've seen Taylor Tomlinson making some mistakes out on the circuit, so he's been wanting a more consistent ride here today. But of course the difference in race 2 is that they're actually going to have a warm-up lap before we get started today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great that they're getting that warm-up lap. They're really going to need it, especially with the heat. That's going to warm up the tyres a little bit, and I think it's useful for these riders to get used to what they're about to take part in. I'm just having a look at the track now, and there's definitely some bike rubber down there, so they'll be using as much of that as possible, but they do have to be careful of the tyres. They could get pretty warm once we get going and near the end of their life.
Yeah, they should be able to heat up pretty quick and then get going on the pace straight away. We've seen some incredible pace throughout yesterday's race. Some lap records getting challenged anyway. It was impressive running from the whole field, and now the riders head out on their warm-up lap with his 12 bike field for the AC40 Pros. It's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a tracker, and everyone is going to try and challenge our championship leader Taylor Tomlinson, who starts on pole position. Rex Austin will join him in the front row, and on the second row of the grid we're going to have Preston Baker and Nicholas Dunwoody. Sebastian Koslowski and Logan Cousins will start in 5th and 6th in race 2. Of course, your qualifying results, the combined qualifying results, counting for all 3 races here today. Taylor Hartley will be starting in 7th, with Seth Hayward alongside him on the 4th row of our grid, with Liam Lindquist, Oliver Hall in 9th and 10th, and Bradley Curtis and Archie Hooper rounding out our 12 bike grid for the AC40 Pros. And it's going to look like it's going to be a dramatic race once again, Adam.
Oh, absolutely. This is the first race of Sunday's coverage. So if you're just joining us, welcome. You haven't missed a thing. You are just joining us at the perfect time. The AC40 Pros are about to head round that final corner and head to the grid. The adults are just there on their grids, giving their final pieces of advice, final preparations, having those little intimate chats before having to leave the grid. You see them all departing off to the side, and then it'll be just the riders and their machines. So we now wait. The lights are pointing, the lights are on, and we get ready for race 1. We go racing here at Ellough Park. It's a great start there for Taylor Tomlinson to get away. We're into turn 1, and it's a decent start there from the riders behind. Seem to be all clean going into that first corner, but it's the number 93 of Preston Baker managing to get up into 2nd place. That is a great move there. So he's managed to get a decent side. Now, can he go on and challenge not just the leader, but the championship leader Taylor Tomlinson. A bit of a move there from, I believe that is Liam Lindquist, who's just trying to make his way up the field there, but heading through this next sequence of corners. And look at that, Taylor Tomlinson and Preston Baker already making their way up the field and into this tight little section there, hairpin into chicane and then into these long second hairpin, really trying to apply the pressure and make their way through, start to build a rhythm into these riders. They need to really start building the rhythm, get to know their strengths and weaknesses, and make their way now round that final corner. Look at the amount of pressure that Taylor Tomlin's on, and Baker is really trying to apply the pressure here in the earlier stages.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Nicholas Dunwoody just behind it. He's under pressure right now from Sebastian Kosowski. But in third place at the moment is Rex Austin. He dropped down one position on the first lap of the race. But Preston Baker, he's trying different lines. He's trying to carry more corner speed, take a wider line. While Taylor Tomlinson, he's having to ride slightly more tight and having to knock off a little bit more corner speed on the entry. Will that affect his drive? It doesn't look like it so far. He looks very, very strong on these air-cooled motorcycles. This, of course, being the intermediate class of the mini-moto classes that we have here at FAB-Racing. But now heading into the hairpin, Taylor Tomlinson still leads at the line last time around. It's 0.2 of a second was the gap between Tomlinson and Baker. Now they come around the final corner now, and then we'll wait and see as they cross the line on what that gap is going to be. It's less than 0.2 of a second now. It's starting to heat up at the front, but Rex Austin still in third. He's quite a lonely race at the moment, and Sebastian Kosowski is still not managing to make any moves on Nicholas Dunwoody. But certainly it looks like Preston Baker is planning something big.
Oh, absolutely. You can see him moving all over the circuit in a good way. He needs to try and off-put Tomlinson. He knows he wants that race winner. I do think it's coming. He just needs to bide his time, know when that move is coming, they head over the crest and into this tricky section. And I do believe Baker can do this. He's just got to make the right move at the right point. We've seen a couple of late moves in the late stages, and I think that's exactly what Preston Baker is planning. But Tomlinson is such a cool guy under pressure. He really knows what he's doing. This is why he is the championship leader of this of the AC40 Pros. And into turn one they go. Still Tomlinson ahead of Baker, but Tomlinson now starting to build that rhythm as he grabs the fastest lap of the race so far with a 53.1. They head into now the second and third corner.
Yep, Nicholas Dunwoody now under massive amount of pressure from Sebastian Kosowski. He's trying to fight any way through, any way past on that 64 machine. But now Sebastian Kosowski in fifth place. He wants more points. He wants to be further up the order. Of course, Taylor Tomlinson and Kosowski had a great battle last year. And Taylor Tomlinson, that fastest lap was actually a new lap record. He broke the lap record which he set yesterday in race one, and now already he's broken it with a 53.127 that time around. Can they beat it? We're going to have to wait and see. But now Sebastian Kosowski, he's going to want to get in that fourth place. He's trying everything. Dunwoody is going to be able to hear his bike going from left to right. It's going to put a lot of pressure under him, but actually it looks like they're catching Rex Austin in third place as well. With just 5 laps remaining in this race, it's going to be a shootout towards the end. And now Tomlinson, a 53.115 at the front, a new lap record once again. So impressive stuff there from him. But now Sebastian Kosowski, he's trying to pile on the pressure. He's trying to do anything he can, and you can clearly see he's pushing. You can't say he's not trying for it.
Oh, absolutely. Rex Austin, still a bit of pressure there, but down the inside goes Sebastian Kosowski, the half Polish rider, makes his way now into fourth place. And can he now go on and catch the rockstar? That is rockstar Rex Austin. He's already feeling confident in that bike. They now head in towards the hairpin. He's starting to close that gap already. They head in toward the penultimate corner, and there's someone down there. Who is that, Lewis?
Yeah, Oliver Hall having some issues at the side of the circuit. Not a crash, just a technical issue. We've seen it actually in warm-up that he had a technical issue, and it keeps continuing for him. So stops at the side of the track at the moment. But now a 53.099 from Preston Baker is the fastest lap of the race and the new lap record. Heading into this weekend, the lap record was held by Archie O'Brien, set in 2021 with a lap time of a 53.541. So half a second has been shaved off that lap record. But now Sebastian Kosowski has got onto the back of Rex Austin already, and it looks like he's going to be able to make a move if he keeps this pace up, because he's catching very, very quick onto the back of Rockstar Rex Austin. But now Nicholas Dunwoody just behind. He's still in that distance where he's able to pick up any pieces if any contact or any mistakes are made. And down the inside there from Sebastian Gosowski. He couldn't have made that one work though. He had to back out of that one very, very quick, because no way was that going to work. No way was that going to stick. But now they head across the line to make it 3 laps to go for these riders. This is going to be the battle for third place. It's the final position on the podium, the position that everyone wants to be in.
Oh, absolutely. The battle for third is looking like the one to watch. It's really heating up between third, fourth and fifth, between Austin, Gaslowski and Dunwoody. They make their way now in towards the sweeper. They head over the cambered corner, over the crest, and then heading back down we go. And this battle is really heating up. 3 laps to go, and they head in towards the integral section. Without a bit of a wide moment there from Rex Austin, feeling a bit of the pressure from behind, because you will hear that engine from Gaslowski behind. Gaslowski really on the ball here. He's really nailing every apex. You see how much he's closing up, just about to head over the start-finish line. I'm just having a look at the lap times here, and it does seem like Gaslowski is quicker. A bit of a moment there for the half-Polish rider.
Yeah, there certainly is, and now Austin is going to want to do everything he can. Rex Austin is trying to defend. He's trying not to crack under that pressure this time around, but now they're still battling, and they're still going on and having to fight for it. And now Preston Baker, fastest lap of the race, with 52.894. That turned the first ever rider in the AC40 Pro class to get into the 52-second bracket. Actually, the top 2 riders in the 52-second bracket now, so incredible pace. And that was Taylor Thompson there in the background. It looks like he was pulling into the pit lane. So our race leader pulling into the pits. It looks like a potential retirement there from him. But now this will make Rex Austin push even harder. We've seen that out the corner of his eye. And now we head towards the line to go on to the last lap of the race. The last lap of the race is the battle for second position. Preston Baker on the blue and black machine, the number 93 machine, now leads the way. But now the Rex Austin is in this battle for second place. He's got promoted to position through an issue from Taylor Thompson. But now Preston Baker, there he is on your screen, the 93 machine, just half a lap remaining in this race. He's going to head into the final section now through this chicane before the back straight towards this hairpin. It's such a tricky corner. A lot of weight goes on the front tyre, and now he powers out through the right, towards the left, and then towards the final corner where he's going to take the race win in race 2 of the AC40 Pro. It's Preston Baker. He's buzzing with that one. He's delighted with that result. We wait to see who's going to claim the second place. It's going to be Rex Austin, or is it at a drag race to the line? Rex Austin, the 991 machine, takes second place, and Sebastian Gosowski manages to clinch that third position. Nicholas Dunwoody down in 4th, and Logan Cousins in 5th place on the number 7 machine. But wow, what a fantastic race. Issues from Taylor Thompson having to retire from that one, and Preston Baker managing to hold on to it and take that race win.
Oh, absolutely fantastic there from Preston Baker. But I just want to talk about Taylor Tomlinson. I was having a look outside our commentary position, and through on the long sweepers, he's just went high side, and unfortunately he's fallen off and had an incident. So that's why he's now out of this race, and really unfortunate that he's had it on the front row. He's actually had it on pole, and unfortunately he hasn't turned that into a win whatsoever. But brilliant there from Rex Austin, Gaslowski and Dunwoody there in the battle for second, and it was Rex Austin coming out on top there. We just show you the Preston Baker winning the race, but Logan Cousins finishing there in P5 ahead of Liam Lindquist, Tyler Hartley, Bradley Curtis, Seth Hayward, and then 2 DNFs being Taylor Tomlinson and Oliver Hall. Fantastic battles throughout this field, and another winner to the AC40 Pro.
Yep, another winner to the AC40 Pro list this season. It's a dramatic class. You can't call it anymore, actually, because Taylor Thompson, he's made some mistakes, but still one more race to come. Coming up next is race 2 for the AC40 rookie class. It's going to be an interesting one, a massive grid as always here at FAB for the AC40 rookies. 21 riders will make the start once again for race 2, and it's going to be an interesting one. Track conditions very similar, which is really going to help these rookie riders with track conditions not changing too much. It means that with a little bit of wind, once again they should be able to take the same lines, the same braking markers, or very similar braking markers to yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they've just been watching that first race from the AC40 Pro, so they'll be taking a little bit of inspiration, seeing what they can do. They also had that warm-up earlier on, so again, they've just been learning throughout the morning, and we'll see what they can translate into their race pace. Maybe see a good couple of battles as the track continues to heat up, really, and hopefully won't burn too many tires. But I'm expecting some great stuff out there. I'm sure there'll be a lot of battles. They all head out now from the paddock and on towards the racetrack and towards the grid. But Lewis, what are you expecting from the translation between race 1 and of course what we've seen from warm-up? What do you think is going to happen here?
I think we're going to see something very unpredictable. I mean, yesterday we seen Caleb Ratcliffe taking the race win in race 1, and yeah, the race lap record also going to Ratcliffe with a 58.183 in race 1. But the top 4 all weekend have been inseparable. I mean, you can't call this podium. One mistake and you can be off the podium. We've seen Max Johnson making some mistakes yesterday as well. Jensen Ansel is going to be hoping for an even better ride here today. He's been consistent all season. A weaker race yesterday compared to what we've seen in previous rounds, but now he's going to hope to take the win on the 22 machine. But also our pole position man, Kai Hawken, he's on pole position, clearly showing he has the pace, but he just struggled at the start yesterday.
Yeah, I think Hawkins definitely been really great. He's been fantastic throughout the weekend. Don't get me wrong, he was strong in practice, strong in that qualifying, and he's put it on pole for a reason. But he's got a very difficult rival in Jensen Ansel alongside him. But as we head off for the warm-up lap, it's going to be Kai Hawken on pole position ahead of Jason Ansel. Caleb Ratcliffe will be on the second row of the grid in 3rd place, with Max Johnson alongside him, with Mason Frederick starting in 5th ahead of Jensen Cedras. Then it's going to be Henry Brody in P7 ahead of Arthur Rich and James Rich, so the Rich brothers starting in 8th and 9th, with Nelly New starting in P10. Danny Longhurst will be in P11 with Matthew Jennings on ending out the 6th row of the grid. Tommy Williams will be in P13 ahead of Freddie Taylor, with Tyler Shinoli ahead of... there's been an accident at the moment. So who's that, Lewis?
Yeah, some riders there down on the deck, and yeah, certainly one of them up on their feet anyway at the moment, and they'll be hoping to get that one restarted, and they have. But obviously these guys still rookies, still unexperienced in obviously the procedures of the race right now, but yeah, both riders now up on their feet.
Oh, that's not nice to see really at the beginning of the warm-up lap, but hopefully we can get everyone back on the grid. Well, so it looks like everyone is now making their way around. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to get a second warm-up lap. We were just waiting for a couple more riders to make their way. I'm getting getting a note in my ear saying that we're probably not going to be getting a second warm-up lap. So a bit more time to get the messages through the helmets of our young riders. They still make their way now around. So what are you expecting, those? What do you think these riders are thinking at the moment, just before they head out?
Yeah, a lot of these riders is going to be full of nerves. I mean, some of these riders, they like being on the grid nice and early, and then they can have a little sit, have a little chat before the race gets underway. But other riders like myself, you rather just get there as late as possible, not spend too long sitting about on the grid and just get things underway. But you can see all of them certainly focused in their different ways. Jensen Ansel is looking focused. He's sat up ever so slightly on the bike, making sure that the bike's running right, giving it a rev before they get underway, with the revs will of course rise in just a moment's time, and then we can get underway for race 2, as now the grid clears from all the Roman marshals, all the parents, all the helpers, and now all eyes go to the lights. The lights go on, the lights go off, and we go racing, and we have a jump starter there, it looks like. But now we get underway, and it's Kai Hawken who's going to lead the way into turn 1, but Jensen Ansel trying around the outside there. Will he make it work into turn 2? We're going to have to wait and see. It's free wide. Caleb Ratcliffe as well on the inside, and he does both of them into turn 2. What a move there from our race 1 winner. He started down in 3rd position, and now he's already in the race lead at the moment. A great start there though from everyone. It's all clean, it's all a clean getaway, but there is a rider actually down on the deck. Very, very disappointing there from him, from James Dermont, but now he's managed to get up on his feet and hopefully he can get back underway. But now trying to get the bike underway, trying to get the bike restarted and get going. There's Emerson Oakley as well, getting away from the infield section. But Jensen Ansel, he's having to defend from Kai Hawken, our pole position man at the moment, as he drops down to third. Max Johnson as well, he's dropped down the order at the start of this race. Mason Fedrick as well in fourth position. Max Johnson is down to fifth place, but now across the line, leading the way by 4/10 of a second, is Caelan Ratcliffe, who leads from Jensen Ansel and Kai Hawken.
Caelan Ratcliffe really getting the start he needed there. It's so crucial. They say you can't win it on the first lap, but the start is always crucial. And it looks like Jensen Ansel is just falling into the clutches here behind Kai Hawken. And I'm getting a note in my ear that number 23, Henry Brody, is going to be getting a penalty for a jump. So that was pretty obvious there. We saw on the camera. So really unfortunate there for the number 23. But now in towards this really tricky section. Late apex there before heading in towards the chicane section. And it's still Ratcliffe ahead of Ansel, ahead of Hawken. And in towards the hairpin we go. Hawken starting to close up now once again on Ansel. But I'm not sure if Ansel will be too bothered because he's trying to focus up ahead towards the back end of Ratcliffe. But now through that long corner, I think Hawken is going to have a move here on the inside here. He's on that right hand side, and it looks like Ansel is the last of the late breakers, and I think that's Mason Fedrick trying to get a move in here to make their way now in towards the next corner. But Fedrick is not going to have a move there. I think Hawken's just going to sit back net for now.
Yeah, it looks like Mason Fedrick sits the fastest lap of the race, and impressive lap time there from him, and there he is on number 5, trying to catch up to this front three. But the front three in their own battle, as it looks like Kai Hawkins went down the inside of Jensen Ansel. So can Jensen Ansel fight back? Can he make any moves back? Or is he going to sit there and wait? It looks like already he's trying to find any way through, trying to push Kai Hawken wide, but it's not going to work through the entry to that chicane. Now they head down towards the hairpin. Max Johnson sitting comfortably at 5th right now. He needs to start making moves very, very soon though, because only 6 laps to go in this race. They go by very, very quick in the EC40 rookie class. The laps tick by so quick. These riders on the pace all weekend. It's been such a close field. So far this season we've seen some domination runs from Jensen Ansel, but none of the such this weekend at Ellough Park. It's such an exciting race. I mean, look at these guys. There's 6 riders in this elite group.
Oh, absolutely. There's 6 riders that all have a possibility of getting in a podium spot, but still we have a look here at, I believe that's Mason Fedrick and Max Johnson. Johnson was just having a look there on the inside, seeing if he can do anything, but it's currently line of stand at the moment. They flick through that very fast right, and that's been catching out a lot of riders. We saw with, I believe, Sullivan Mounsey last time out in his race number 1, but back with the AC40 rookie. They head in towards the hairpin and just having a look and seeing what their strengths and weaknesses are. Still line and stand for the moment.
Still everyone staying in line with each other. No one's making moves just yet. It seems to be that point in the race where you try plying your attack for the later stages. Although these guys are quite inexperienced and quite young, they're still so smart on the motorcycle. Their racecraft is constantly developing, and I'm sure they have some sort of a plan in their heads on how they can catch up. They might even spot some points where they're stronger than the rider in front, that they're going to make that move in a couple of laps time. We're going to have to wait and see. But now back markers as well starting to get into play. Caelan Ratcliffe trying to go around the outside. Around the inside though is going to be Kai Hawken. Has Kai Hawken caught up? It looks like he's caught up ever so slightly through that back marker, so great job there. And now we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. 4 laps remaining in this race. It's going to be a duke out at the front. It looks like Jensen actually got caught out ever so slightly there, lost some time on these front 2s. The front 2 right now inches away from each other, but now more back markers coming into play. He's been held up there, so Kai Hawken's been held up. It's going to help the run onto the straight for Kai Hawken. Of course, no blue flags here. You have to get past sensibly, and it's the rider behind who has to get the work done, as they're getting the work done very early, as Kai Hawken managing to get through. And now it looks like Kai Hawken's been held up this time through the back marker. Jensen Ansel is definitely caught up, and Max Johnson in 4th place now, managing to get ahead of Mason Fedrick, it looks like, in this lap. So very, very interesting stuff at the front at the moment. Just 3 laps remaining in the AC40 Rookie Race 2.
Oh, it's starting to really tighten up now. Hawken, I thought it was a little bit, it wasn't that stable, the bike. It was making a couple of adjustments through especially this sequence, and we're just having a look now at Jason Ansell just trying to find a way back through that second place. We now look at Max Johnson and Mason Frederick, I believe, making their way now in towards the hairpin. No moves yet. Still with 3 laps to go. No fastest laps or personal best on the last time round, but these riders are doing absolutely phenomenal at the moment.
Yep, phenomenal pace. A 58.002 was the fastest lap set by Jenson Ansell earlier on in this race. An incredible lap time, 1/10 faster than the previous lap record, which was set in race 1. But Kai Hawken, it looks like the gap's grown ever so slightly, actually, with just 2 laps remaining, just under 2 laps remaining, probably 1.5 at the moment. So if he's going to have to make a move, he's going to have to make up ground very, very soon. But maybe even some more back markers getting into play can completely change the format of this race, completely change the outlook of this race on who is going to be on the top step of the podium as Caelan Ratcliffe ran the outside, and now it looks like it's been held up there as Kai Hawken. This is going to allow Jenson Ansell to catch up and get the drive onto this back straight. So Caelan Ratcliffe going on to his last lap very, very soon has a comfortable lap, a comfortable lead of the race at the moment. So there we go. Mason Frederick also finding his way through. Max Johnson, there is a rider down. He's having to run to the motorcycle, and there he is picking up the bikes. Caelan Ratcliffe, he was sitting in second position. He's falling out the race. That's going to promote Max Johnson and Mason Frederick into second and third place. So now going on to the last lap, your race leader number 96, Caelan Ratcliffe, leads the way from Jenson Ansell and these men here. Max Johnson as well in third place. Can they do anything? Look how confident, look how much gap Caelan Ratcliffe has at the moment. It looks like he's going to take this race win if he can keep it on for just half a lap.
Oh, absolutely. Caelan Ratcliffe looks the absolute master in control at the moment. Jason Ansell still a little bit all over the place. He's really trying to overdrive the bike, and it's not that great at the moment, but Caelan Ratcliffe looks cool as a cucumber at the moment. It's absolutely brilliant. But now, through the final couple of corners, Caelan Ratcliffe is going to come through the final corner and across the checkered flag. The timing line is there, and it's going to be Caelan Ratcliffe who wins yet another race here in the AC40 Rookies. Incredible stuff there. Jason Ansell just finishing short. You may have to blame a back marker for that, and a little bit of overriding near the end of the race, but a brilliant one. And it's going to be Max Johnson to round at the podium. Whew. Wow, fantastic stuff there from all of our riders.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Drama on the final couple of laps of Caelan Ratcliffe managing to take that race win from Jenson Ansell and Max Johnson. But Mason Frederick as well having some issues there with Kai Hawken. He dropped into 6th in the finish up after that crash. So not what he would be wanting at all. Quite disappointing there from him, just managing to tuck the front, heading into penultimate corner. But Caelan Ratcliffe, what a result that was there from him, taking the race win by 1.1 seconds from Jenson Ansell on the 22 machine. Max Johnson getting into that podium position with Mason Frederick and Jenson Cedras just behind. Kai Hawken, having that crash of 2 laps to go, comes home in 6th, ahead of Henry Brody, who has that jump start penalty, with Arthur Rich and Daisy Polden in 8th and 9th. And round out our top 10, it's going to be James Rich. So an incredible race there, lots of drama, and exactly what we expected to happen once again in the AC40 Pro class. AC40 Rookie class.
Absolutely. It's a brilliant race, and I'm really excited to see what these guys can produce in race 3. They've shown some true skill on those mini bikes, and I can't wait to see what they can produce. Can they stop Caelan Ratcliffe? We'll have to find out. So we now move on to the senior mini motors for their second race of the weekend, and it looks to be it's going to be a fantastic race. We've seen a lot of action from the mini motors, and it was Will Howard who claimed victory last time out in race 1. A great win there for Will from 3rd on the grid. What do you expect for this race now, Lewis?
Yeah, from this race, we're going to expect to see some high drama, because we've seen, for example, Rhys Gentry. He was having a great race as well in race 1. Josh Birkin as well, he's always at the front. Bernie Hook back and returning to Fab this weekend. He's always one to look out for. He'll be starting in 4th place, so a great qualifying there from him. And Andy Whedon as well, returning to Fab in 5th place, so he's going to be also hoping for a good result. So plenty of riders to go in the podium positions. Just 14 bikes on this senior mini moto grid this weekend, but who doesn't love to see it? Big riders on little bikes.
Oh, absolutely. It seemed to be. You can see some of the guys at the bottom there giving a big old cheer for these guys. And I'm pretty sure that these are some of the best, one of the eye openers you come to for a Fab weekend. Would you say, what do you see, what would you say like the best eye openers when it comes to Fab racing?
Yeah, certainly this class is definitely an eye opener, especially to all the adults, to realise that they can fit and race on these motorcycles and still do incredible lap times. In qualifying, the poleman Josh Birkin on that 2 machine set a 52.869, so an impressive result. But there is the number 15 pushing his bike off the grid, and he will be very, very disappointed with that one. Some issues there from him. But now heading on to our warm-up lap for our senior mini moto race, it's going to be Josh Birkin, the man in pole position. Now Birkin on pole position is something which is not too unusual at Fab, but he's on pole position with Rhys Gentry joining him on the front row of the grid on the number 100 machine. Will Howarth will be starting in 3rd place with Bernie Hook alongside him on the 2nd row of our grid, with Andy Whedon starting in 5th next to Lamar Morgan in 6th on the 3rd row of the grid. David Mayat and Nick Bennett will be on the 4th row, with Callum White and Elliot Cyril starting on 9th and 10th, with Ross Michael and Gary Eldrig starting in 11th and 12th, with Isaac Greenstreet and Rob Gentry rounding out our grid. So we have a Gentry on the front row and we have a Gentry on the back row. Can Rob Gentry make up some ground? Can Rhys Gentry get the race win? We're going to have to wait and see. It's going to be an interesting one, and Josh Birkin, he's going to want to try and convert that pole into a race win.
Oh, absolutely. We saw last time out, Rob was helping out Rhys, trying to grab that win, but it's only just, I believe, a podium for Rhys Gentry. But yeah, it was Will Howarth in the end. But we get ready for the start of the senior mini motors. The lights are about to go on. We see our final rider riding up to their grid slots. The lights are about to come on. And we go racing here at Ellough Park. Great start there from Josh Birkin. Look at Will Howarth there having a look at the inside, and he's going to make his way instantly through into turn one. Fantastic start there from Will Howarth. But look at Gentry there making a move there on the poleman Josh Birkin to make their way now into the tightening section and toward the whole hairpin. And it seems to be Will Howarth once again getting the decent start that he needs. But look at that top 3. I bet they're about to just sail away. But they're bringing now Bernie Hook into play, which is great to see. A return. He's just battling up at the top. It's exactly what we love to see in any form of motorsport, especially here at FAB-Racing. But into towards the tricky section. Will Howarth doing whatever he can. Rhys Gentry trying an outside line there, but now down the inside. There goes Josh Birkin. So Birkin now with the lead back, and he managed to get the momentum through that long corner and down the long straight in towards the hairpin. And now look at Rhys Gentry as they approach the end of the first lap, and now it's going to be Josh Birkin leading the way ahead of Will Howarth. But can Rhys Gentry now steal that position of the 96? And he seemed to be a little bit wide there, moving all over the road, and it seems to be that Howarth just keeping that position.
Yeah, Rhys Gentry, a massive high side there from him on the infield section. Bernie Hook as well stopped at the side of the circuit. He did lucky there not to run into that bike and go down himself. So Rhys Gentry, a massive high side there from him. He'll be feeling that one for days to come, because that was a rough landing for him. He flipped over the front as he lost grip, and it re-gripped on the rear tyres. So the number 100 out of the race and pushing his bike off of the circuit. Great to see him though back up on his feet straight away, although he will be feeling that, although he will be a bit winded from that. He is up on his feet, and that is great to see. So Rhys Gentry, he's out of the race, out of the running, but Josh Birkin, what a gap he has at the front right now in the number 2 machine, a 54.919. That time around. Will Howarth now in second place, 2.8 seconds behind on the 96 machine. And Andy Whedon on the podium positions at the moment on the number 7. He's going to be hoping to try and catch up to keep the pace with Will Howarth and try and make a move later on. Of course, 7 laps remaining in this race, but Josh Birkin having a great race. But Bernie Hook, he's had some issues. He's had to stop. He had to stop briefly, of course, whenever Rhys Gentry had that crash and he might not even have a transponder on his motorcycle, so disappointing there from him. But Will Howarth, he's still going on. Looking to the left, there was Andy Whedon as he overtook him. That was great stuff there from him, and I'm sure Will Howarth is going to go and want to give him one back.
Oh, absolutely. Howarth will not be happy about that one. Being overtaken by our number 7 machine of Andy Whedon. Whedon doing whatever he can to keep that lead now, but Josh Birkin still out in the lead, and he has the fastest lap to go with it, a 54.0, and a massive lead. Having a look at the time screen, just under 5 seconds. But this is the main battle out on track there. Whedon just moving a little bit wide there, going to that left-hand side, and in toward the hairpin we go. And Whedon doing whatever he can. Howarth having a look there at the inside, and he's actually got the position. Howarth now getting one back, like you said. He's got one on Andy Whedon now. Can Whedon just build a little bit of momentum and try and re-overtake Howarth? This is going to be a battle of the race, I think.
Yeah, a great battle forming, a great battle here at. So there's Bernie Hook in the battle himself with Nick Bennett and Callum White. So great battle there from Nick Bennett, Callum White, Lamar Morgan and Bernie Hook as well, all in this battle. So it's going to be an interesting one, unless actually depending on how Bernie Hook has done, if he's got a transponder on. So Bernie Hook is coming through turn 1 at the moment, although he's a working transponder. He will be included in the race results at the moment. But there is Nick Bennett just behind, and Lamar Morgan at the back of this pack. They're going to be hoping for some action. They're hoping for some drama. As actually Bernie Hook, he's making great positions up. Although he had to make a brief stop on the first lap, he's able to cut his way through the field and already extend his gap on Callum White.
Oh, he's absolutely showing some fantastic pace, is Bernie Hook. But look at this battle between Callum White, Nick Bennett and Lamar Morgan going at it through a trio of bikes, just following each other for now, and I'm sure they'll be making a move. They're heading now in toward the hairpin, and Bernie Hook has really gone away from this pack. He's storming off. He's trying to get a podium here, and we now see as we come around the final couple of corners with this lot, and I think Josh Birkin is going to start with 4 laps to go. They're heading now in towards turn 1. We've got 3 wide maybe, but no, backing off there, and Lamar Morgan just having to slot back into his 6th place. But it looks like they're going 3 wide once again, but no, still no moves being made just now.
Still no moves just yet, but 4 laps remaining to make the moves, so they'll be able to think out and plan an attack for later on. Lamar Morgan, he's going to want to plan an attack, but just catching up actually is Chris Yeomans on the 85 machine. He's catching up and going to make his pack into a 4-bike battle. It's going to be the interesting one. 4-bike battle with 4 laps to go for 4th place. So it's going to be an interesting one. What's going to happen? 3.5 laps remaining now in this race as now they head actually into the final sector. This tricky chicane before you come into the hairpin. Braking so hard, using all of the edge of the tyre, getting for as early as you can and flicking it round to the left. And now Chris Yeomans, he's definitely caught up to that point where any little mistake, he's on it. He's going to get a tiny bit of slipstream here as what they head into, but some people call Will Howarth corner. Of course, he had in the Birkin corners, or whenever he had his brakes failing a couple of years ago into turn 1 on these senior mini moto machines. So these senior mini moto machines can be somewhat unreliable sometimes, but they're still battling, they're still going for it, and Callum White still leads this pack.
Oh, absolutely. I think Chris Yeomans is starting to now get into this battle. It's going from a trio to a quartet of bikes they head through in this battle for P5, I believe. Heading through now this long sweeper over the crest and then into the little dip before heading into that sequence. That's such a difficult sequence. I've realised I was doing my track walk this morning and I was just thinking that's such a difficult corner for these guys, going into a dip and then a hairpin followed by a chicane. We see now a battle there. Chris Yeomans, I believe, going now round the outside of the 711 of Nick Bennett. So Bennett might be a little bit slow or losing a bit of momentum on his bike there. We now move towards this little battle here. I wonder who that's between now. Oh,
that's Lamar Morgan. Lamar Morgan down on the deck there. So he was in that battle for that 4th place and he's crashed out on the 216 machine. So disappointing in his 2nd year at FAB. But there is Bernie Hook on the back of Will Howarth for 2nd place. How has he done this? He's brought up great pace all the way throughout the race, and it's a shame we can't see his lap time because it looks like he would have almost lap record pace because he's managed to cut his way through almost the entire pack into 3rd place at the moment for Bernie Hook. He's back in his mojo, he's back out of retirement. environment, and he's definitely dusted off the cobwebs on that senior mini motor machine. As we head on to the last lap of the race, this is the battle for second place. It's Will Harv versus the Mr. Mini Motor, the Bernie Hook. Will Harv looks up his left hand side and says no way, and he cannot believe that one because Bernie Hooks went round the outside of him. Will Harv though diving up the inside, he's having to back out of that move though, otherwise some contact would have been made there. And just behind these guys is Andy Whedon in fourth place, but Will Harv is going to have to want to get his own back. Josh Birkin, of course, our race leader still, he'll be halfway around the circuit. There he is there, getting through some back markers on the number 2 machine in the final sector of the circuit. Isaac Greenstreet just in front of him. He won't mind though, he's a comfortable race lead. 13.5 seconds at the line last time around, and once again it's a Birkin on the front of the top step of the podium. No Matt this weekend, but Josh doing the business for the Birkin household, and look at that, a dominant race there from him. There is a battle further back, and Bernie Hook taking second place. Bernie Hook, a great ride for an awesome return here at FAB. Will Harv in third place. There is Chris Yeomans having a battle as well. Callum White just in front of these guys across the line now. Callum White taking fourth. Nick Bennett as well in the 711 machine, dropping all the way down to 7th. So some potential issues maybe there from him, or maybe just one too many mistakes, dropping from 5th to 7th on the final couple of laps. But Josh Birkin and Bernie Hook definitely stole the show there.
Oh, absolutely. Josh Birkin really just storming away from the rest of the pack, and this is exactly what he does. He finished over 8 seconds over Will Harv, but I can't believe that move from Bernie Hook. And fantastic finish there. Josh Birkin is our race winner ahead of Bernie Hook. Will Howarth will complete the podium ahead of Andy Whedon, just finishing in behind with Callum White there in P5 ahead. Chris Yeomans, David Meyer and Nick Bennett. Ross Michael will be in P9 with Gary Eldridge rounding out that top 10. What a race for this our senior mini motors. We see someone doing a little bit of parachuting from the nearby UK parachuting. Brilliant sights here in Norfolk.
Yeah, great sights, planes as well above. It's a very booming paddock at the moment, and a booming racetrack. It's almost like a mini Donington Park with a packed paddock, great conditions, and planes flying over the circuit, and actually very close there to the parachuters. So yeah, very close there. Maybe it was just looked a bit worse on camera, but parachuters enjoying the weather just like we are here at the circuit. It's a great day for it.
Oh, absolutely. And we'll move on to our next race.
Coming up next will be race 2 for the LC40 Elite class. It's been a very interesting class so far this round, with Harrison Day getting pole position in qualifying. Harrison Day also to a emotional race win in race 1 earlier on, and an impressive ride there from him. Byron Johnson, he's had an up and down weekend. Second position he was in qualifying. He's had some issues in practice, so he had some issues in warm-up with his bike cutting out of him, so hopefully that's all fixed and we can see him back to his usual self and towards winning ways. Taylor Thompson as well, he's had a busy weekend once again, racing in elites, pros and 50s as well, so starting in third place. He's going to have to want to take all his track time, all of his knowledge, and use it to try and convert third place into a race win. It's a talented field in this class. So race 2 for the LC40 Elite class is just coming up. Harrison Day, he's gonna want to try and convert race 1 win into a double here in race 2. Can he do it? We're gonna have to wait and find out, because he's looked strong, and what a ride it was from yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. Harrison Day putting up a stonking performance to go on and win his first race in such a long time. And then that top 3, like you just said, Byron Johnson, such a strong competitor in this LC40 Elite field. And then, of course, being the championship leader, he's the one to beat. They all want to be ahead of him. And then, of course, you've got Taylor Tomlinson, a really smart rider here. It hasn't been the weekend for him. He hasn't quite been on there. He's been on the deck a couple of times, but I'm sure he will try and resurrect that for race 2 here at the LC40 Elite class. And hopefully we'll see a bit of fortune chaining around for that number 77 machine.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. Actually, an umbrella on the grid for one of the riders. So some VIP treatment from what looks to be Oliver Hall. So Oliver Hall getting some VIP treatment with an umbrella, and sadly his dad as well to hold it there for him. So an interesting grid that we have coming up. 15 riders on this LC40 Elite class, and this class of course made up of air-cooled and liquid-cooled machines, and it looks like Nicholas Dunwoody having a little chat there with Ollie Sims behind him. But now they head out on their warm-up lap for a very, very competitive grid for the LC40 Elite class, where Harrison Day will start the race on pole position after setting a 52.674 in qualifying. Byron Johnson will start alongside him on the front row of our grid, with Taylor Tomlinson and Lewis Hull on the second row. Preston Baker and Rex Austin will start in 5th and 6th, with Nicholas Dunwoody and Matthew Thomas starting 7th and 8th, with Ollie Sims and Oliver Hall on the 5th row of the grid. So a great class we have here, with Sebastian Kosowski and Bradley Curtis rounding out our top 12. And Liam Lindquist having a good weekend so far in 13th, with Logan Cousins alongside him on the 7th row, and Archie Hooper rounding out our very competitive grid. They're doing 52-second lap times. It's incredible pace.
Oh, absolutely. It's fantastic seeing all these riders making their way now round towards the grid, and I'm really excited to see what these riders are up to. We've seen them fantastic racing in Lead at Red Lodge, and now here once again at Ellough Park, and I'm sure this circuit and this class can really produce the good. I think a couple of people have actually missed out on starting this race, so really unfortunate for them. So that's why we're slightly short on this grid, but some fantastic racing just ahead of us. So it looks like all our supporters are now moving their way, and we'll get our way and we'll get started here. Point to the lights, and the lights will now come on. We now wait the ride, and we go racing here at Ellough Park. It's a good start there from Harrison Day, trying to cut off here from Byron Johnson, but Johnson now round the outside, and they've already made a massive lead, and I think that's Taylor Tomlinson just trying to start into 3rd place, but now it's going to be Byron Johnson now. Harrison Day looks to have got back into the lead though, so these two swapping already. They swapped a couple of times, but in towards the hairpin we go, and it's still Harrison Day out in front ahead of Byron Johnson and Taylor Tomlinson just in there, and there's a rider down, that's Liam Lindquist. So the Swedish rider already down on the deck. For unfortunate for him, it's not looking good there, but someone it is looking good for is Harrison Day. We continue to focus here. Matthew Thomas now having a look there at Taylor Tomlinson, still just looking at the rear end of that bike. They're heading towards the penultimate corner, late apex there, and a bit of a move there from one of the riders. But they head now towards the end of lap 1, and it is going to be Harrison Day making his way across the line to be first, ahead of Byron Johnson, and I believe that's Taylor Tomlinson, is that right?
Yes, Lewis Hull there just ahead of Matthew Thomas. It doesn't look like Taylor Thompson has made his way out for the LC40 Elite class this time around, but Lewis Hull is having a great race. He's having a great battle right now with Matthew Thomas on the 47 machine. What's going to happen? Nicholas Dunwoody and Sebastian Kosowski just behind these guys, and further down as well, Bradley Curtis having a good battle, but there's Matthew Thomas. Down the inside he goes and makes that move work. He makes that move stick. Can Lewis Hull fight back? We seen him struggle yesterday in race 1. He had a tough race 1 and he dropped down the order, but now he's back fighting at the front in the 4th place at the moment, so close to the podium positions. Nicholas Dunwoody though just behind, and Sebastian Kosowski, a late move there from him. That was so near contact, inches away from contact, but everyone gets away unscathed as now Ollie Sims has been put behind Bradley Curtis as well, just behind these guys. So Sebastian Kosowski, he's going to want to make a move. Has he made it work? Yes, he has. Nicholas Dunwoody, he's been pushed back a position, so it's not too long for Sebastian Kosowski to make that move stick, as actually Byron Johnson is getting closed in now by Matthew Thomas. And Matthew Thomas, does he have the pace for the race win?
Well, he might do actually, because he's already pressuring Johnson. There's still a lot of time left to go in this race, and I'm sure that Thomas has had that pace. I do think he has that belief in him, but there's still time to try and overtake. That's one thing. You have to catch them. It's another thing to pass them, because I'm sure Johnson will be aware of that 47. Sorry, apologies. Right behind him, and look at that move, making his way to that inside. Is he going to make that move now? No, it's going to be backing off there from Matthew Thomas, but there's still so many more opportunities. We head on to 6 laps left of the race, and again Thomas having looked down the inside, really putting the pressure now on Byron Johnson, on the championship leader, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be really wanting to make that second place and make this pace count. He had a high side last time out to here at the same circuit. I don't think he'll want to replicate that again. Hopefully he can come back with a podium. He looks to be really good in terms of pace-wise, but again, making that move is going to be so difficult. There's not many overtaking spots here in terms of straights. There's about 2 straights, and one of them being here down in towards the hairpin, but he's just not close enough. He's going to have to etch a little bit more, dig deeper, right deep, if he wants to try and get into that into Byron Johnson, get that second place, and then hopefully he'll be on his way to go and catch Harrison Day out in front. But a fantastic little battle here.
Yeah, Harrison Day at the front. A 4-second lead at the moment is Matthew Thomas. He tries to make that move once again into turn 2. He backs out of it though once again on the 47 machine, but it's 37 versus 47 for that second place. What's going to happen? This battling as well is going to allow Harrison Day to edge away that gap more and more as the race progresses. The gap's already over 4 seconds, 5 laps remaining. It's been a dominant ride so far of Harrison Day, but this is the battle to watch. This is the battle for second place. Lewis Hull in 4th, just behind these guys, kind of in the no man's land at the moment, although he is defending from Sebastian Gosowski. But 5 laps remain in this race, and Byron Johnson, he's in a position which he's not used to. He's getting put under pressure from the 3rd place man.
Oh, absolutely. It's really a bit of pressure here. This is, I believe, Sebastian Gosowski, who's trying to make a move there on Lewis Hull, but switching now, focusing back with this gap, with this battle for second place. Johnson doing the best he can to defend from Matthew Thomas, but Thomas is still doing whatever he can, having a look at that outside lane, but he just can't seem to do something. He needs a bit more momentum, a bit more of a push to try and get a pass. He maybe needs to slip it down the inside, maybe a bit of a later break on the inside of a corner, but we'll just have to see how he plays that one out. Maybe he's leaving it too late. He might know that Harrison Day is a bit further down the road, and so you might have to make do with second place. I believe has that Gosowski passed Dunwoody, or am I bugging?
Yeah, so there is Sebastian Gosowski managing to get past Nicholas Dunwoody, and now he's setting his sights on Lewis Hull. So Lewis Hull is going to be put under immense amount of pressure at the moment. Sebastian Gosowski and Nicholas Dunwoody have been battling for a couple of laps now, but Matthew Thomas, he's also been battling Byron Johnson since basically the start of the race, and yet he's not managed to find any way through. Byron Johnson, although he's not used to having this close of a battle because he's been used to dominating so much in this class, but one thing he is good at is defending, and he's doing a great job of it at the moment. 3 laps remaining in this race. Harrison Day, the fastest lap of the race, with 53.0. The fastest lap of all time in this class was set by Archie Gibbs at 51.8. So not near that just yet, but it just shows how great these riders are on these LC40 elite machines. They're pushing the hardest that they possibly can as this three-way battle continues, as there is Bradley Curtis and Ollie Sims still having the battle further back in the picture.
Oh, absolutely. We're getting to a really tenterhooks moment now, because Harrison Day is really doing whatever he can. We now have a look at this battle between Bradley Curtis, the Scotsman, and Ollie Sims. But now having a look here, this is Lewis Hull, my apology, ahead of Sebastian Gosowski, having a bit of a battle there, and there goes Simsy past the number 71 of Bradley Curtis, and loads of battles heading towards the mid-pack of this field, and it truly is. This race has flown by, 2 laps remaining, and we continue to follow this battle for P7.
Yeah, the battle for P7 is well underway at the moment. Bradley Curtis is going to want to get his own back, as is Nicholas Dunwoody. He's going to want to get his own back to be able to get into that 5th place position. We're going to have to wait and find out. 2 laps remain. Harrison Day still leads 6 seconds though. At the front is the gap for this man here. Such a great performance so far. Heading on to the last lap of the race. We've seen barely anything of him on the circuit because he's been so far in front. He's just managed to lap Liam Lindquist there further back. So great ride there from him. He's looked calm, he's looked consistent. He's had to work hard for this race win. It's not been given to him. He's had to work hard mentally, physically over the past year to get himself into this position to be able to be 6 seconds in front of the whole field in the FAB-Racing LC40 Elite class. Harrison Day, he's looked strong. He was buzzing yesterday. He was hoping he could do the same today. He wasn't totally confident. He wasn't cocky about it. He's been quiet. He's done the talking on the circuit, and 2 corners left before he does the double here at Ellough Park. Harrison Day does a great start to his day and takes race 2 win here at Ellough Park. Harrison Day's buzzing with that one. What a ride there from him. The fastest lap of the race on the final lap, and Byron Johnson just managing to take Matthew Thomas in 3rd place. So a great ride there from him. Harrison Day taking the race win, the fastest lap of a 52.8 on the final lap of the race. What a race that was there from him. A consistent ride. No mistakes were made.
He won on Saturday, he wins on Sunday. Harrison Day is the man of the moment. A little high five there from, I'm pretty sure that is his dad, Josh Day. But that battle between Byron Johnson and Matthew Thomas, I think maybe the tyres started heating up a little bit too much, and Matthew Thomas just didn't quite have that starting pace that he had at the beginning. But he'll be really happy, and a personal best there at the end with just finishing in 3rd behind Byron Johnson. But Lewis Hull there finishing in 4th ahead of Sebastian Gaslowski in 5th place there. Nicholas Dunwoody finishing in P6 there with Ollie Sims and the Scotsman Bradley Curtis. Oliver Hall in P9, and a tip early on for Liam Lindquist. Unfortunately, he is a lap down and P10, but really good race there from everyone. There's a lot of midfield battles going right at it, right into each other, and it's so good to see on this Ellough Park circuit. It's really made for these mini bikes, aren't they, Lewis?
Yeah, they certainly are. It's a great circuit. It's a great venue, perfect for these mini motos. Some great overtaking opportunities. Perfect width for them as well. It's tight. It's tight, but it's not too tight for them to make clean passes. But great conditions, and still one more race for the LC40 Elites. Next up will be race 2 for the Extreme 200 class. It was an interesting race one where Sullivan Mincy hit the deck after starting in pole position, and it allowed an incredible battle for the race win between Richard Holmes-Williams and Blake Wilson in 2nd and 3rd. So an incredible race that we've seen yesterday. Will we see much of the same today? Will we see Sullivan Mincy finish the race, and will we see him be able to break away from the likes of Richard Holmes-Williams and Blake Wilson?
Oh, it's going to be an interesting race. Of course, Richard Holmes-Williams really strong. We saw that last time out at Red Lodge, and of course he's showing it here today at Ellough Park. He won race 1. And of course, Sullivan Mincy, you can see that he is on the front row of the grid. He is also one of our riders that is going up the north to Scotland, Knockhill. So hopefully he will have a good time there. Wish him well for that round of the championship. But as you know, Lewis, he's a very strong rider, and hopefully he wants to put the wrongs right.
Yeah, he's certainly well. He's very good at just putting any incidents that is in his mind at the moment straight to the back of it and straight to getting on with the business, because Sullivan Mincy will be starting this race from pole position after setting a time of 47.657 in combined qualifying earlier on. Richard Holmes-Williams, our race 1 winner, starts alongside him in the front row of the grid. Blake Wilson and Bailey Stewart Campbell on the 2nd row. Charlie Hunterford and Luca Allen will be starting in 5th and 6th, with Ollie Sims and Zach Treen in 7th and 8th, with Mark Evans and Harrison McKay having a great qualifying in 9th and 10th, with Lee Thompson and Will Howarth rounding out our grid in 11th and 12th, as Will Howarth continues to get used to that Extreme 200 machine. But now the riders heading onto the grid for what is going to be an exciting race, what's going to be a thrilling race. We can see Lee Klaus and one of our marshals here at FAB have been doing a great job at keeping the event running smoothly and keeping everyone safe this weekend, doing a great job. And now they wait for the riders to take their places on the grid. Just a 12 bike grid, but so much talent, such good racing that we've seen in race 1. These are some of the names for the future. Sullivan Mincy is looking strong. Charlie Huntingford has looked incredibly strong. Some mini GP70s, some 85 125cc's, some bushy 190s. What's going to happen? The lights go on. And the lights go off and we go racing. Sullivan Manson gets a great start. Richard Holmes-Williams slotting into second place, staying in second place, but it's Charlie Huntingford who manages to claim that third place on the opening start. But now it's going to have to wait and see everyone through cleanly at the moment. What a great start there from Blake Wilson in fourth place. A consistent start ahead of Luca Allen at the moment. Luca Allen, bright clean levers there from him. Very, very easy to spot. But Sullivan Manson trying to extend his gap. We've seen, for example, at Red Bull Lodge, Sullivan Manson and Richard Holmes-Williams having a great battle. Can we see it again on the circuit? We're going to have to wait and find out between the 4 and the 126 machine. Two completely different machines. 2-stroke versus 4-stroke. There is Blake Wilson trying to get past Charlie Huntingford. But Charlie Huntingford, he's had a great start to this race. He's had a great start to his weekend so far. Harrison McKay there going for your shot as well. As we complete lap 1, the gap between the leaders, 1.5 seconds between Richard Holmes-Williams and Sullivan Manson. So a great start there at the start of the race. Actually, it's 3/10 of a second only. So what's going to happen? Great track conditions and only 11 laps to go in an extremely, extremely quick class.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to see some frantic battling. You're already seeing that battle forming between Blake Wilson just being the meet in the middle of this sandwich right on the back of one of our riders. They're heading now through this sequence over the grass and on into the dip now into all this tricky section. It looks like Luca Allen there in the background trying to take advantage. I believe this is Charlie Huntingford. He's having a look at trying to make a move on here. They have a look now around at the hairpin in this late apex over penultimate corner. Blake Wilson having a look there on the outside there, but cannot overtake Huntingford. Oh, and a big accident there. That's Luca Allen. That's Luca Allen down on the deck, and unfortunately he has had an incident there. He's on his feet luckily, but that's really unfortunate. He's having to now sit down. He might be a little bit winded from that one. That was a really hard hit, and especially on that floor, it must be very difficult as he limps away.
Yeah, look at Allen. He just came back actually after a leg injury, so that's not what he'd be wanting at all. But Dave Bolland, our photographer here at FAB, did a great job at getting his bike pushed off the circuit. I'm sure he'll check that he's okay. He just got in the throttle and the rear lost grip and he just slid away, and that front end also got a little bit light. He was very, very lucky to have re-grip and send him over the high side, but he is a bit winded and over the side circuit, and he can only watch Sullivan Manson there at the front. 2.2 seconds is the gap between himself and an actual rather relaxed looking Richard Holmes-Williams, but there is Blake Wilson just ahead of the 161 machine of Mark Evans, and Zach Tureen having a battle further back with Ollie Sims just behind this lot as well. So a great battle forming at the moment for 5th position. So battles forming all the way down the field. An extremely talented and extremely close Extreme 200 class. It's great seeing the numbers this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. They've been absolutely fantastic. We're just currently watching this battle between Zach Tureen, and he is shaking down Mark Evans in that 161 bike, and they're going over the crest and into the dip and making their way now. Really got to get that tightened up before straightening out this little chicane section, and it seems like Zach Tureen's still trying to find a rhythm here around this Ellough Park circuit. Tureen doing really well. We spoke to him earlier on in the stream, and he felt quite confident going into this round, but hopefully that can translate as he tries to make a move here on Evans.
Yeah, he's trying to make a move. Can he make it work? How long will it take for him to show his front wheel? 8 laps remaining in this race. At the gap last time around between them, it was 0.2 of a second, so nothing between the two riders at the moment. That's where he's going to want to try and make that move. He's going to want to try and make it work. Ollie Sims, though, he's in that perfect position where he's not getting held up by anyone. He can take his own lines. He's not under pressure from anyone behind, but he's still at a pretty good distance that if these guys do run into issues or start making mistakes, then they great work. But there's Charlie Huntingford getting past Richard Holmes-Williams. So I did see Richard Holmes-Williams looking very, very relaxed, but maybe that's because he has an issue. He's trying to sort it, and he certainly is. Look at that. He's looking back behind him. He's looking down at the dash as well. Richard Holmes-Williams has an issue with that motorcycle. It looks like looking down at the dash once again, and look at that gap rapidly extending. Last time around, a 51-second lap time from Richard Holmes-Williams. That's not the times we know that he can do. We know that he can do incredible lap times, 48-second lap times. So 3 seconds slower last time around, as Charlie Huntingford now gets promoted into second position. This may allow Blake Wilson to get onto the podium if he can manage to catch up, because there's still 7 laps remaining in this race.
Oh, absolutely, really heating up here, especially like the sun that's beaming down on this circuit. Richard Williams still having a go here at Charlie Huntingford. We now have a look round that final corner. I'm sure they'll just appear. There they are, into picture, and Charlie Huntingford just keeping ahead now. You can already see Wilson there in the background. Blake Wilson just trying to put now Richard Williams under a bit of pressure. We saw those two going at it earlier yesterday, so these two have a bit of history, and again Wilson has the opportunity to now nap down the inside. He's putting that wheel in, he's just trying to put him under pressure, and he seems to work. I think that issue is starting to get a little bit worse there for Richard Holmes Williams. So Holmes Williams now starting to fall down there. You can see that gap really starting to fall away. Wilson is already under pressure here from Huntingford. He's really putting that 75 now under a bit of pressure. Looks like Sullivan Mounty is really starting to escape down the road, just as I mentioned. Now they make their way now round the final corner. We're about to get the timing between those two. Thought Blake Wilson was about to go for a gap there. That number 8 is certainly looking strong, and I think he's going to go for the same move once again. Oh, not quite there on Huntingford, but their gap is 13 seconds to Sullivan Mounty. So Mounty's really made his riding style smooth, and he's done the business. So now he's just got to keep it on the road. But between these two, once again, Blake Wilson just having a look there on Huntingford. Huntingford doing exactly what he needs to do. The minister of defending there could be going to Charlie Huntingford, I'd say. But that 75 bike is doing what he can. And in toward the hairpin we go. Just trying different lines. See if he can sneak it up the inside. Looks like Blake Wilson just trying to put a wheel in there. And can he now get the momentum to swoop it now on that inside line? He looks to have got the momentum, and in towards turn when we go, he's just got to break that a little bit early and try and avoid contact with Charlie Huntingford.
Yeah, both riders using their head at the moment. It's Charlie Huntingford versus Blake Wilson. Both of these riders are definitely talents for the future at the moment. Charlie Huntingford is having a great year in the British Talent Cup at the moment, and now he's continuing to have a great ride in the Extreme 200 class. But Richard Holmes Williams, he's dropped off these two guys, and it looks like he's struggling the most in the infield section, so potentially some issues with that bike bogging down and trying to get that bike actually in the power band itself. But these guys have no issue getting the power down because they're so close to each other. They're so close on the straights, so close on the entry to the corner there from Blake Wilson, and the number 8 can do nothing about it at the moment. Of course, a lot of track time for him this weekend, and now he lines up a move into turn 1. He tries to get a better drive, and he backs out of it once again. So potentially he could be trying to line up a move for later on in the race. But Blake Wilson, he's certainly looking like he has a plan inside of his head. This race is not over yet for second place.
Oh, absolutely not. They're still going at it, tyre to tyre face, and I'm sure there'll be more to make a move. But wow, Wilson, you saw that bike getting really not confident at all. But I'm sure he's confident. Just a little bit of a moment there, and hopefully that doesn't knock him at all. But look at how close they are. They make their way now down toward the hairpin. It's so short as if you're riding on the bicycles. But now looking at the inside, he's poking that wheel, and I really think this is going to go down to the final lap of this race. He looked to have tried to be putting that move off until the end race. He's backing off early, seeing where he can go. And I really think this is going to be a move on the final lap of the race. We've seen so many of these, and they really either go to plan or they go for absolute tears. And most of the time, it just generates excitement. Overall, that's the best bit about these last lap moves being set up by these riders.
Yeah, these riders right now, it's going to go down to the last lap. It's a last lap duel with 2 laps to go, it looks like, because this gap between the two riders for the second place is not going down at all. Blake Wilson, Charlie Huntingford, who is it going to be? Place your money, folks. But the race winner at the moment looks to be Sullivan Mounty. We're going to have to wait and see, though. He has to hold on for another lap at the moment. Sullivan Mounty likes pushing himself and his bike to the limit. He set the fastest lap of the race with a 47.7. An incredible time there from him, and actually breaking the lap record by an incredible 1.6 seconds. That's by 6 tenths of a second this time around in race 2 that was set by Blake Wilson in race 1. So the incredible time there from Sullivan Mounty, as now he comes into the final sector to the left and then to the right, and Sullivan Mounty shows his talent and once again proves that FAB-Racing produces the talent of the future. An incredible run there from him. We're still waiting on Charlie Huntingford or will it be Blake Wilson? We're going to have to wait and find out. It looks like it's going to be a drag race to the line unless Blake Wilson can invent something special going into this long sweeping right-hander. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Blake Wilson, he's trying to get a better drive out. Who's it going to be? And it's going to be Charlie Huntingford, who takes it by 50 thousandths of a second from Blake Wilson. Incredible ride from them too. No contact at all was made by this man here waving to the camera, Sullivan Mountsie. An incredible ride, a consistent ride, and managing to win by 21 seconds.
That's a proper margin there from Sullivan Mountsie, but really big stuff there from Mountsie. That will really, really build his confidence going into the weekend in Knock Hill. I really think he's going to do really well there. But yeah, talent is always being produced here at FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship, and that number 4 will take his third win of the season. But it's going to be Charlie Huntingford and Blake Wilson completing the podium, with Zach Tureen managing to take 4th place there ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell on his return to FAB-Racing. 6th place goes to Richard Holm-Williams. That issue was very, very apparent come later on in the race. Ollie Sims, Mark Evans, Harrison McKay taking 7th, 8th, 9th, with Luca Allen managing to remount on his bike, and he will take P10 and the final on the final place. Lee Thompson being the only did not finish in the field. But yeah, fantastic race there from everyone in the Extreme 200 field, and wow, you'll have to see what happens in that final race. Who will be winning that one? Will it be Holmes Williams? Will it be Mountie? Or will it be someone completely different as we head into the third race very soon? So the next race will be the Moto team. So of course a lot of excitement around this race. So of course team racing is happening here at FAB-Racing, and we've got a fantastic, not entirely packed lineup, but good enough to get a really good race on. And once again, we'll be seeing the appearance of our returnee Bernie Hook. If we just have a look and see, I think he's in there in the background making his way to the grid. So not many riders, but Lewis, incredible grid here, full of talented riders. And how are you feeling towards this one?
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible race. Will Harf winning race 1, it's what we expected, but for this race he will be starting in pole position on board the 96 machine. Alongside him there will be Team Acme Racing, with Team Pinky and the Brain starting in 3rd. Team Italia will join them on the 2nd row of the grid, starting in 4th position, with Team Disc and Scott Jewett in 5th and 6th. Team Ernie the Badger and Team Keats Racing will be starting in 7th and 8th position on the 4th row of the grid, with Bernie Hook returning to the championship in 9th position. It's great for them, and it's great conditions for these guys once again. Will we see lap records go? We're going to have to wait and see. The lap record is still held by Will Howarth in 2022 whenever he set a time of a 52.8. So what's going to happen in this one? It's going to be an interesting one. Can Will Howarth win the overall race and do the double here?
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely, I think Howarth definitely had that pace. He's been showing it all weekend, and he's such a strong rider in this class. With 5 wins, make that 6 under his belt, and of course with 7 podiums to his name this season, he does seem unstoppable. But I can assure you there are still some great challenge there, as we just see, I believe that's Bernie Hook just rejoining there at the back. So maybe he has a bit of an issue, but hopefully there's not too many issues. But now pointing to the lights, and the lights will come on, the revs will rise, and we go racing here at Ellough Park. It's a great start there from Will Howard, defending from the Team Acme Racing. They head now in towards turn 1. I think that Team Italia getting pushed very, very wide there, and he will lose a couple of positions, lose a bit of momentum. But look at Howard already making the dream getaway and pulling a great lead there between him and P2 of Acme Racing. But now looking around the outside, oh, I think that's Acme Racing now with an issue. Acme Racing, unfortunate there, it's only lasted a good couple of corners, but unfortunately there's a big issue on that blue and white bike, and that is not the way you want to be starting race 2. Howarth will be now in a much comfortable lead, but now, and I think is that the same bike?
That's certainly the Badger as well, and they have a chain off their bike as well. There you can just see it hanging off at the back, so he will not be bothering anyone at the moment. He'll not be making any more ground in this race, because while Howarth, he's made up all the ground on the first lap. 2.3 seconds of ground between Team Pinky and the Brain. Of course though, Team Pinky and the Brain in the standard class, while Will Howarth's in the open class, so these guys both leading their classes. Look at that, Bernie Hook up the inside of Team Italia. He's looking so much better than race 1. He's looking like he's on the pace. It's looking like he's comfortable on that bike slightly. Some more work still to do on that, of course, though. It's still a completely new motorcycle. It was first seen at Red Lodge with Will Howarth, and Will Howarth, he struggled a bit on it, and now it looks like it's starting to get dialed in as Team Italia drops back ever so slightly. We did see them get pushed wide at turn 1, almost into the wall actually. It was really wide there from him, but nothing they could do. They had to set up the bike. The first turn lunges once again coming into play with that one. But 11 laps remaining in this motor team race. Just 5 bikes remaining in this race as well. It's a very dramatic start at the moment. It's been a dramatic race so far. Team Keats at the back of the running bikes at the moment, so we're gonna have to wait and see. Who knows, maybe even Team Acne could get the bike restarted to try score some points in this race. We're gonna have to wait and see, because that didn't look good for them on the opening laps.
No, absolutely not. But you talk about Bernie Hook's pace in the race. What is it going to be like in qualifying if you turned up? That would have been very scary. But it's Howarth. Howarth has actually had a gap decreasing massively, I've just noticed, and Team Pinky and the Brain seem to be on him already. That 55.7 last amount, almost a second slower than Team Pinky and the Brain's fastest lap. So there's a bit of a problem there on Howarth's bike, and that's going to be really concerning for the number 96. He's got a win to his name already here at Ellough Park in race 1, but he's now looking behind him. He knows the pressure. There goes Bernie Hook looking down the inside of Team Pinky and the Brain. Oh, a bit of a moment there on that bike, but he's managing to get past these guys with absolute ease. Can Bernie Hook now go on and take the race lead? Howarth doesn't look too strong. He doesn't look confident on that bike. There seems to be an evidential issue on there. I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from, but Bernie Hook seems to be all over it, making their way now through the sweep. Is he going to have a look here on the inside? No, he's just going to back off. He's going to think smart now and just decide to back off in towards the tricky section. We going to cut that little corner, getting so close to that tyre barrier, but now in toward the hairpin we go. Really get the bike, lean in and try and get as much turning as possible. That number 96 starting to feel the pressure. I'm not sure if Will is starting to look behind quite a lot, but how's really feeling the pressure now. Hook, can he go and get the lead with 8 laps remaining?
Yeah, Bernie Hook 1 lap ago made the move. It either cut the curb of the inside or he momentarily lost the front. He had a huge moment there trying to trail brake into turn 1, but now Howarth also having a slight moment coming out of the infield section, and now Bernie is trying his best to catch up, but Bernie Hook, will he make it work? Will we see Bernie back on the top step of the podium? We're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and watch, and it's going to be an interesting one, although at the moment he's not showing on our timing screen, but potentially just some transponder issues there for him. Will Howarth leading this race though? Will he have issues playing for the rest of the race, or has he got it sorted? Has he got it dialed in? Has the slightly different temperatures, slightly hotter today, affected his jet and his carburetor, causing his bike to bog ever so slightly? We're going to have to wait and see, because right now he's definitely back on the pace. A 53.4 that time around, 1 second quicker than Team Italia in 3rd place. So starting to pull away, and he's hoping to do the double at the moment. So Will Howarth, he's extending the gap. You can see though, Bernie Hook, he will be very happy if he can finish in 2nd position. We compare that to yesterday's race, massive step forward for him.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a fantastic race so far, and I believe that Hook is still keeping the pressure on. We're currently looking at Team Italia here. They've managed to pass Team Pinky and the Brain, so maybe the problems on the Howard Howarth vehicle is starting to transpond onto the Team Pinky in the Brain vehicle, so hopefully there isn't too many problems there, but they have been overtaken by Team Italia a bit earlier on in the race. They come across the line now with 6 laps to go. You can see there Howarth, there's Hook, there's Team Italia, and there's Team Pinky in the Brain. A quartet of bikes just trying to make their way now around the field, and I think Howarth has decided to just build that lead up now. I'm not entirely sure what it is between Howarth and Hook, because of course Hook still has that transponder issue, but I'm guessing it's about 0.8 of a second. But this is a real battle here on track here. Team Italia trying to overtake, trying to defend here from Team Pinky in the Brain. We just see that number 70 machine trying to cut its way round the circuit, just doing a bit of defensive when it can. Don't use it. Don't be defending too much, because then it could be off-putting in the line. So if you try to put it into the middle here, that'll be really affecting all the way through to probably T1 actually. And now in towards the penultimate corner, late apex there. You're already getting on that cracked curve. That might affect the bike quite a bit now. But again, Howarth extending that lead over Hook, and I think Hook now has to start looking behind him with 5 laps to go. Team Italia are starting to go on the prowl here for that for Hook's bike.
Yeah, so right now it looks like Bernie Hook, he's lost touch ever so slightly, and now we're going to have to wait and see what he's going to do. I mean, with his experience, so you would expect that he would just try and bring it home at this point. 5 laps to go, and he's watching it slip ever so slightly away, although the Keats now coming into play, the Keats Racing team machine getting lapped, the 666 machine. So as well, Harv's going to get held up. It looks like he probably did for one corner there, so is this going to play into the hands of Bernie Hook with 5 laps remaining in this race, or is Bernie Hook going to get held up himself? It looks like it. He's trying to take a wider line to not get held up too much, because Team Italia is just as... Bernie Hook, he has an issue with that motorcycle. He missed a gear coming out of the hairpin there. Has he managed to get it fixed? Has he managed to get the power working again, get the bike running properly again? Or is it going to be the end of his race? Because right now, Team Pinky in the Brain and Team Italia is pushing away. And that's there's Bernie Hook going slow once again in the background. He's lost power of that machine, and there's no returning from that one. It looks like it's going to be a retirement from them. With the way he's riding that motorcycle, with his body language. Anyway, it looks like it's going to be a retirement. It was going so strong. He just managed to get onto the back of the Keats to lap them, then everything went wrong from there. And wow, what a disaster. He was in second place. A great ride from him, a heroic ride on his return, but issues with a new machine. It's bound to happen at some point. This is how the machines develop for the future, and this is how you make a machine into winning ways eventually. But you can see he's frustrated with that one, with 4 laps remaining. Just 4 laps circulating. They had to make around the 4 laps circulating left for Will Harv as he crosses line to make it free. 2.6 seconds though is the gap between himself and Team Italia. So he's leading the open team class, he's leading the overall race, but Team Italia in second is lead the standard class and in second place overall. So an impressive race so far with 3 laps remaining, and it looks like currently it's just a race of trying to get finished up to that checkered flag.
Absolutely, it's been a class race so far. There's been a lot of action between Howarth, feeling that pressure. Of course, Bernie, who unfortunately had that issue, really cost him. That is such an unfortunate way to go. But there's still one more race, so hopefully Hook can get that fix, and we'll be able to see him back on the podium. But already, Will Howarth having a bit of a wheelie there, so having a little bit of fun with crossing the line and making it with 2 laps to go. Team Italia look to be still out in front in the standard class. Was still feeling the pressure there from Team Pinky the Brain. We're just having a look at the timing here. Half a second is separating the 2 standard teams, as Team Italia is still just cruising there, and there they are in the picture looking down the inside. Go Team Pinky in the Brain, and they've got it, that number 1 bike, that 01 actually, in fact, making its way now into the standard class lead. And now can Team Italia have a reply here to head into the tricky section of the circuit, and Team Italia will be wanting to try and get it back in towards the hairpin. They go late on the brakes, they go, and maybe start to build a little bit of momentum. But Will Howarth is currently out front at the moment, and I'm pretty sure he's enjoying every single moment.
Yeah, we join every single moment of this final lap of the race. Well, this is the battle for the standard class win in the Moto Team race. It's Pinky in the Brain versus Team Italia, who's going to get the standard class race win. Obviously the overall race win seems to be going the way of Will Howarth, 2.8 seconds at the line last time around, but Team Italia, he's going to have to find something very, very special to catch up to Pinky in the Brain with just half a lap remaining of this motor team race 2. Will Howarth though, what a race it's been. He's had some slight issues at the start, struggling to get that bike going, struggling to get that bike into the rhythm, but now he's in his groove. He's back to winning ways, he's back to winning form, he's back to dominated at the front in the last half of this race. Just 2 corners remain for Will Howarth to go around the 96 machine. Well, it should be changed to number 1 because he is on top here in race 2 in the motor team class, taking his 2nd race win of the weekend. What an impressive result there from him. And it's Team Pinky in the Brain who manages to clinch the standard class win there from him. So Team Italia rounded off the podium, but 2nd place in their class, and actually coming across the line, Will Howarth will win his class actually with only 1 open bike making it to the line. So the open team class causing havoc with some reliability there.
Oh, absolutely. But Will Howarth coming out on top there. His 7th win of this season, and he's really putting dominance into effect here. And I do think it's fantastic to see. He does a little wheelie for the crowd here at Ellough Park. But Team Pinky in the Brain making that late move there on Team Italia, just snatch away the standard class win, and hopefully we'll see some more of that action later on in race 3. We saw, of course, Team Acme and Team earning the badge, and of course Bernie Hook going out of the race, which are very unfortunate. But a full race rundown. Will Howarth is your winner ahead of Team Pinky and the Brain in 2nd place in the standard class winner, with Team Italia ahead of Team Dis, with the Keats coming home in 5th place, and then it's going to be Bernie Hook out of this race, Team Acme and Team Ernie in the Badger. So hopefully they'll be able to get their bikes fixed, and hopefully we will see them up at the top end come race 3 later on.
Yep, later on today will be race 3, and it's going to be an interesting one. Will Howarth be able to do the triple? It's going to be interesting. It's going to be high drama. That standard class, though, in the motor team looks to be very, very strong. I mean, we've seen Pinky and the Brain and Italia battle in the last lap. It looks like they're going to duke it out in race 3 as well to try and get the honours of the standard class. Although you want to win overall, winning in your own class is always a bonus, because that's where they're going to get the championship points. So it's going to be an interesting one, and it's going to be a great race. So we're going to be heading for a lunch break at the moment, and we're going to be heading back on track at 1:25 for the run-in of this afternoon's racing, where we're going to have some of the race 2s and then all of the race 3s coming up. So we're going to give you a little walk around the paddock, which we recorded earlier on in still sunny conditions. So we'll head over straight to the paddock. So we're here in the paddock now, and we're going to have a little walk around the paddock, see what's happening, because it's lovely conditions here at Ellough Park. But first of all, how do you think this round's going to go this weekend, with it being such nice weather for these riders, Adam?
Well, I think it's definitely going to be fantastic action. We've seen it so many times throughout Red Lodge last couple of weeks ago. I really think we're going to be seeing the same again. There's so many talented riders that have had experiences at Donington recently, and then they're going to be off to Knock Hill next week. So very excited to see where these riders are off to.
Well, there's some riders just sitting over here, and actually Luke Fitchett is just sitting relaxing. And Luke, is it all right to have a quick word?
Yeah, it's fine.
So Luke, how are you feeling going into this weekend at Ellough Park?
From coming off of Red Lodge with 2 wins on the 70 and 3 seconds on the 50, I felt that I'd had such a good season so far that this isn't my favourite track, so if I could squeeze out a few really good results, then I'd be really happy.
And I was just speaking to you earlier, and you mentioned that, well, your dad mentioned that you got a new bike for this round, a completely new bike. So tell us, first of all, what the differences is between your old 70 and the new one that you've now got.
In practice, I was going quite quick, but I wasn't quite comfortable on the bike trying to get it turned in the corners, so we had a new 70 that we hadn't been able to test yet, so we got it out and rode it, and I loved it straight away. So we put the other bodywork on it, and we're going to race it.
And what's been the biggest difference between the two bikes that you've noticed while riding it on track?
Probably it just steers better. When you get into a corner, I got tired because I was trying to wrestle it to turn it, whereas this, it like just turns really not easily.
And finally, last round, of course, at Red Lodge, you had a slight mechanical, I believe, and it caused a multiple bike collision. But first of all, tell us what happened in that crash, and are you okay from that?
Yeah, I'm fine, and I hope everyone else was. But the base gasket for the water blew out the front of the bike, so all the water went onto my back tyre on the track, and nothing I could do, and I went down, and then everyone else went down on the water as well. So yeah.
Well, everyone looks to be okay from that, and it looks to be great weather for this weekend, so good luck.
Thank you very much.
And just behind, look, is Finlay Paulhill, which just seems to be walking away, and he's getting dragged into it, actually. So, Finlay, how are you this weekend? It looked like you were trying to avoid us there as you almost fell before you even got out on the bike, so how are you?
I'm alright. Difficult weekend so far, but I'll try my best in this one.
And what's been difficult so far this weekend?
Well, I think there's something wrong with the bike. I just have no power down the straights and out the corner.
And have you got any idea what could be the issue of that? Any idea what to try before the races later on?
So we're changing the gearing, so hopefully that'll help in both of them.
And apart from that issue, how are you feeling on the bike?
I'm feeling quite comfortable in it. We've made some adjustments to the suspension, but other than that, it feels good.
And I believe this is the first time that we've properly spoke to you for this year, so how's your season going so far?
Yeah, it's going alright. I had to miss Red Lodge on the Saturday because I had to go to a wedding, but other than that, it's been a good weekend, good season so far.
And at Red Lodge, missing, of course, the Friday and the Saturday, how difficult was it to make up on that track time that you missed to then go out on Sunday and compete near the front?
It was really hard because everyone had already had all the track time, and I came and had nothing at all, so I just had to go for it in the races and start from last.
Well, good luck for the rest of the year, and good luck this weekend here at Ellough Park.
Thanks.
So we're going to go a little walk and, well, annoy some of the riders, but yeah, it's been a lovely weekend so far. And Adam, if you want to come back and join me. So it's been amazing so far this weekend. It's been consistent weather conditions for everyone here, and they've had loads of good running on track. So how do you think that's going to play for these guys this weekend, with it being such consistent track conditions?
It's going to be great for them. I think that it's really going to be useful. The track conditions are continuously improving. It's starting to really grip him. There was a lack definitely yesterday with the karting grip, and then they've just kept going over it, and it's really increased the bike grip, so it's more used to these riders. I think it's really going to play out well for them. There's no rain in the air, so they won't have to struggle with that either. I think that's really going to be crucial. I think we've got a couple of riders over here.
Yes, we've got a couple of riders over here. Dylan Thereen in the back here, and Blake Wilson's on in. So, Dylan, how are you this weekend, and how's this season going for you so far?
Good.
And you're on a Mini GP 50 now, so how's it been competing with a geared bike?
It feels like more changing gears, easy, but I just managed to get my elbow down a lot at a different track, so now I'm getting it down both sides. So yeah.
And in the Mini GP 50 class this year, we have over 20 bikes racing on the same bit of tarmac. So how's it been racing in such a big class?
It's quite easy when you're on the grid. You don't really notice that much people. So yeah.
And Ellough Park, is this a track that you enjoy, and is it a track that you like riding?
Yeah, sometimes. Once I came here for a practice day here once, but yeah, it was good. I like it.
Well, good luck for this weekend, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And just next to Dylan is Marco Holt and Harry Payne. So, Marco, having a little seat at the moment, you're looking comfortable this year, of course fighting for both the 50 and 70 championships. So is this year going how you expected?
Yeah, it's going really well actually. Yeah, the 50s we're really happy with, solid on that. The 70, we struggled a bit in the first two rounds, the double header at Lid, was it? Red Lodge, we had a good round, so just hoping here at Ellough, it's one of my favourite tracks, so just hoping to good results and finish the races.
And you mentioned that it's been a somewhat tough start to the year on the 70, so why do you think that is? Do you think it's maybe just the tracks that you've been racing on, or has there been something slightly missing with the bike or the setup?
I just think it's genuinely all of us as riders have improved, so it's bringing the competition on a lot more.
And the 50, leading the championship at the moment, how do you approach the rest of the season so far? Of course, round 4 now, the halfway point of the season, so how are you approaching the championship?
Just go out, enjoy and ride the bike really. Have some fun with Archie, have some fun with other riders, just ride. And
Luke Fitchett has been incredibly strong this year, especially in the 70s. Do you think you can rival him? Do you think maybe you're his main competition right now? Here at Ellough Park, do you think you can match his pace?
Yeah, for sure. I reckon it's going to be a great race. It's going to be really tough. Going to have to work towards it, but it's racing, isn't it? So.
And finally, this year, of course, and last year, you raced that FAB, and last year you did some running in Spain as well, some racing in Spain. So, are you doing any action in Spain this year, or are you focusing just solely on FAB-Racing?
No, we're doing Motor 5 this year again. We were going to do Motor 4, but because of the ages, we couldn't. I think there's one round that clashes, but Landau has just been cancelled, so we've only got one now that clashes. So.
And with that one round that clashes, are you going to pick here at FAB, or are you going to head over to Spain in the sunshine?
Depends championship-wise, so we'll see.
Well, good luck for this year, and wish you all the best in the championship.
Thank you.
Well, that was Marco Holt. Marco Holt has been incredibly impressive all this year, and well, Adam, I think you can agree, Marco Holt is definitely one of the talents to look out for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. He's leading the championship, I believe, in the mini 50 class. So that's really confident for him, and I'm sure he can carry it on for the 70 class. And we keep going on through the paddock. We're just seeing, I think that's Ollie O'Gorman's bike just being carried. We see a few sessions happening at the moment. We've got Zach Torian included at the moment here. So Zach, how are the conditions out there at the moment?
Well, it's really grippy. I mean, there was a lot of rubber on the circuit yesterday from the tracks. I actually spoke with the owner, and at some stage they put new tyres on their go-karts. So it was really, really sticky, really difficult to judge the conditions, but I mean, there's a clean line that's opened up now. So it's a lot better today, I think, the pace than it was yesterday. Everybody seems to be going better, but yeah, we'll take it as it is. It's really hot. I've been pouring, I'm not sweating, I've been pouring water on myself to cool down. But yeah, we'll see where we get today. I mean, I'm going out in both the classes, so a lot of fast riders here again. Trying to get to the top, but we'll see what it lays. Practice this morning felt really good. I think everybody was saying positive things. The track's warmed up really well. Got a feeling it might get a bit greasy later on, but again, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the track condition might change at some point during the weekend, but do you feel confident? Do you think you can adapt to that?
Yeah, I mean, we have to adapt. The bikes always behave slightly differently. Then again, that's what we do. It's who can make the best of the situation, and yeah, we'll take it from there.
Thank you so much, Zach.
No worries.
As we just continue on at the moment, we're seeing a couple more riders over here, so we'll try and grab a quick word. But definitely, Zach is quite confident. Do you think, Lewis?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's great seeing as well with Zach and Dylan. Of course, Faber and Son here at FAB. We have so many Faber and Son duos that are racing. So yeah, it's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like to see that we've got so many father-son duos, and how we're such a close family as well, which I find incredibly interesting.
Yeah, it's great to see. It's great to see so many riders that show so much talent.
So I think we've got Mr. Luca Allen over here. If we can try and grab a quick word, Luca. Hi, how are you, mate?
You all right? Yeah, good, thank you.
So you were injured last time out for Red Lodge, but you're back now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's all right. We're just getting. Well, we've had Donington since last round of FAB. That was good. We had a 4th in class for the GP2, and then the second race we had a 4th in class again. But we was battling with Harvey Claridge for 3rd, so it was an improvement, big improvement on time as well. But it's just getting back comfortable with the bike again after a big injury like that. And then we're just back here again for more seat time, just playing about, nothing too serious, just having a bit of a play before Knock Hill next weekend.
So you're confident going into not just here at Ellough Park, but you're confident going into Knockhill as well?
Yeah, it should be good. I've only ever ridden an R3 around there, so it's like it'll be pretty wild on the Moto 2, because obviously the stiff chassis, the power of a 600, it'll be good. Yeah, it'll be fun, be interesting.
What do you think of Ellough Park? Because it seems like a really unique circuit to me.
It's definitely one of them where if you're just looking at it flows more like a big bike track. You get a lot of go-kart tracks, various others, and they're just stop-start, a lot of them. It's like, you go down a straight, oh, there's hairpin, there's chicane, there's hairpin, there's chicane. It's like, it's repetitive, it's the same sort of thing, but here it flows more like a big bike track with like Donington or something like that. Definitely.
Yeah, I think a lot of our riders here do like those smooth tracks, not those stop and start. Are you one of those ones?
Yeah, definitely. It's faster corner speed, that's why it's better. It feels better when the setup's right, everything feels nice, yeah.
Thanks so much for your time.
No worries, thank you.
Back to Lewis now.
Yeah, cheers for that, Adam. Yeah, it's great hearing from Luke Allen, of course, helping a lot of the young riders out here at FAB. And actually, Harrison Day's just watching some of the Mini GB50s go around the track. So, Harrison, are we all right to have a quick word? So, Harrison Day, how are you this year? I mean, it's the first time we spoke to you all season. How's your season going so far back here at FAB once again?
So at Leeds, it was a double weekend, so I didn't do too well. My best result in the elite was 5th, and then we came to Red Lodge, and I had a bit of a problem in qualifying, and then we qualified, I think it was 9th, and in the first race I got 4th, and then second race I got 8th, and then the fourth race 4th again. And then this weekend we done practice yesterday, and I was really consistent. I was near enough 3rd or the whole day, and today we done qualifying, and I just went 1st.
Well, it's really good at the top, at the front consistently. So are you enjoying racing the bike again? Are you enjoying being here on track? Because obviously last year, for example, at Clandau, at the second round, you had a big injury to your arm, I think it was. So how are you feeling? Are you 100% all over again? Are you enjoying riding bikes?
So this track here was actually my first round back after breaking my arm. So this year we didn't know what to expect coming here.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for this weekend, Harrison. It's great seeing you at the track.
Thank you.
And, well, Ollie Sims is just having a quick chat from Luke Allen, but we'll see if we can jump in for a quick word. Ollie, is it all right if we have a quick chat? So, Ollie Sims, we've been watching you all day, and I think you're having some sort of technical issues with your bike. So, can you tell us what's happening there?
Yeah, at the minute we don't really know. It's a bit of a fueling problem, I think. The carb was leaking first session. We don't know what's going on at the minute.
So is it just whenever you're riding, the bike's just spluttering and dying pretty much, cutting out?
Yeah, it keeps like bugging. It'll start like bugging and then it'll just cut out completely.
Well, do you reckon you can get fixed with a race, or is it just going to be a gamble on whether you can find the exact problem to it?
Yeah, hopefully we can get it fixed by second qualifying and later. But yeah, we don't know at the minute.
And if we put all the technical issues aside at the moment, how's your season been so far? Is it a year that you've been happy with?
Yeah, it's going really well. This round we're doing Extreme 200s as well, which is good. Yeah, but so far, so good.
And everyone watching at home, the Extreme 200 class, it's quite an odd class to watch. You know, there's a lot of different styles of bikes. There's pit bikes, there's 2-strokes, there's 4-strokes. So what's it like to ride in the Extreme 200 class?
Yeah, it's my first weekend doing it, and it's going all right. Yesterday we also had some bike issues, but yeah, it was really good.
And finally, here at Ellough Park, it's sunny conditions today. So is it difficult to ride in the sun here today, or does it not really matter too much on for example, the Mini GP70? Do you not feel it too much?
No, I do get really hot, yeah. But yes, it's going all right.
Well, wish you the best of luck for this weekend, and good luck and have some fun.
Thank you.
Well, it's great hearing from Ollie Sims, one of our talented riders that we have here at FAB, of course. And Adam, I think you can agree with me here with, for example, Ollie Sims, and with both the Mini GP 70 and the 50 class in general this year. The classes have expanded so much, it's so great to see.
Oh, absolutely. We want to see as many riders as possible. I think it's crucial to see these upcoming riders. They need exposure as well to be able to get those sponsorships that are much needed and get to the top. So I would love to be able to see in the next 5 years, like some of these riders that are just hanging around this FAB-Racing paddock, just seeing them up at the top end of the pyramid. And I think that's fantastic to see. So we're just going to have a continued walk down here and move towards, I believe this is the Mini GP50s.
Yeah, it's both 50s and 70s, part of the Danny Webb GP camp, and a lot of riders are in the camp. I mean, we have Archie O'Brien and we have Chloe Gleason. We have a lot of the top riders in Danny GP's camp, and they're doing a great job. They're being able to help the riders away from the circuit as well.
Absolutely, that sounds absolutely amazing. We've just seen the some of the sidecars getting ready, so I'm not sure if we're able to go to them just yet, but I think that is this is the Mini GP50 that are currently out on circuit at the moment, so we'll maybe try and grab a quick word if this comes zooming past us in the paddock.
Yep, and no one currently in the awning at the Danny Webb GP camp at the moment, but I believe sidecars are just about to head onto the circuit, so it's a bit too late to speak to them. But yeah, Riders just headed into the paddock at the moment, so I don't think we're going to catch anyone just yet. But Bradley Curtis is just coming our direction. So Bradley, is it okay to have a quick word? Yeah. So Bradley, you came at Railroad last year here at FAB, of course, with your sister Lucy, who's just coming back into the paddock at the moment. So how are you enjoying your time here at FAB-Racing?
It's fun and they're all fast and I have quite a lot of friends. It's competitive and they don't give you a gap to overtake or anything.
And you came here to FAB from the Scottish Championship, from the Scottish Mini Moto Championship. So what's been the biggest difference racing in Scotland to here at FAB?
Scotland has like slowest groups to fast groups where we just go with it, and we have fast groups. Scottish a bit slower, and yeah.
And this weekend, have you got any aims or expectations for yourself? How are you hoping Ellough Park to go?
To try and get top 5.
And this season so far is, of course, you've had quite a lot of experience racing at different types of venues. Luckily, not too much wet track time, but with the sun being out here today and it looks like it's going to be dry all weekend, how are you feeling towards that and here at Ellough Park? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, and I kind of hope it goes well in the race because my bike had a few problems, but I hope my dad's fixed it, but I know he has. I just hope he hasn't done anything wrong, so yeah.
Well, good luck and we wish you all the best this weekend and hopefully no more bike issues.
Thank you. Wow.
And just behind Bradley is Matthew Thomas, and Matthew, you look pretty sweaty. How are you feeling? Of course, you've just came off the Mini GP50. Is it difficult to ride out there at the moment in these hot conditions?
Yes, because it's hard to overtake when against slow people. So you have to get a good drive out of the final corner to overtake down the straight.
Well, in the Mini GP50 class this year, you've had quite a successful start to your year. You've been consistently getting your lap times down and consistently getting further up the order, moving from the Mini Motos. So how's it been racing both the Mini Motos and the Mini GP50 in the same year?
It's quite hard, if it's one elite then 50, I'll have to put my 50 in here and then have to change my boots quickly and then get on my 50 to ride.
And at this track, you've mentioned just before you came in, it's quite difficult to get past some of the slower riders. So at this venue, how do you approach overtaking? Do you have to almost block past them, or do you have to get the move done nice and early?
So so when I'm looking around the corner, I have a good drive, and then if I can't get by side, I can go underneath them and keep next to them, and then on the exit I get a good drive and get past them.
So So here at Ellough Park, is it all on the corner exit on when you can get the overtakes done on the bigger bikes?
Yeah, so down there is a good overtaking spot because you can go on the later brakes and just block past them and still have a good exit up here.
Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck for this weekend, Matthew, and have some fun.
Thank you.
And I could just spot as well Henry back here. So I believe that you missed last round anyway. So why don't you tell us why you missed it and where you were instead of here at FAB?
We did go to Spain. We went to just for training really. We went on a couple of big tracks, Cartagena, and it was quite good out there to be fair. And it was good, yeah.
And how was the time out in Spain? What were you riding?
I was riding a 190, a GRC 190, and a Motor 4.
And how does that compare to these mini GP70s that you're currently racing? I
think the Motor 4 is obviously a lot bigger wheels. The GRC is it's a completely different bike. You sort of have to have a different riding style when you ride it. It's a lot different, and it's better being back here and racing with these lots, so it's good.
And this weekend so far, you've had plenty of time to practice, so how's the practice sessions been so far? Yeah, it's been good. I haven't really seen my results, but based off of, what I think I'm doing, I think I'm pretty strong. And missing one of the rounds, how does that affect the way that you look towards your championship? I think this year is maybe just a practice year, trying to get ready for maybe Spain next year, Motor 4. So we're just using it as track time and racecraft. Well, we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the season, and we hope that you enjoy yourself this weekend out in the sun. You don't have to be in Spain to enjoy the sun at the moment. I know. Yeah, thank you. Right, and I believe let's just go walk down here. Of course, Adam, it's near an airport here, so there's airplanes coming across loads of times. So it's not just the bikes making the ruckus around here, but as you was mentioning, Spain is becoming ever increasingly popular with riders. Many riders heading over, having some fun out there. So how much do you reckon it's going to benefit them heading out to Spain rather than just staying in the UK?
Definitely, for someone who's not really into bikes, I have heard that Spain pretty much seems to be the place to be, but there's definitely a load of circuits out there in Spain that can get that are great circuits, especially like Jerez, I know Aragon and maybe Barcelona. We see a couple of the I believe it's the pit bike 140 class, so if we want to, not entirely sure if they're all getting ready, so it looks like they're not ready to get interviewed just yet, but we'll just have a look down here at some of the smaller classes. And but as I was saying, the Spain, they've got a great amount of circuits, and there's definitely a few places where you can get the testing and the mileage in, and it will be benefiting them, especially if they want to progress forwards.
And we'll speak to some of our younger riders here at FAB. Of course, many different classes, and people starting from as young as 5 and 6 years old. So first of all, why don't you tell everyone what your name is and what class you're racing in this weekend?
My name is Emerson Oakley and I ride in the rookies.
And Emerson, how are you enjoying the rookies this year? Of course, you're just starting your racing journey, your racing career, so how are you enjoying it here at FAB?
I am quite enjoying it here at FAB. And Ellough is quite a good track.
And how's the racing been so far this year? Has it been close battles in the rookies?
Yeah, it's been quite a few close battles in the rookies.
And with you just starting riding these mini motor machines, what have you had to learn to be able to go quick on it?
So I've had to learn that you if you're not on the throttle, you're on the brake, but if you're not on the brake, you're on the throttle.
No time wasted in the rookies, it's a competitive class. So what are you working on at the moment with yourself or with the bike?
I'm working on my turning, because every time I turn, I slow down. I don't use the throttle. I slow down. When I get to the right bit, then I use the throttle. Well, we wish you the best of luck this weekend, Emerson, and we hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
So riders of all ages here at FAB enjoying the sun and enjoying the racing, but there is a rare sight actually of Mick Williams, of course, leading the championship. So we'll have a quick walker talk. He doesn't like interviews too much, so we're going to have to force him. But Mick Williams, is it okay if we have a quick chat while you bring the bike back to the paddock?
Yeah, quick one, yeah.
So how's this year going so far? You're continuing your dominance. How does it feel?
Yeah, it seems to be getting harder and harder every year, though, I must admit. It's all good, yeah.
And with your dominance for so many years, what do you think it is that's separating you from everyone else on the grid at the moment?
I just think I've been doing it the longest out of everybody. I've just got more experience. I think that's it, really. Yeah, nothing special about me. I mean, just the experience. So that's all, really.
And Ellough Park, is it a track that you enjoy in the sidecars? What's it like for trying to make an overtake here?
It's not too bad, to be fair. There is places where you've got opportunity to overtake, but it's a nice track. It's a bit warm for me today, but it is what it is.
Well, cheers for that, Mick. It's great to see you in the paddock.
Thank you.
Well, that, of course, championship leader in the Mini F1 sidecars. And, well, Adam, your first time seeing the Mini F1 sidecars was last round. So what was your first impressions?
They were definitely new. I didn't expect them to be so good. We saw a lot of carnage as well, which entirely impressed me. They're a neat piece of kit as well. It's so incredible to see them leaning over and trying to get the turn in as well. The technique in those sidecars are second to none, and I really enjoy watching them out on track. It's a joy to see something different, not just the one like the single seaters bikes, but seeing a bit of partnership in them, which I find really interesting.
Well, yeah, it's great to see from the sidecars. The class is growing day by day, and yeah, we're in the second paddock at the moment. It's a tiny bit quieter, I think it's fair to say, but actually I see one of the riders just over by a tent actually in the paddock. You look like you're very relaxed.
Yeah.
And why don't you tell everyone at home, first of all, what your name is and what class you're racing in this round?
I'm Tyler Hartley and I'm racing at AC40 Pros.
So Tyler, you're moving up to the pros this year from the rookies, so how's your season going so far?
All right, I'm 10th in the championship.
And what's it been like to race in the pros? Has it been, for example, moving up from rookies, how's the difference in level been?
For me it's not too hard, but for others it might be a big jump.
And riding in the class, what's it like here at Ellough Park to make overtakes? Is it a tough track? Because we've seen, for example, at circuits like at Red Lodge, you really have to commit early and make your overtakes almost in the braking zone. So what's it like here at Ellough Park?
It's really the same as Red Lodge. You have to get on the brakes really late to overtake people.
And this round, is this a track that you enjoy? What were you aiming to achieve this weekend?
Probably top 7.
And how are you going to get there? What do you think that you have to improve, obviously, with your riding style or with the bike setup at the moment?
Probably getting a throttle a bit earlier.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for this weekend, Tyler, and we hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
Well, we can see plenty of riders, and Max Johnson actually at the other side of the road with one of the Mini F1 sidecars. So Max is having a chat with his mates. So Max, racing in the rookies once again this year, how are you feeling?
Confident, my favourite track, so should be good. Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of good things on social media from your racing account of constant development this year. So how's the rookies been to racing this year? Obviously it's not your first season in the rookie class, so what's the competitiveness of the championship like this year?
Well, it's quite a good battle in for first in the championship, but I should be quite good at this round because it's my favourite track, so yeah, see what we can do.
And we've seen in Friday practice, for example, that times in the AC40 rookie class are really, really close, probably the closest that we've seen it all season. Yeah. So how do you approach this round with it being so close?
Well, my bestest lap time was in qualifying 1 with a 58.8, which is past the lap record, because the other lap record was a 59.3. So yeah, looking forward to it. See what we can do.
And we've seen so far this year, Jensen Ansell, he's been at the front and he's been consistently getting race wins. So what do you think it's been in the opening 3 rounds that's separated, for example, yourself from Jensen Ansell?
Well, my aim's probably just to beat him, so see what we can do.
And how do you think that you're going to get there? What do you have to improve with yourself here at the first couple of rounds this year?
Well, because of how good it is, I think I've just got to follow his lines. So yeah, and see if I can beat him.
So is your aim this weekend just to beat Jen Stansel? Is that your main focus?
I haven't got no aims or positions. I just want to enjoy it. Just want to finish the race. So yeah.
That's a great attitude to have, and we hope you enjoy this weekend.
Thank you.
Well, some of the planes over above, and well, Adam, before we get into racing here today, what are you hoping to see? What are we expecting to see?
Well, of course, just like Red Lodge, a lot of action, and I'm sure you're excited for that as well. I'm really excited to commentate over this. It's going to be frantic action throughout, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what these riders are doing. Are they developing as well as racing as well? So I think there's a lot to keep watch of as we head back to the commentary box.
You join us trackside as the lunch break is finishing up, and we are getting ready for race 2 of the Mini GP 50 class. They'll be out on track in just a couple of minutes time, and it's going to be an interesting race. They've had a whole lunch to have a rest and have a reset before they get out on the circuit. They've not been on the track since the morning warm-up. So hello and welcome if you're just joining us. My name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me this weekend is Adam Reid. So Adam, we've seen quite a lot of racing in the morning. What are your thoughts heading into the afternoon stage?
Oh, it's been absolutely brilliant so far. If you haven't caught up with the action, hello and good evening. It's amazing to have you here watching the FAB-Racing round 4 here at Ellough Park. But yeah, some great action here throughout all of the races we've had. Of course, we've had a carnage in the AC40s. We've had a lot of action in the Extreme 200s, and most recently the Moto team. But now we're going to be moving on to the Mini GP 50. You just see a few of our volunteers just out on the track at the moment, just getting ready to release our Mini GP 50 bikes, and really looking forward to the first one. It was Luke Fitcher who won the first race in the GP 50 class, but he had a lot of pressure there from his competitors behind him.
Yeah, he certainly did. It's going to be an interesting one, and we are awaiting, and we're just seconds away before the bikes hit the circuit for this next race. It's going to be interesting. The track conditions, they are near perfect. There's still some wind around the circuit right now, just above 10 miles an hour wind, but it is very, very warm. It's around 26 degrees right now, and the track temperature is going to be well above that, so it's going to be an interesting one. And of course, here at FAB-Racing, the Panic this round, it is very, very busy, and it's great to see so many sponsors and so many brands involved in FAB-Racing. If you want to get involved in FAB-Racing anyway, head over to the FAB-Racing website or the Facebook page and send them a message or an email. But yeah, it's been great racing so far here today, and I think we're all excited for what's coming up later on, when we still have about 14 races to bring you in today's action. It's going to be an interesting one. There's going to be a lot of thrilling battles, a lot of thrilling action, and a lot of positions still to be decided. Championships could change in this afternoon's races, and we'll be bringing it all live and all free here on the FAB-Racing YouTube and Facebook channel, and the Motorsport Radio Facebook and YouTube channel. It's going to be interesting what's going to happen. We have to wait and find out, Adam, because the Mini GP 50s is a huge class.
Oh, absolutely. We've got 24. We're fielding 24 bikes in this race today. At the moment, we're about to head, as you see, all the bikes heading out on towards the grid, and it's going to be a very chaotic one. 24 bikes are negotiating this 1.1 kilometre circuit here at Ellough Park, and some parts of the circuit aren't the widest, so there's going to be a few too wide battles. We saw these guys being a little bit more preserved in their battling. I think it's definitely useful. You don't want to be involved in the accident. You don't want to be going too wide on the first lap or 3 wide, just sticking your nose in or your tyre in, I should be saying. But there's definitely, I'm sure there's going to be some stupendous battles out on this circuit. And this is what we live for here at FAB-Racing.
Coming up now then will be the Mini GP 50 Race 2. It's going to be a cracker. It's going to be a great one, and all the riders are lined up on the grid to get underway with their warm-up lap here today for Race 2. It's a huge huge field, and many bikes are on the grid, with 24 riders making up the grid in this huge class. It's been expanding year on year, and this is the biggest we've seen it.
Oh, absolutely. It's fantastic to see that we're getting more and more of these young, talented, hungry riders that are wanting to make it to the top. We now look through the grid. It's going to be Marco Holt lining up on pole position ahead of the number 7 Flat Cap Fitchett. He'll be lining up on the second row with Frankie Watson in P3, his best qualifying to date, with Wilson and Dilks in 4th place, with Archie O'Brien and Byron Johnson rounding out the 3rd row of the grid. Austin Johnson will be in P7 ahead of Finley Polhill in his KTM liveried bike, with Matthew Thomas and Sam Gardner rounding out the top 10. Jensen Bishop will be in P11 with Travis Shaw in P12, and then number 151 of Seth Hayward in P13 ahead of Chloe Gleason, with Harley Baker and Taylor Tomlinson starting on in 16th. The 9th row of the grid will be filled by Dylan Tureen in his Red Bull liveried bike, with Annabelle McCarthy and Bethany Ashby. Then it's going to be Ollie O'Gorman in P20. George Ackerman will be filling out the 21st spots, with Riley Paisley in 22nd. And rounding out the grid, the 12th row of the grid, will be Lucy Curtis in P23, and rounding everything out with Callum Maxwell, P24. Lewis, what are we looking for? This is going to be so exciting. I see everyone here lining up on the grid, and all the talks are happening. How are we looking?
Yeah, we're looking like it's going to be a close one. The top 5 riders are separated by basically nothing. Marco Holt, though, he's incredibly strong at Ellough Park. Top 5 riders in the 49-second bracket. But now we look to the lights. Let's go on, and we go racing here in the Mini GP50 race. To Marco Holt has been a terrible start, and it's going to be Frankie Watson who leads the way in the Mini GP50 class. Luke Fitchett is in 2nd position at the moment, and what a great start it was from Frankie Watson. Archie O'Brien there in 4th position. Marco Holt, he's massively down the order, but there down is Frankie Watson. Frankie Watson crashed out the race. He was leading it. He was leading the race. He was having such a good result. The best start to the race probably ever had. Crew track in front of him, and he's down on the deck, and he is out. So disappointing there from our races. There were even more disappointing as well from Marco Holt's side. He's down the order, but that will present him. And now we're being told that the 37 bike has been given a jump start penalty, so very, very disappointing from him. But now we carry on, and Archie O'Brien carries on his form, but it's Byron Johnson who's been given a 3-second jump start penalty. There's Austin Johnson just behind the 3 riders in 4th place. Byron's around 6th place right now, but Wilson Dilks leads the way from Archie O'Brien, and Luke Fitchett dropping down to 3rd. So now Archie O'Brien in 2nd position. Will we see him take the race win? Will we see him battle for the race lead? Now that Luke Fitchett's in 3rd, Archie O'Brien, he's already managed to find a way through early on.
Oh, absolutely. I was about to say, you really, apparently, this circuit, you don't want to be starting on pole. Marco Holt once again proving that a horrible start there. He's down to 5th, and it's really not been a great deal for him. But at the moment, looking up at the top, Wilson Dilks is holding position well. They make their way now round the hairpin and in towards the penultimate corner with O'Brien in that iconic Spider-Man helmet. He's feeling the pressure from behind as well as trying to attack. So he's a little bit cork in the bottle here. Now we're going a little bit wide there, I think, was O'Brien, but I think it might be a little bit of a switchback using different lines there. Fitchett is now starting to find some momentum around this circuit. They build their way now to Holmes hairpin, and on the brakes now, getting that bike leaned in and making sure you're smooth in your control, in your turning and everything above. But now, following these 3 riders, these 3 incredible, talented riders over the dip, over the crest and into the dip, and then through this tricky section, and following them now towards this hairpin section. Lewis, this is going to be so close. And could this go to potentially the end of the race?
Yeah, it looks like it will, and these 3 riders are about to become 4 riders in this league group. Mark Holt, the fastest lap of the race, a 49.569 last time around. And Luke Fitchett diving into 2nd position. Will he make it work? Will he make it stick on the exit, heading into turn 2? He's got the inside line. Yes, he does. He got the move done before they even got to turn 2. But now Mark Holt, he's in that position. He's in 4th place, and now we're already approaching back markers. Wilson Dilks and Luke Fitchett very, very close. There's Cal Maxwell further down the field. Will they all get through cleanly? All 4 riders. Will anyone get held up? Luke Fitchett, Wilson Dilks goes down the outside, and then Archie O'Brien and Mark Holt go in around the inside. So very, very impressive stuff. No one really got held up there, so they've done that very, very well to not get held up at all. So clean from these guys, and such mature riding.
Oh, absolutely. Like you said, they're so mature. And then there's goes Marco Holt. He's had a look there, but he's bringing a little bit of momentum there. So Holt just has to now refresh and take his time. But there goes Luke Fitchett having a look at the inside there at Wilson Dilks, but can't make it on the inside. I think Marco Holt has passed one of the Johnson brothers, so already making his way up into this quartet. And looking like Wilson Dilks really proving to be the one to be here. Archie O'Brien now starting to feel the pressure from behind. I'm just having a look at their helmets, seeing they're looking behind though. Doesn't look like they're looking behind now. They're straight-eyed, straightforward, looking laser-eyed at their opponents. Having a look there at the inside once again is Luke Fitchett, Flat Cap Fitchett as he is called. Having a look and see if he can make his way down in the inside on the hairpin. No, decides to back out of that. More maturity there. And it looks like Marco Holt's managed to get through Archie O'Brien. So the pole sitter making moves here. Now here comes Luke Fitchett on the inside. Who's going to be last late breakers? It's going to be the number 7 of Luke Fitchett. Fantastic move for the lead, and he could be on for his second win in the MK Mini GP 50 class. Incredible move there from the number 7. But now can Marco Holt have a look around the outside? He's now going to try to switch back here and use as much as the curb he can on that right hand side, but no can do at the moment. Holt really putting that pressure on that number 85 of Wilson Dilks.
What's going to happen? Because now Marco Holt has made his way into third position. He's made his way through Archie O'Brien, a very, very quick rider. Now he likes to move Wilson Dilks. He makes it at the hairpin. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. The 58 past the 85. What a great move that was. That was a textbook move. And now it looks like Wilson Dilks faster. Mid-corner there through the left. Will he have a better run into the straight? It doesn't look like it. Did have to shut off ever so slightly. But now Marco Holt already catching on to the back of Luke Fitchett. So that time around, 0.3 of a second was the gap between Fitchett and Holt. It looks like this is going to go right to the end. Three riders in the lead group at the moment, but Mark Holt and Luke Fitchett ever so slightly edge of the way from Wilson Dilks. But Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien, are they just potentially holding something into the tank for the end of the race?
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I think Holt is going to just try and leave it towards the end. He looked to be so on the attack here, and they make their way now in toward the hairpin. Now looking down the inside, he poked his tyre in there, letting Fitchett know that he's there, but he's not quite making the move just yet. So he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He needs to put these guys under pressure. But here we go. The back marks coming into play there. It's Ollie O'Gorman there moving to that outside lane, and one of the number 17s there. I'm not entirely sure who that is, but looks like Fitchett has got past smoothly. Looks like Holt is following him through. So the gap hasn't quite extended, but around about 0.3 of a second between the two. These guys are going right at it towards the finish line, and look how close Holt is trying to maneuver his way around this mini circuit, and then having a look at the outside. He's doing so well to just try and get in the head here of Luke Fitchett, but Fitchett is a tough cookie to crack here.
Yeah, he certainly has nothing he can do at the moment. There is Cal Maxwell once again. Luke Fitchett managed to get past, pushed himself ever so slightly wide, but through. So that last time around, they managed to get through Riley Paisley, Lucy Curtis, and Ollie O'Gorman all in one without really getting held up too much. So very, very impressive stuff from the front runners. They're used to this, though. They're used to being able to fight at the front. They used to be able to find their way through the pack and through back markers whenever they come up and approach them. So it's the number 7 versus the 58. What's going to happen? We are waiting to see Mark Holt. It looks like he's lining something up. It looks like he's awaiting to make this move work. At the line last round, still 0.3 of a second, nothing separating them. But Mark Holt, I can tell you, he's building up a move right now. Is he going to try into the hairpin? We're going to have to wait and see. It's all on the drive. He looks towards the inside and he makes it. He tries to make the move work. He pushes Luke Fitchett wide. He has to set him up ever so slightly. Luke Fitchett, though, he tries the inside on the left-hander. He has to back out of it, and Marco Holt takes the advantage and takes the race lead. So just as I said, Mark Holt, he started winding up that move from 3 corners beforehand.
Oh, absolutely bold stuff there from the number 58 of Marco Holt. He did exactly what he needs to do. We know he was building that up so much. You could tell he was poking his tyre in there. He was doing whatever he can to distract Fitchett. Now he's made that move, and here we go. We've got 2 laps to go make that a lap and a half, and he's coming upon traffic here. So could this come into play? Look how much traffic there is. We saw about 3 bikes there, and I think Fitch is going to get hold up a little bit more. Yeah, he got shoved down, and Fitch really being costed here. He's not going to be happy with all at all, but here it comes now. That is Marco Holt making a move there on the number 77 of Taylor Tomlinson, but he now around that final corner. There's still a bit of traffic to go, but look how easy he's going to get past Annabelle McCarthy there, and Holt is absolutely mastering this circuit. He had a poor start, and now he's really built into a rhythm, and he's really come into his own late in this race. When we're onto the final lap we go, he's just got a couple of corners to negotiate. Holt has been really consistent, and this is why he's at the top of the standings in the Mini GP 50 class. He's done the absolute best he's done. This is an incredible performance. From that horrible start he had, we thought we were done. He was done, but he's now got 3 corners to go. Into the hairpin he goes. He's got one of the riders, the 21 of I believe that's Torian, just ahead, but he's now got the long sweep to go, and the flag is going to drop here for Marco Holt. He is a winner on the Mini GP50. He's very happy with that. You can see there must be a smile just hiding from the helmet, but if I was Marco Holt, I'll be so happy with that. He gets yet another win in the series. That is his 8th win of the season, and he comes to a stop here and just grabs his teammate and gives him a lift on the back, and great friendship between the two. We love this from FAB-Racing. We've seen that multiple times today, and it's just such a nice thing to see, just giving a lift. And but incredible performance from Marco. What have you got to say about that one, Lewis?
Yeah, Marco giving Frankie Watson a lift, but obviously Frankie Watson got the best start in the race, and he was able to try and make a lead until he crashed out. But Marco Holt, wow, although he got a terrible start, especially by Marco Holt standards, he managed to make his way, keep calm, and make his way through the field all the way onto the back of Luke Fitchett, line up the move the lap before, and then actually get it done 1 lap later. It was so impressive there from him. But Marco Holt, number 58, wins by 2.1 seconds from Luke Fitchett after a duel between the two all race long. Archie O'Brien, Wilson Dykes comes home in 3rd round off the podium, and Archie O'Brien comes home just behind. Byron Johnson, Austin Johnson will finish 5th and 6th, but obviously Byron does have that jump start penalty to come into play. Finlay Paul Hill will finish in 7th place, with Sam Gardner and Matthew Thomas just behind in 8th and 9th, and Jensen Bishop rounds out our top 10 for race 2 of the Mini GP 50 class. What a race that was. I am sure that we can expect much more. There's Frankie Watson's bike getting pushed back to the pit lane. Hopefully they can get it fixed. It did just look like the front fairing bracket was broken, so hopefully they can get that repaired, get that fixed for race 3 later on. Of course, still one more race to come up later on. I think we can expect much the same, but I think Marco Holt is going to hope for a better start.
Oh, absolutely. I think he's going to be hoping for a better start, but again, Frankie Watson was looking so promising from that getaway, and I do think he has that pace to try and manage up the front and try and grab that race lead, but we will have to see what happens come race 3 later on, so hopefully you'll be joining us for that one. We now move in to the Mini F1 sidecars, another eye-opener here at the FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship, and what a series to call. Lewis, how incredible are these mini cars? When you come to a mini circuit and you just see these like, I don't know, they're like small lowered rocket ships. It's incredible.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the race 1 was incredible. Jason and Leo Greenstreet, who are on pole position, managed to beat Mick Williams. Mick Williams would have some sort of an issue. I mean, we did speak to Mick Williams at the start of the weekend. Maybe that did jinx him, but Mick Williams in started in 2nd position, finished in 2nd position yesterday. But Jason and Leo Greenstreet, that was so impressive. They won it on their own merit. They won it in dry conditions, which I think that's going to mean the most to them, because they will be lining up on pole on the number 90 machine, and they can see Mick Williams on 26 just next to them. And wow, what a race we have. There's a Keats in the background. They're trying to make their start. They've had quite a few mechanical issues this weekend, actually the whole season, but they're hoping to make amends, and they're hoping to make it to the end of the race. What's going to happen? We have to wait and find out. The sidecars wait on the grid at the moment, and it's going to be a race start. They will not have a warm-up lap, so they're going to have to get ready very, very quickly. And there is the lights, and we'll wait for them to turn on. Lights are on. And the lights are up in pole position, men. Jason Leo Greenstreet get a great start ahead of McWilliams. And there you can see the MPs just behind in third place at the moment on the 457 machine. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook in fourth place at the moment as well. But at the front, no change to the start, because it's Jason Leo Greenstreet who lead the way from McWilliams. So they'll be hoping to try and repeat race one success. It was so impressive to see. But McWilliams, they will not like this. They will not like someone eating into their win tally, eating into their points, taking 5 points away from their championship lead. Although they still have a comfortable lead, they will not want it. They will want every single point, every single race win that is possible, because that is what Michael Elms and McWilliams have been used to for the past couple of years. But Jason and Leo Greenstreet on the 90 machine, they've been looking so strong that you can see, though, they're riding that bike to the knife edge limit. You can hear tires squealing, you can see the sidecar rocking under the brakes, but there you go, a little look behind from Leo Greenstreet to see McWilliams is on their tail. Nothing of the such this time around. There's no way that they're going to be able to break away. So what's going to happen? This is going to be a close one, because 0.3 of a second at the line last time around between McWilliams and the Greenstreets.
Oh, absolutely. The Greenstreets really getting a fantastic start. Is Mick Williams having a look at an overtake here? No, I don't think it's going to be suitable here in this very camber corner. They head through now over the crest and then in towards the dip. They all go. It's such a difficult section, like I explained, but I think that win will really build the confidence for Jason and Leo Greenstreet. However, looking at the timings here so far, Mick Williams and Michael Elms with that fastest lap in the Red Bull liveried sidecar, and they look so strong here. Both of them looking so strong. They're miles already ahead of the pack. They head now around that final corner. Look at the number 90 there in the lead of the race, ahead of the number 26, with the number 90, Jason Leo Greenstreet already with the fast lap. And that's the Keats car, I believe. Is that the Keats sidecar?
Yeah, Keats running into issues. Once again, it seems mechanical issues there from him. They're down looking at the sidecar, but of course, earlier on in the season, their sidecar actually caught fire, so still some issues plaguing the Keats Racing team machine. But now, number 90 of Jason Leo Greenstreet sets the fastest lap of the race, a 56.776, 1/10 faster than McWilliams last time around. It's this section here, this corner here, that McWilliams is gaining quite a lot in the braking zone, it seems, at the moment. But Jason Leo Greenstreet, they're looking behind them, they're seeing lap after lap, they're getting a little bit more comfortable with the gap, and now they're able to take their own lines and trying to get into a rhythm, because that's what we see in the likes of qualifying and practice. It's always Jason Leo Greenstreet that seem to stay out for the whole session, seem to constantly be going out and getting the laps in, getting more laps in than, for example, what Mick Williams and Michael Elms will. And Mick Williams and Michael Elms, now they're really starting to pay the price. Half a second of a gap this time around. They're actually losing touch.
Oh, and the fastest lap coming in for the Greenstreet, a 56.6, 2/10 of a second faster than Mick Williams' machine, and it's really starting to build confidence here for the Greenstreet. Could we see another win on the table here for the number 90? And I'm really looking forward to this. Can Mick Williams do anything about it? He's trying his hardest, and he's saying the experience is going to be the reason why he's always up at the top here. But maybe you've cursed him a little bit, Lewis, with your interview earlier on in the show.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. But McWilliams, we're going to have to wait and see, because Michael Elms, he's definitely trying his hardest on the back. You can just see how hard they're having to push. Two completely different riding styles, though. It seems that, for example, Leo Greenstreet, the sidecar of the Greenstreet machine, number 9 machine, he gets his helmet as low to the ground as possible, while Michael Elms, he likes to use more of his upper body and uses his shoulders and his arms to stick out a bit more. So two completely different riding styles from the passengers. It's great to see on two completely different style of machines that's showing that a 4-stroke sidecar engine can clearly work and can clearly win races. It's not always about that 2-stroke power, because it's one thing having the power, but it's another thing being able to get that power to the ground, get the sidecar in the power band, because McWilliams there struggling to get out of that corner and get the power down. So is this going to be the end of their domination? We're going to have to wait and see. Will the sidecar reign change sides to the green streaks? Will they take over the championship lead at the end of the season? Who knows? Now they come across the number 3 of Iona Glover and Elliot Newton. No one is getting held up by that so far, though. Will McWilliams and Michael Elms be able to get through? It looks like it on the 26 machine, so 3 laps remaining in this race. It's been dramatic so far, and now the gap already over a second.
Oh, that's not good looking for Mick Williams. He had a bit of an issue there. He's been struggling at turn 1 throughout practice, throughout qualifying, really showing once again in the race, as we now continue to follow one of the riders. That looks like the orange Impies, I believe. Yes, Chris and Robert Impey currently running in P3. So they're doing pretty well. Currently running just over a minute in terms of their lap time, but they're looking on the edge of a podium. They haven't got much behind, in all honesty. They've still got a decent gap to the sidecar behind of the 369 of Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. So it looks to be yet another podium coming in the way of Chris and Robert Impey. So hopefully they can get another podium through the post box.
We'll have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait 2 laps to find out what's going to happen, because last time around, actually, Jason Leo Greenstreet half a second faster than McWilliams. So very, very interesting stuff. Is McWilliams and Michael Elms just trying to get to home at this point, or is it great race pace, late race pace from Jason Leo Greenstreet? But the MPs having a great ride at the moment, in 3rd position, in the podium position. Just behind them at the moment is Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, having a great ride, of course. Husband and wife duo on 4th place at the moment. They're 8 seconds behind, though, and Mark Parker and Ems is just behind them in 5th place. So a great sidecar race so far, a great sidecar weekend so far, racing and positions that we would not expect to see people in. We, at the start of the weekend, would not expect to see McWilliams 4.1 seconds behind Jason and Leo Greenstreet.
Oh, that's a bit of a tumble there with the final lap of the race here with the Green Streets. They've actually done so well to continue that run, that confidence that really brought them from yesterday, and it's really transparent in their way they're riding now. They head their way now through the back section in toward the really tricky parts of the second. I think they might be going for another fastest lap here is the Green Streak. They're not too far off it, but a couple of corners to go, and now the Green Streaks only have a couple more corners to go. Jason and Leo Greenstreet, they won on Saturday, they're gonna win here on Sunday. Jason and Leo Greenstreet are yet again double winners here at Ellough Park. They're absolutely thrilled with that one, and it's gonna be Mick Williams coming home in 2nd place. Their streak is starting to come to a close here, and could we be seeing new challenges emerging here right in front of your very screen? Jason and Leo Greenstreet, that number 90 machine has been on absolute rails throughout the entire week, and it's clear to see how incredible these are. There are your winners. Chris and Robert Impey taking 3rd place spots here with a fantastic ride all the way to another podium there, and then it's going to be Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook completing the top 4. Mark Parker and is going to be in P5 in that 230 machine, with Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills going to be in P6. Iona Glover and Elliot Newton are going to be in P7, and the John Keats sidecar, the only DNF of the race. Lewis, how incredible was that? Yet another win for Jason and Leo Greenstreet.
Yeah, the absolute phenomenal ride there from them. 8.9 seconds at the line. Wow, that is incredible. They'll be happy with that one. And Leo celebrating his 18th birthday just a couple of weeks ago, so that'll be a pretty nice birthday celebration that'll be happening, I'm sure, last night and for the rest of the evening, if they can keep this up in race 3 later on. But Williams and Michael Elms once again coming over, shaking their hand, realising that they've met their match this time around, or perhaps having some issues with their motorcycle. We're going to have to wait and see if they can find anything in race 3, if they can find to match Jason Leo Greenstreet. Can they do the triple? Can they do the unthinkable heading into this year and fight Mick Williams for the championship? It's going to be an interesting one. And McWilliams, you can just see actually, taking off his helmet at the moment, you can just see the height difference between the 4 riders right now. But thrilling race, 8 laps of action there in the Mini F1 sidecar. Still another race to go, and I'm sure if you're Jason Leo Greenstreet, all eyes are going to be on doing the triple.
Absolutely, it's going to be. So now we move on to the next race, which is going to be the Pit Bike 140 class. And we've seen a lot of action last time out, but that we've got to talk about that move right at the end of the last race. My goodness me, what was that like? Just watching Lucas Brown making that final move for P1 on Chris Wells. Wow, talk us through that one, Lewis, because that was such a good move last time out.
Yeah, it was simply what we expect from the pit bikes. It went down to the wire on the final lap of the race. Throughout the whole race, actually, no one could break away from each other. It was almost like a Moto3 race. We had 4, 5, 6 riders in the lead group. An interesting one. A big field, though. Once again, 16 riders make up this grid, and 16 riders are about to take to the track to compete in the Pit Bike 140 race 2 here at Ellough Park.
So now we move on to the grid. It's going to be Lucas Brown on a pole position ahead of his rival Chris Wells. The championship leader is going to be on the second row, with Reece Peacock lining up in P3 and Liam Wood riding in P4. The third row of the grid is going to be Zach Torian in P5 ahead of Josh Bissonnetti, with Bradley Ferreira in P7 and Matthew Lindsay in P8. Bailey Lawrence is going to be in P9 with Daniel Gilbert in P10. Shannon King in 11th ahead of Paul Nossal, who was absent for the Red Lodge round, but he seemed to be back here at Ellough Park. Charlie Eagling will be in P13, and he will be joined by Alfie Garrett in P4, with the 2 Chatter brothers, Joshua ahead of Louis on the 8th row of the grid. Lewis, this is going to be such an incredible race. I'm really excited to see those 2 at the front. You see there on the left-hand side, Lucas Brown on pole position, Chris Wells alongside him on the right-hand side here, and I can't wait to see the battles that's going to be heading on to turn 1.
Yeah, I can't either. There's been chatter all the way throughout the night, from the back of the grid to the front, about who is going to be able to take the race win this time around. Lucas Brown, he was incredible. Can he do it again? The lights are on. And the lights are up, and we go racing here for Pit Bike 140 race 2. It's going to be Lucas Brown and Chris Wells drag racing to turn 1, and Lucas Brown managing to take the lead heading out of turn 1. Liam Wood very, very wide there, almost into the wall actually, coming out of turn 1, while there is Reece Peacock and Zach Green in 4th and 5th position, but everyone clean through right now. And Zach Green goes down the inside there, very, very late there on Reece Peacock. No contact was made, and Reece Peacock slams the door shut. It's a massive field here, so much talent, such spectacular racing in this class. All the bikes are so equal. There's not too much difference in the straight line. It's all about your exit, as we see here with Liam Wood diving down the inside, backed out, but though headed into the hairpin as Chris Wells started to lean in. He was not going to sit up for that one on the first lap. This race 12 laps long. It's going to be a 12-lap shootout, where Lucas Brown actually already has a pretty decent lead at the moment over Chris Wells and Liam Wood. Liam Wood, fastest lap of the race so far here from him, but Lucas Brown, our race leader right now. Such an impressive start, such a clean start, and a completely different outlook from yesterday, as he starts already 9 tenths ahead, as we see Liam Wood getting past Chris Wells.
Oh, absolutely great start there from everyone there. Looks to be nice and clean. Liam Wood already having a move there up the inside, and he seems to have I think he's passed, actually. He is past Chris Wells. So they make their way now into all the really difficult section through the hairpin and the chicane section, and it seems to be Wells falling a bit back there. Can Wood now find a way to get past Lucas Brown, but it's so difficult. I think Chris Wells dropped a little bit of pace, didn't look that strong when it came to the warm-up this morning. He's a little bit struggling with something. I'm not sure if it was power or something, or just something didn't look right with that 62, and he seems to be going a little bit wide there and falling into the clutches. And the number 29 of Reece Peacock.
Oh, Liam Wood's gone down. Liam Wood has tucked the front. Trail breaking into the corner on the 94 machine, so Liam Wood still on that front brake ever so slightly, grabbed it a bit too much, and down on the deck he goes. He rejoins just behind Shannon King, so he'll be in about 14th position at the moment after his crash. So very disappointing there from him. 10 laps remaining on this race. Is he going to retire? Is the bike damaged? It doesn't look like it's too bad actually. It was just a slight fall and then into the tyre wall, so he's got it going again. And yeah, it looks like he's continuing on with the running of this race. So Liam Wood, so disappointing there from him. He was in second position, now he's all the way down 13th. Chris Wells, he looks behind him and sees that nobody is there. He's going to have to keep pushing, he's going to have to keep going on and trying to catch back up to Reece Peacock in second as Lucas Brown, fastest lap of the race at 50.9. 1.8 seconds is the lead. It looks like he's dominated at the front at the moment.
Lucas Brown really on a charge here. He did a 50.9, which looks to be faster than pretty much everyone else at the moment. Everyone in the 51, 52s, some in the 53s even.
Liam Wood down again. Liam Wood with a dive up the inside there on Shannon King, and he lost the front to make contact with the other rider there, but both riders up on their feet, and Liam Wood checking that he's okay. And yeah, disappointing there from him. Just a bit of frustration, I think, creeping in from that first crash, and actually just crashed one corner away from the corner he crashed in the first time. But yeah, he's took down the 7-3 machine of Charlie Eagland, so very disappointing there. Both riders up on their feet, which is great to see, and both bikes parked to the track. And there's Lucas Brown just coming into the middle section at the moment. Lucas Brown and Chris Wells looking at what's going on, but now all eyes on Lucas Brown. 2.4 seconds now. Wow, what a gap.
Oh, incredible stuff there from Lucas Brown, but really unfortunate there for Liam Wood. I'm sure he'll be absolutely frustrated with that, but there's still one race left in the weekend to go, so hopefully he can do something from that. If you want a reminder, he will be starting in 4th place for that race, but we're currently looking at Lucas Brown, who is still out in the lead here by 3.2 seconds. He's absolutely dominating this race. He won't have to make a last lap move like he did last time, but I wonder if he can stay ahead of what looks to be Reece Peacock. So Peacock's managed to make his way up into 2nd place, so yeah, more evidential that Chris Wells is really struggling here, but Lucas Brown, you can't fault him whatsoever. We've still got 7 laps to go. There's still possibilities that are going to happen. I'll just keep an eye here on pace here with Brown and Peacock, but the timing is impeccable from Lucas Brown. He seems to be...
there's Chris Wells!
Oh no! Oh, Chris Wells. I thought there was going to be a problem there, and is evidential now. He's going to be rolling that bike off the circuit, and he will have a DNF to his name. But I was saying Lucas Brown was about 8/10 faster than Reece Peacock on his last time round, and we're just having a look now once again, and it's a 50.6 there, so it's now actually 1.3 seconds faster. Lucas Brown, an absolute devil on a mission there on his number 7 machine.
Yep, absolutely on a mission. That is the word to put it, because right now 4.5 seconds is the gap. Chris Wells, it looked like he had some patches hanging off his lever, so potentially it could have been a fall there from him, but his bike is sat on the tyre wall. He's very frustrated with that one. We're going to have to wait and see if he can get out later on, because of course still one more race to decide in the pit by 140 class. Lucas Brown though on the number 7 machine, he comes to the line once again in the race lead to make it 5 laps remaining in the pit by 140 class. He looks relaxed, and there is Liam Wood trying to push the brake lever and the handlebar down after it's been bent. He's trying to get the bike restarted. He managed to push it to safety and push it to the marshal point, and now it looks like he's probably going to be retiring to the pit lane just to get out of the way. As Lucas Brown at the front, 5.5 seconds. No one's getting in his way as he sets an incredible lap once again, although the pace certainly is starting to drop off as they're about half a second off the fastest lap at the moment. Lucas Brown, he's still around a second faster than everyone else out there, so potentially we're getting to that point where the track's starting to get very, very hot. It's hotter than it was yesterday, air temperatures. Potentially the track is just starting to get near that tipping point and near that point where it starts to become greasy.
Oh, absolutely, I think so. The tyres basically is going to start heating up so much that it's just going to start sliding a little bit more, so there's more chance of riders falling off, and that's probably what we saw with Chris Wells when he had that incident, or that now put him in retirement. But we've currently got now 4 laps to go. Lucas Brown still leading the way. He's got a 6.4 second advantage over Reese Peacock, and looking at the lap times, he's a second faster than the number 27 of Reese Peacock, and it's incredible seeing how Lucas Brown tackles the circuit. He's passing back markers like they're absolutely nothing. I've just seen him go down the inside there of 2 back markers at the hairpin. It's incredible stuff. I'm watching a magician at work.
Yeah, Lucas Brown doing the magic on the track. He's hoping to have another magical race win here at Ellough Park. We're currently in race 2 of the Pit Bike 140s. There is Reese Peacock. So Reese Peacock still in that second place. Zach Tureen in third in that podium places, in that podium positions with Josh Bissonnetti just behind in the 4th. So he'll be happy with that one as well. Bradley Ferreira also having a good ride in 5th place. So a lot of riders up in places where maybe we wouldn't expect to be. Obviously there has been some retirements, but this race, it seems to be a race of attrition, and right now Reese Peacock and Lucas Brown are certainly on the pace and certainly continuing to move on forward.
Oh, absolutely. There's some we've had a few falls from some riders, but they're still going the mile with 3 laps to go, and we continue to follow with Reese Peacock at the moment, going through the penultimate corner. 2 laps to go.
So Reese Peacock following and trying to get past these back markers. We've seen Lucas Brown pass him just a couple of laps ago. Obviously this will be a very, very great podium for them, because Lucas Brown and Reese Peacock, they're so close with each other. Reese Peacock comes to every single British Talent Cup round to help Reese Peacock and be his, to help Lucas Brown and to be his mechanic for the Honda British Talent Cup. So it's so great to see such a great relationship between the two of them, and on the circuit they're still battling, although this race it is very clear that Lucas Brown has the upper hand. 8.5 seconds at the line last time around. 2 laps remaining in this race, and we await to see. There is Zach Tureen though coming into the final sector, coming in to fly through into the hairpin. Now the leader Lucas Brown has came across the start finish line to start his final lap. Zach Tureen, he'll be coming to do that in just a second. There is Lucas Brown. There is our race leader on the final lap of his race, the final lap of the Pit Bike 140 race 2. Beautiful conditions here at Ellough Park, beautiful conditions here for motorcycle racing. Perfect track conditions. He's actually trying to get his elbow down. He's celebrating already. He's having some fun on that motorcycle. Tip in and then power it through the chicane on the power, close to the wall, and then on the brakes, hard as you can, hard as you dare, into the hairpin. Some back markers head. He will not be bothered. He will not be flustered. He's not been flustered all weekend. Lucas Brown casually comes over the line to take the race win, his second race win of the Ellough Park round and of the season. It's so impressive there from him on the number 7 machine. He's pulling over there to the side of the circuit, probably to give someone a lift, as Reese Peacock also crosses the line. There is Zach Tureen on the 89 machine, claiming his podium position. So Lucas Brown, a great ride from him, and that is Zach Tureen's first podium of the season. Reese Peacock coming home in second, but yeah, Lucas Brown clearly looking to give some of the lift.
Oh, absolutely fantastic performance there. A second race win of the season and the weekend for Reese Peacock. But then, Lucas Brown's my mistake. But Reese Peacock coming home in second. So great stuff there. And of course, Zach Tureen, congratulations on your first podium in the Pit Bike 140 class. So, of course, we just went through the top 3. Josh Bissonnetti will be in a P4. And Bradley Ferreira, so he had a couple of issues earlier on in the weekend, but he's resolved and come back and finished 5th 5th. Bailey Lawrence in P6 with Daniel Gilbert. They were quite close near the end of the race, with Paul Nassau coming home in P8. Shannon King in P9. Alfie Garrett will be rounding out the top 10. So fantastic stuff there. And there is Chris Wells and Lucas Brown having a bit of a ride, seeing if Wells can get back to the paddock. Hopefully he can. I'm just having a look at outside our commentary box. It's a little bit slow. No, he's actually having to walk that back. But a fantastic race. What do you think about that one, Lewis?
Yeah, it was a great race, and thankfully for us, there's still one race to come for the Pit Bike 140 class. Coming up next is race 2 for the FAB-Racing Premier Class Championship. It is the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It's the one the riders all want to win. You can see the riders now entering out the pit lane at the moment. It's going to be so impressive for race 2 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It's an 11 bike field that we have here. It's going to be a great race. It's going to be an impressive one. We've seen, for example, Wilson Tilts taking the race win in probably the most dramatic fashion. Race 1, it's certainly one for the memory books.
Oh, absolutely. He put that one in a secret file of incredible races here at FAB-Racing. Hopefully that won't be too full anytime soon. Hopefully we got a lot of stories for that. But a really exciting race you just see there. Marco Holt rolling up to pole position to take his spot. I'm sure we'll be getting a warm-up lap. But some of these riders, so incredible. You've seen them now on your screen. Just seeing Ollie Simsey making his way to his box. And I'm really looking forward to commentating on this one. It's such a tightly packed field. You've got to be so consistent in your riding. And Lewis, how are you feeling towards this one?
I'm feeling like it's going to be a great race, but it looks like Henry McCartney right now is at the back of the grid. So obviously we did see yesterday that he did tuck the front and make contact with Marco Holt, resulting in the race. It looks like he may be at the back, but Marco Holt, he'll be at the front on pole position next to Wilson Dilks. Henry McCartney and Archie O'Brien will be on the second row of the grid, with McCartney looking like he may have a penalty. Luke Fitchett and Blake Wilson will be starting in 5th and 6th, with Bill Harris and Finlay Polhill on the 4th row of our grid, 7th and 8th. It's been such an impressive year so far, with Austin Johnson and Ollie Sims in 9th and 10th, and Harry Payne rounding out our 11 bike field for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It's going to be interesting right now whenever they rock up to the grid, if it's going to be Henry McCartney who goes into the back. So the riders just making their way through the final sector. There they are coming in to the grid area at the moment. So we'll wait to see Henry McCartney come into that holding area. Of course, McCartney being the 31 machine. There he is, right at the back of your picture, the black helmet. He's pointing, checking that he's at that back of the grid at the final grid slot. That's going to be detrimental to his race. He's going to need to find something magical at the start, but Marco Holt, will he get a better start this time around? Will he lead into turn 1? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is when the lights go out. So the reds will rise. The tension is starting to rise for the highlight of the weekend. The lights go on and the lights go out, and we go racing for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, where Marco Holt leads the way into turn 1 from Wilson Dilks in 2nd position. Luke Fitchett down at 4th at the moment, with Archie O'Brien just in front of him. And right now, Bill Harris 6th place. A great start there for him. Blake Wilson in 5th as well. And there was Wilson Dilks on the back of Holt. Dilks, he looked so strong yesterday, although there was some incidents, but his lap times were race winning potential pace. So now this is his chance to prove it. This is his chance to show what he has got. Henry McCartney though started in 10th position at the finish up. So what's he going to be in at the end of this first lap? How quick can he make them moves? Because right now it looks like he's still at the back of the pack, just behind this man here, Harry Payne. And just ahead of Harry Payne, Austin Johnson. He had a crash at the start of the weekend, injured himself, had to limp away from that one, but he's back racing strong near the front. And oh, there is McCartney. Henry McCartney's ran into issues on the first lap of this race. Disaster from Henry McCartney. He'll score 0 points in race 1 and 0 points in race 2. So disappointing from him. He's made the start, he's made a wave to the camera, so still in good spirits. Great to see from him, but so disappointing for him.
Oh, absolute heartbreak there for McCartney. I was really rooting for him. I really hoped he would come from the back of the grid and do just something magical, but unfortunately it's going to end early for the number 31. We had issues earlier in race 1 yesterday, I should want to mention, but yeah, unfortunately it's looking at that's a move there. Having a look, I believe that is Blake Wilson, that's number 6, sorry, yeah, Blake Wilson. But now we go through the second corner and it's still Marco Holt leading the way ahead of Wilson Dilks, but Dilks won't give this up too easily. There's still potential for a lead battle, and like we have seen so many times, they always leave it so late, put their rival under pressure, learn what they're doing, and this is why we see so many moves near the end of the race and on hopefully equal pace. It's such a great race to see. This is one of the eye-openers and really the ones to catch the attention of our viewers. If we have a look now at Luke Fitchett, currently running in P7, fourth at the moment, getting confused there with his number, but now in toward the first corner. Can Wilson Dilks do anything? He has done the fastest lap of the race at 48.8, and he is actually 15 thousandths of a second faster than Marco Holt last time out. Look how close they are now, heading in towards whole hairpin, and that 85 just really doing the business, working away nice and smoothly through the sweeper and into the cambered section of the circuit, and then flicking it through where a lot of riders have gone over, and they're keeping it nice and clean for now through the little tricky section, and there's still Dilks doing whatever he can to put them under pressure. We have a look outside our commentary box window and seeing a few moves there. At the moment still line is stern, but it's still so fiery in the veins of these riders.
Yeah, the fire is heating up in this race. Just 8 laps remaining, and it's Marco Holt who leads the way from Wilson Dilks. And Wilson Dilks, he's still wanting to try and do the double at the moment, and then who knows, maybe he'll even aim for the triple, but he has to get the work done first in race 2. He's had a great season so far, has Dilks. Dilks heading into this round hasn't had a race win so far this season, and now look at him fighting at the front with Marco Holt. Marco Holt, he's had an impressive weekend so far. He holds the lap record around this circuit, a 47.3 lap time, and Marco Holt is going to want to keep on pushing because the fast lap of the race is Wilson Dilks with 47.8. But there's Luke Fitchett. Luke Fitchett down in 4th place at the moment, so he'll be wanting to try and get further up the order as the race progresses, and potentially might have more late race pace because Blake Wilson is just behind him. Mark Holt using all the curb there. You can see how aggressive some of the curbs are around this circuit. Very bouncy for these riders whenever they head over. But now Wilson Dilks, he looks like he's starting to think about making the move. He looks like he's starting to get a bit impatient. He must think that he can have better pace than this. He can push on the pace at the front and try and edge away from Holt. So 7 laps remain in this race 2 of the LS2 helmets Mini GP70 British Championship.
Oh, absolutely. Wilson Dilks is still feeling the pressure here. They're still trying to build. You say he's getting impatient. I think he's waiting toward the end. We catch this trio of bikes with O'Brien, Fitchett and Wilson still involved in that battle for the 3rd place and another podium to their names, which will be so useful in the championship. We currently have a look here at O'Brien and Fitchett making their way now in towards this long sweeping right-handed, almost like a double section, and twitching back here to the leader before looking at this show. I think Wilson's dropped Blake Wilson has dropped back a little. If we have a look here, he's definitely fallen back in the last couple of corners, which is really unfortunate for him. We now pick up our rider, and there you go, that is Blake Wilson. He's got some sort of issue. Is he going to pull into the pit lane here? No, he's going to continue on, it seems like, making his way through that little tricky chicane here and on towards the hairpin, but it's really unfortunate there for Blake Wilson. He'll be absolutely gutted with that one, but still continuing on the battle for the podium. Luke Fitchett still harrying and hassling O'Brien there in the iconic Spider-Man helmet. The number 7 will be desperate to try and get past O'Brien here. He will want to extend his championship lead in some way. He has got O'Brien behind him as his championship rival, but this is going to be such an close battle. We've still got 5 laps to go, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a whole host of overtakes. So I've just noticed on the timing screen Marco Holt with that fastest lap of a 47.7.
Mark Holt, fastest lap of the race, and I think right now Wilson Doubts needs to make the move soon, otherwise Holt may escape, because that gap is getting increasingly bigger, it seems, over the past lap and a half. So Mark Holt and Wilson Doubts, the gap's extended, but this gap is nowhere near as much. But there you go, Wilson Doubts is starting to push on now. He's slightly faster last time around compared to Holt. Between these two though, it looks like the fastest rider between them is Luke Fitchett, and actually although Blake Wilson has dropped off the back, he's not lost any positions, so he still will score the same amount of points as what he was just before he made that slight mistake. But 4 laps remain in this race. 58 leads the way. Mark Holt leads the way. He's been so impressive all weekend. You can just see through that back section of the circuit the gap extended as now Archie O'Brien and Luke Fitchett come to this part of the circuit before they power it through towards the back straight and then down to the hairpin. Look at that. Luke Fitchett is a demon on the brakes into there. He could cut the gap in half on the brakes alone. So now they come through and they're about to make it. 3 laps remaining in this race too for the L2 helmets. Mini GB70 British Championship. Wilson Doubts, he's pushing on now. You can just see by his body language that these guys are trying their hardest. They're trying to position these bikes even when the bikes don't want to listen to them. You have to just be aggressive right now. It's going to be a shootout in the last 3 laps.
Oh, absolutely. Look at Dilks. He's all over the back of Hull, just trying to find an advantage somewhere on the track, just having a look and seeing what he can do. Knowing your strengths and weaknesses is so important to a rider, and he's really showing that now. They make their way now through the hairpin we go and in towards this late apex penultimate corner. Just you've got to aim for that tyre barrier now. Through the long right-hander. Can Dilks do anything? Is he going to pull out? No, he's not. He's not going to do any sort of rash move with 2 laps to go. Dilks is just trying his best for now. They head now through in towards this double right-hander. Through 2, through 3 we go, and he's still right there. He's on the brakes now towards Holland's hairpin, trying a different line. Interesting stuff there, and now having a look on that inside, but you can't just put a tyre in there because that could lead to something awful.
Yeah, now it's Wilson Doubts. It's now or never. 2 laps remain. They're coming into the final sector where they're about to make it 1 lap to go. But look at that on the brake. Every single inch of that brake lever was getting pressed. Every single power of that master cylinder was getting used to get that brake fluid into the pads. But now the last lap flag is out. It's Mark Holt and Wilson Doubts who are going to have a last lap shootout in race 2 of the L2 helmets Mini GB70 British Championship. Mark Holt versus Wilson Doubts. Wilson Doubts, he's going to have to build up a move very, very soon. He takes that wider line once again. He tries to get the slingshot out. He's going to position the bike to the outside once again this time to then try and get the better drive onto this back straight. You'll probably see him go to the left compared to Holt. Yes, he does. Now he takes a later apex, gets the bike position, gets it upright and shoots it. Look at him on the brakes here. He somewhat closes in on Mark Holt. Mark Holt there runs ever so slightly wide at the hairpin. Will he make it work? Heading to the line. We have to wait to see. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Mark Holt looks to take the race win in race 2 of the L2 helmets Mini GB70 British Championship. Wilson Doubts comes home in a heroic second. There was nothing he could do. Archie O'Brien finishes the race, rounding out our podium with Luke Fitchett just behind, not able to make that move in the final couple of laps. Blake Wilson does come home in 5th with Bill Harris just behind him. So an incredible race there, and Wilson Doubts, he just couldn't find that opportunity to make the pass on our race winner, Marco Holt.
Oh, absolutely fantastic stuff there from Marco Holt. His 2nd win of the season ahead of Wilson Doubts. Incredible stuff there from both riders. So intelligent in their riding at such a young age. You won't believe that these guys are literally still just approaching their teenage years. But of course, Archie O'Brien just finishing out the podium there. He'll eat into the lead of Luke Fitchett, but that win for Fitchett was very crucial to extending that championship lead. Blake Wilson finishes home in 5th place ahead of Bill Harris, and Finlay Polhill will finish in P7 with Ollie Sims there in P8. Harry Payne will be in P9. Austin Johnson in P10, and the only DNF, really unfortunate for him, Henry McCartney. But there's still one more opportunity at the end of today to try and nab something for your championship lead.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Can Margot Holt win race 3? Will Wilson Dilks fight back, or will we see the likes of Luke Fitchett and Archie O'Brien get involved? It's going to be an interesting one. Track conditions still rising, so could we see like race 1 where they get too hot and almost becomes greasy for them? We're going to have to wait and see in race 3 later on. Coming up next is the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pro class. It's been a dramatic class so far this weekend. It's been so sunny for them, but Taylor Tomlinson, he's had his own issues. He made a mistake in race 1, dropping them down the order ever so slightly. In race 2, he made a dramatic error to crash out the race and eventually retiring to the pit lane. So it's going to eat into his championship lead, and it's almost going to open up the championship and give people hope, knowing that this man is now beatable.
Oh, absolutely. So Taylor Tomlinson, he's still human, he still makes issues, but this is his last opportunity to not make a mistake. He lines up once again on pole position, taking his third pole position of the season. Rockstar Rex Austin will be taking P2 on the grid ahead of Preston Baker. So our 2 race winners lining up in 2nd and 3rd. Nicholas Dunwoody will be in P4 ahead of the half Polish rider Sebastian Gaslowski in P5, with Logan Cousins rounding out the 3rd row of the grid. Tyler Hartley will be in P7 on that number 10 machine, with Seth Hayward in P8 and Liam Lindquist, the Swede, in P9. Oliver Hall will be in P10 ahead of Bradley Curtis, the Scotsman, will be on the back row of the grid. He'll be joined by the 12th place man Archie Hooper. Oh, we've got to write it down. I think that's the number 10 of Tyler Hartley.
Yes, trying to get the bike restarted right now, trying to get the bike back into life and trying to get to the race start, because obviously if you're so long after everyone's lined up on the grid, they just go without you, or there could be a delayed start. But it looks like he's getting it pushed off the side of the track, unless if they can miraculously get it restarted in time. And actually that bike looks to be getting wheeled off, and back to the paddock he will go. So disappointing there from him. It looks like it was going to be a great one, but now everyone exiting the grid and the lights will go on and the revs rise and the lights go out. We go racing for the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pros. Our Taylor Tomlinson leads the way from Preston Baker. Rockstar Rex Austin in 3rd place at the moment, ahead of Sebastian Gaslowski. Oliver Hall and Bradley Curtis further down the field at the moment, but Taylor Tomlinson in 1st place. You can see the yellow flag out at the moment, and Taylor Tomlinson incredibly strong. However, Rex Austin, he's took the race win, and we've also seen Preston Baker take a race win, so it's going to be incredibly interesting with that added confidence from Preston Baker, if he can use that to then carry the momentum through to the final race of the weekend. This is going to be the race that you're going to remember heading into round 5. So this is the race that you're going to want to carry all that confidence from race 3 and be able to carry that through and carry your speed through and go in the next round with a great mindset. But at the moment, Bradley Curtis is there further down your field at the back of the pack. Only 8 riders making the starting grid for this one. Obviously we've seen some technical issues on the warm-up lap, but Preston Baker, he already is looking at the back of Tomlinson and already looking at any way through. So if these guys continue to fight, could we see Gaslowski through? As we see, there we have it. Preston Baker, he's through into the race lead. The 93 leads the way. Has Tomlinson got a response, or will Tomlinson start to think about the championship and just bring it home for some points? Obviously these guys are racers, they're going to want to win, but Tomlinson, he's made a couple of mistakes this weekend, and I think it's going to be very important to get some points on the board.
Oh, absolutely, you're right. You need some points on the board for that championship. That has been decreased throughout these past 2 races, but he seemed to be back on the anchors now, in towards the hairpin we go, and he's trying to rebuild that confidence, having a look at the inside here for that penultimate corner, and he'll already be trying to find a way to get past our leader Preston Baker, and head now in towards turn number 1. That 93 seems to be confident, maybe not on rails. We'll just have a look and see how they do throughout this part of the race, but it seems to be a little bit of a battle battle here in behind. I believe that's Rex Austin with Logan Cousins and Nicholas Dunwoody. So that's the battle for 4th place at the moment. You see the black helmet of Nicholas Dunwoody in the background there. There goes Logan Cousins having a look there down the inside, but Cousins had to back off there, or there was going to be bound to be an incident with the trio to continue through this long sweeper, the cambered, and then in towards this sweeper and over the crest and down to the dip we go, and down the inside goes Logan Cousins. Great move, forces his opponent out, and can Nicholas Dunwoody then pick up the pieces here on Rex Austin. Head now in towards the head we go, but Rex Austin has that covered.
Preston Baker.
And Baker's down. Baker has had an incident there, our race leader, and he's given the lead here to Taylor Tomlinson. So Tomlinson will now be back in the lead of the race.
Yeah, that was a disaster there from Preston Baker. That's not what you're wanting if you're in the race lead. He's dropping down the order and he's all the way down to 9th place, so he's down to last. He did have the fastest lap of the race as well for 54.1, an incredible lap time there from him, about only a second off the lap record, but he threw away the race lead at the moment. So Taylor Tomlinson, he's at the front comfortably by 0.6 of a second by Sebastian Gosowski. Now we know Gosowski can bridge these gaps, but if you're Tomlinson, you don't have to be pushing like your life's on the line at the moment, because he's in the race lead, he's leading the championship, he's got one DNF in the last race, and he's not going to be wanting that whenever he's got a comfortable race lead. So I think right now we might see Tomlinson take a little breather before the end of the race, because still 6 laps to go, as we see there Bradley Curtis having the battle, as now Tomlinson proves the wrong, sets the fastest lap of the race at 53.8.
Absolutely, he's a racer, he's a rider, he wants to go for those all-important race wins, but of course he's got a championship to contend with, and at the moment he's been losing points throughout this weekend, and a win would be so important, but also second place would be so important too. You're grabbing points, which is exactly what you need, and also Sebastian Gosowski, who's running in behind, will be pretty much on the charge. We have a look here at our Scotsman Bradley Curtis, and I think there was someone down just then. I'm not entirely sure, and there was someone
down. Rex Austin.
Rex Austin. So he's gone down there from 5th place, and that's really unfortunate. But he's managed to get going there, and he'll run down in the last place. Very unfortunate there.
Very, very unfortunate to the end of his race. Hopefully he can get restarted, but there's Oliver Hall on your screen. He's currently in 6th position. A great ride there from him, from the L2 Helmets sponsored rider. But there is Logan Cousins leading the way from Nicholas Dunwoody. So that's just a 2-bike battle now at the moment, after of course Rex Austin crashed out of the race. But our race leader is Taylor Tomlinson at the moment on the 77 machine. He's got a great 1.9 second advantage, so constantly expanding that gap. So Taylor Tomlinson, a great race lead at the moment. Fastest lap of the race as well to our race leader, 53.8 to Tomlinson on the 77 machine, which of course very recognisable with the orange and grey helmet. So very great, and he's just coming through into the final corner at the moment. So Tomlinson, very impressive from him.
Oh, absolutely. He's been stonking out in the lead of the race. He's been doing the business that he needs to do. He's got a 2.8 second gap over Sebastian Gosowski, and he's a second faster than him as well. So Tomlinson seems to be on a charge, but you also need to kind of back off with 3 laps to go. Just bring it home, just bag in those points. You've got a good lead to Gosowski, but I don't know if he'll realise, I don't know if he'll be looking behind and just thinking, is he behind me? Is somebody behind me? But hopefully the pressure is off. He just needs to relax there in the brain of his, and hopefully he can go and pick up those all-important 25 points for the number 77 machine. It's currently going down those top 5. It's going to be Tomlinson, Gosowski from Logan Cousins, and Dunwoody still involved in that battle for the podium place, and Oliver Hall is rounding out that top 5. But we cross the line now with 2 laps to go for Taylor Tomlinson. He is absolutely doing the business now, and Gosowski running behind now, 3.7 seconds, and again just extending his advantage up at the top. It's a fantastic, it looks to be a newly reformed Taylor Tomlinson, a fresh-minded Taylor Tomlinson.
It certainly does, and now the gap lasts him around, it's about 8 tenths, but there he is, coming off the curb in the back end, protesting and flicking actually from left to right, but he's managed to keep on, he's managed to keep pushing. We've seen it as well in the rookie class last season before he stepped up to the pros, where Taylor Thompson does make a couple of mistakes there and then, but he manages with, for example, look at Alan, who works very, very close with, to be able to get some advice and get in the right headspace before the race. So he's able to then come to the next race, come to race 3 with a whole new attitude, a fresh attitude, and now he enters the last lap where I'm sure his attitude's about to get a lot better once he crosses the line one more time, as Taylor Thompson 3.7 seconds of a gap still this time around. Logan Cousins still in that 3rd place position, but Taylor Thompson, he's just placed it on his knee. He looks so confident. He trusts that bike, he trusts that frame, he knows it'll turn, he trusts them tyres to stick whenever he heads on the throttle. He's been so strong all season at all rounds, but we've seen hiccups a couple of times in a couple of sessions this weekend, but yet once again puts it to the back of his mind, brings it home, but brings it home in the top step of the podium. He's already celebrating. Will we see a dance this time around from Taylor Thompson? It's been a while this weekend. He's been hoping to take this race, but he's got one more corner to go. Taylor Tomlinson is your race winner in the AC40 Pro Race 3. He does his dance once again, so he's buzzing with that one. Sebastian Gasiewski comes home in 2nd on the 64 machine. 3rd place, Logan Cousins, but Taylor Tomlinson, he's chilled, he's relaxed, and he's done the business. He's done the talking on the track.
Absolutely fantastic there for Tomlinson. He really needed that. It was so needed to grab those 25 points, and he's probably going to be staring down our camera, but a little congratulations there, a little fist bump there from Sebastian Gasiewski, who came home and finished in P2 and managed to get his 3rd podium of the season. Well deserved there from Gasiewski. But what about that dominant performance from Taylor Tomlinson? You really cannot fault that, Lewis.
Yeah, you can't fault that performance from the 77 rider. I mean, he's so happy. He loves a bit of showboating as well, does Taylor Tomlinson. And fair enough, he's such a quick rider from the outset. Since he started racing here at FAB, he's definitely one of the talents to look out for the future. He's already starting to get experience on bigger motorcycles, and now he's already starting to fight for championships in his 1st year in the AC40 Pro class. So impressive from Taylor Thompson. But of course, Sebastian Gasiewski, his rival last season, 3.5 seconds behind, but in 2nd position. He'll be very happy with that one. And only 9 riders cross the line, because Seth Hayward and Rex Austin managed to get the bikes restarted and managed to get them going again to get to the finish line.
Absolutely. So we now run down our top 9. It's going to be Taylor Tomlinson taking the flag and a crucial 25 points ahead of Sebastian Gasiewski, and Logan Cousins is rounding out that podium, finishing 0.4 of a second ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody on that number 35. Oliver Hall rounds out the top 5 with ahead of Preston Baker, who had a bit of a difficult race here, and that's not the way he wants to end that one. And then it's going to be Bradley Curtis ahead of Rex Austin and Seth Hayward, rounding out your top 9. So we now move on to the AC40 rookies for this 3rd and final race of the weekend here at Ellough Park. The conditions have been absolutely fantastic throughout the 3 days that we have been here. The practice and the qualifying sessions have been absolutely amazing, but as they all head now, and the gates have flooded out for our AC40 zippies, or rookies I should be saying. But yeah, we've seen some fantastic racing. Caelan Ratcliffe is the man to beat at the moment with a double win so far. But can anyone top that? We've got our pole sitter, Kai Hawken, who's been really on it in qualifying in the practice sessions, but he just hasn't been able to turn that pole position into a race win. And then, of course, the record pace setter and championship leader, so the record that he set at Red Lodge, and of course the podium, championship leader, Jason Ansell. What has happened to him? Because he hasn't got a win so far, and there's also got Max Johnson in the conversation, Lewis.
Yeah, he certainly does, and now on the grid already, the riders trying to get ready, but Jason Ansell, of course, this might not be a track which he's suited to just yet. These guys are are just rookies. They are just still learning in their racing careers. They learn how to deal with new scenarios and how to deal with these new venues. A lot of these guys will be the first time they rock up to them. But now we head out on our warm-up lap where Kai Hawken will lead them away in pole position. Jensen Ansell alongside him, the championship leader in second place. Caelan Ratcliffe, race 1 and race 2 winner, doing the double so far, starting in third next to Max Johnson, who's had a good weekend so far. Mason Frederick and Jensen Cedrus will be hoping to compete at the front in 5th and 6th, with Henry Brodie receiving the jump start penalty last race. Hopefully none of such this time around in 7th. Arthur Rich and James Rich will be starting in 8th and 9th, with Nelly Nuth in 10th. Daniel Longhurst and Matthew Jennings will be starting in 11th and 10th, with Tommy Williams and Freddie Taylor in 13th and 14th. And then we'll have Taylor Scoraldi starting in 15th, with Austin Dilks in 16th, Ethan Bayliss in 17th, Oliver Wilson in 18th, James Dermont in 19th, and Emerson Oakley in 20th. And then on the 11th row of our grid will be Daisy Polden, who just made the grid for race 1 after attending her mum and dad's wedding. So yeah, she's back, and all these riders are ready to get on track for what is going to be a cracking final race of the weekend for the AC40 rookies.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really looking for this. An absolute packed grid. 21 riders are going to be out here today for the final race, at the final preparation to get checked. A few more chats going on down on the grid before moving away from the grid, and it's just the riders and their mini motorbikes. So the grid is starting, it's formed, the tension is starting to rise, and this is going to be such a great race. This is going to be one that's worth watching. So the attention will now turn towards the lights. It's just a few more chats going on, and there we go. Everyone is now leaving the grid. Or we've still got something here for Jensen Ansell, I believe. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Can you to explain, Lewis?
Yeah, so these guys at the moment, they're still getting some checks. Potentially it could be a little delayed to the start, so the parents just making sure that everything is. We actually have a late comer to the grid, and that is our pole position man, Kai Hawken. Kai Hawken's currently circulating around the circuit, so potentially had an issue on that warm-up lap, so everyone's had a delayed start, so the parents have came back over just to keep the bike running, just to keep the revs rising. So there we go, Kai Hawken, he's getting the bike put over the wall, and actually he's going to retire. So our pole position man is out the race, is he? Or is that over the tire wall? So he's on the grid. He's popping it on the grid. No issues, but I'm sure his heart certainly will be racing after having to do a 100-metre sprint to get over to the grid after arriving late. But will he be able to reclaim the focus and get back out there on the track?
Oh, absolutely. So here we go. The lights are about to come on. The point to the lights. The lights are about to come on. The riders, rev riders, and we go racing here at Ellough Park. Good start there for Kai Hawken, but who's that on the inside line? Jason Ansell tries round the outside, and it's going to be the lead there for Caelan Ratcliffe. So once again, getting the starter dreams. Caelan Ratcliffe now once again leads into turn 2. We go. Jason Ansell trying to have a look here on the early stages. So much lime in these colourful leathers and helmet, but in towards turn number 4 we go, and 5, and these are riders all over the place. A few manoeuvres there, and just all over the circuit at the moment, but it seems to be clean for now, Lewis.
All clean at the front, all clean through the pack at the moment. Jensen Ansell chasing Caelan Ratcliffe. The front two already starting to make a breakaway. Kai Hawken though dropping down to 3rd position from the start of this AC40 Rookies race 3, and currently Kai Hawken, just behind him is Max Johnson and Mason Frederick. So good start for them, a clean start there from Daniel Longhurst as well. Freddie Taylor coming through the hairpin as a rider has just crashed there at the hairpin, but plenty of people there, but there at the moment Kai Hawken leads the way, 3/10 of a second of a gap. He has the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute flat from these guys. So a very impressive start to the race from him, and Jensen Ansell just behind. Jensen Ansell though, that gap has definitely extended between the two, and there is the number 5 machine of Mason Frederick. He's in 5th, and just behind him at the moment is going to be Jensen Cedrus and Henry Brodie. So Henry Brodie, he managed to get a clean start this time around. No jump start, it appears, for any of the grid, which was very good for them.
Oh, absolutely. Great start there from Caelan Ratcliffe. He's done the business, but now there's still a long job to do. 7 laps remaining in this race. We follow through the riders. They make their way now in towards the late apex penultimate corner and on towards the final corner and onto the main straight we go. Max Johnson there, currently running in P4, just trying to get another podium to his name. But into turn 1 we go, and there is Kai Hawken. He had to make that little sprint there to towards the pole position. We thought he was going to retire, but luckily he's seeming to be on the pace at the moment as he sets the fastest lap of the race with a 58.5 for our number 20 man. And I think he's got a little bit of a pressure there from behind him. Oh, that bit of a wide moment there from Jason Ansell. And here comes Kai Hawken looking on the inside, but no can do at the moment. But still, he's still got to keep on it, keep the hammer down, and keep Kai Hawken on, keep Ansell under pressure. I might say Hawken doing what he can at the moment. They make their way now through that little tricky hairpin chicane sequence and on toward the hairpin. They go late on the brakes here. Can any move be done round here? And it doesn't seem to be at the moment. Here, we got one of our riders. I wonder who's that, Lewis?
Right now, Max Johnson under pressure from the number 5 machine of Mason Frederick, and that is your battle for 4th place. But Jensen Ansell right now at the front, 2nd place. He's going to want to try and catch up. You can tell he's trying, but the issue he might run into is he might start overriding that bike. That's not what he's going to want to do. And just behind him, if he does make any mistakes, it's Kai Hawken ready to pounce on. But battles all the way throughout the field. Nobody can make any mistakes because the top 5 are pretty much glued to each other with 5 laps to go in this race. As now Kai Hawken looks down the inside. Will he make it work? No, Jensen Ansell. He cuts off the front wheel before Kai Hawken can even think about that. But Jensen Ansell, his personal best lap of the race, a 58.8, 1/10 faster than Caolan Ratcliffe last time around. Caolan Ratcliffe cannot get complacent in this race. 4/10 of a gap last time around, and you can just see Mason Frederick around that hairpin. A completely different line, more corner speed. He's able to carry it, and wow, look at him go. He takes a different line once again through that final corner, trying to get more drive onto the front straight, but he cannot make it work.
Oh, it's absolutely very close between our grid. You can just see so many bikes there just in the background there, and it looks to be a kind of a battle here between about 4 or 5 of our riders. Yeah, our top 5 separated by just under 2 seconds. So it's still Ratcliffe out in the lead, but he's still got that job to do. It looks like Jensen Ansell still just pressurizing him, about 5.5 a second behind him there, 0.5 of a second. They head now through this long sweeper and into the really difficult section, the really technical section, and we just continue to follow them. Through we go and on towards the hairpin we go, and Ratcliffe still leading Ansell, but can Hawken do anything? They all bunch up, and a little bit of a Constantina effect heading through the hairpin we go. That's the beauty of some of these slow corners. A lot of our riders here do not like stop starts, but they say this circuit is such a lovely sequence of corners, long sweepers, but it's stuff like those hairpins that can really cause the Constantina effect. And I think that's Kai Hawken under pressure there from Max Johnson, as Ansell now really on the prowl as he wants to go for the win here on Caolan Ratcliffe. He's going to have a look here to the inside at whole hairpin, and he's going to have a look there, try and poke a tyre in there and just distract Caolan Ratcliffe, but Ratcliffe just doesn't seem fazed by that. Still 3 laps to go, so the time is just running out here for Ansell. He needs to get that move done very, very soon. Moving to the outside, so many different lines being used here. They make their way now into the hairpin chicane section, and through this long hairpin we go. 3 corners to the end of the lap. Picking up here Max Johnson, who has managed to get past Kai Hawken. So our pole sitter has had an absolute horrifying race. He's not the way he wants to be finishing this round here at Ellough Park. But it's still Caolan Ratcliffe ahead of Jason Ansell. It's going to be Max Johnson ahead of Kai Hawken. I think that's Mason Frederick trying to have a go here on Kai Hawken, but unfortunately he hasn't made that move there.
Yeah, 0.3 of a second between Ratcliffe and Ansell, actually. So now we're starting to approach some back markers. So now it's starting to get interesting. Jensen Ansell right out and off the track to try and get a better drive. It hasn't worked, but he has managed to get past. Clearly, Max Johnson's been held up there at the entry to the corner. So well has helped Kai Hawken to get into 3rd place. But there's Ratcliffe trying to get past more back markers. Ansell falling him through, so Ratcliffe has to do all the hard work, and Ansel's just planning on falling him through, following his lines, but he can't do that here though, so Ansel up the inside he goes there. That might help him ever so slightly. It'll last him around 3/10 of a second. Now that back markers are involved, what is it going to be as we see the last lap flagged out to head on to the final lap of this race? 6/10 of a second separating the leaders. Max Johnson still in that third place, managing to get through now is going to be Ratcliffe. Can Ratcliffe do the triple here in the AC40 Rookies class here at Ellough Park? Still some more back markers to manoeuvre through. These riders still have very little experience, but they're using their heads. They're getting through cleanly. And now Ansel, he's going to have to get a clean drive out of here to get any sort of pace to be able to close this gap between himself and Ratcliffe. Time is running out. Half a lap remaining. The 96 machine leading by about half a second at the moment. But Ansel, he's closing it in. He's trying to close it in as much as he can. Can he make it work? Heading on to this final couple of corners into the hairpin. He's going to need something special. He's going to need something heroic, because it looks like Ratcliffe has it. Caelan Ratcliffe comes around the final corner now to claim the triple in the AC40 rookie class, just ahead of the championship leader Jensen Ansel. 4/10 of a second at the line separating them. Max Johnson comes home in third place on the podium, with Mason Frederick getting into fourth place, so Kai Hawking dropping all the way down to fifth. What a great rookie race that was. Caelan Ratcliffe win the race. Jensen Ansel and Max Johnson.
Oh, brilliant stuff there, but a nightmare there for Kai Hawking. He'll be hoping to come back at the next round 5 of the championship. But congratulations, Caelan Ratcliffe, a triple win in this class, and I believe he's going to add a good couple more wins to his tally. Jason Ansel finishing home there in second, ahead of Max Johnson, with Mason Frederick home in fourth place. Kai Hawken will come home in fifth place, ahead of Jensen Seadrath home in sixth. With Henry Brody, he'll be in a P7. Nelly Newth comes home in P8, ahead of James Rich, Danny Longhurst, rounding out your top 10. Fantastic rating here for the AC40 rookie class, and they're going to continue hopefully some fantastic form, and hopefully we'll see some confidence building for some more of these riders. The more they ride these bikes and the more confident they get, and we'll be seeing some really close battles towards the end of the season. I can't wait to see what these riders are going to be like near the end of the season.
Yeah, they're going to constantly keep developing, they're going to constantly keep getting faster, but of course you can see them back in action at round 5. Next up is the final race of the weekend for the senior mini moto class. It's little bikes but big riders. It's going to be big battles on the circuit with big ambitions for them as well, and they're going to hope to take on this Ellough Park circuit. Conditions right now, it's 26 degrees air temperature, track temperature much hotter than that, so all riders are going to be pretty sweaty in their levers right now, having to rag about and try to fit on these little mini moto machines.
Absolutely, it's quite the sight to see some massive adults on these senior mini motos, and it's going to be an absolute joy to see. We've got of course Will Howarth is one of our winners in race 2, in race 1, and who was it in race 2?
Yeah, so in race 2 it was a great battle. Obviously we've seen Rhys Gentry have that high side. I don't believe we'll see him on circuit, because I have seen that he's in a sling at the moment, so some injuries picked up there from him. So disappointing. But Josh Birkin, of course, having a great race in race 2, taking that race win, and now number 22 has been given a penalty for riding in the paddock, and he'll start at the back of the grid for this final race of the weekend. It was told by all the riders today that they would be given a penalty if they rode their bike through the paddock, because there's specifically a sign on the gate to say not to. So it's a rule of the circuit, and it's a rule to keep everyone safe. So David Myatt, he will be at the back of the grid instead of in 7th position. So it's going to be an interesting start to this one. Actually, quite a few riders missing.
Yeah, that's a bit of a strange sight to see. Not entirely sure where the rest of them are. So if they do have work priorities, then unfortunately, yeah, it seems like we're off on the good old warm-up lap. So just like Josh Birkin will be away from Will Howarth, of course. Reece Gentry had that injury. I don't think Bernie Hook is there, or is he? Do you know if it didn't look like it? But Andy Whedon will be in P3 going through the grid. Lamar Morgan in following up with Nick Bennett and Callum White. Elliot Sell will be next on the grid ahead of Ross Michael, Gary Eldridge, and then Isaac Greenstreet riding near the back ahead of Rob Gentry, and then of course David Myatt will be at the back of the grid due to that penalty for riding through the paddock. So what are we expecting here in the final race of the senior mini moto class? Lewis?
Yeah, it's going to be a dramatic one because I wasn't expecting so many riders to not be on the grid, but obviously the likes of Reece Gentry and, for example, even Matt Birkin, they have injuries this round. So now Reece Gentry is also another rider that is out and will not be taking part. So a real shame. But I think it's going to be a duke out between Josh Birkin and Will Howarth. And the question is, can anyone latch onto them? Because we've seen in the early stages, Andy Whedon, he was very, very strong off the line and in the opening couple of laps. So can he try and compete with the front boys? But now the lights will go on. And they go off and we go racing. It's Josh Birkin with an incredible start in the number 2 machine, but Will Howarth, he's trying to catch up and trying to get alongside Andy Whedon in 3rd place at the moment, Nick Bennett just behind. Lamar Morgan in 5th place, a great start for him, and they'll be hoping to try and keep that up for the rest of the race. Ross Michael is in 6th place, so a great start, and now it's Josh Birkin though who leads this entire pack through on the number 2 machine ahead of the 96 bike and ahead of Will Howarth. Will Howarth has been so strong all weekend. No matter what he touches, he's able to go fast on it, and this is no exception. Will Howarth, he's had some nasty crashes on these machines, actually breaking his collarbone last season, and now he's back at it and back at senior mini moto racing, and half a second we separated them at the last sector point. So what is going to happen, as right now everyone was pretty settled as they start to find their plans for the race?
Absolutely, Josh back in there with a great start, but he's still got pressure from our race 1 winner Will Howarth. But these two will be so full of confidence here. Will Howarth currently with the fastest lap of the race, but they make their way now in towards the first corner. I believe we've got 2 of our riders making their way now through. Just having a look here, that's the 79 there of Ross Michael, just ahead of Callum White there. So those two are having a bit of a ding-dong battle. They head now through into home hairpin, and that 3-2-2 of Callum White just trying to get the pressure on, trying to make an overtake, but of course it's all about getting into a rhythm in the early stages of this race. And the temperatures are absolutely scorching, and I'm sure we'll see a bit of tyre grip start to fall away as the heat in the tyres start to get hotter and hotter, and it will start seeing a little bit of sliding all over the place.
Obviously some of these riders might have tried to prepare for this by changing their tyre pressures before the race, taking into account of how high temperatures have risen, and trying to take into account by setting them at a lower pressure. But Callum White, ironically, on the white bike, is trying to catch up to Ross Michael and trying to get into that 6th place position. Ross Michael on the lovely 79 machine, but obviously just behind these guys, Chris Yeomans on the 85, who we're hoping to get involved. Just a little bit of a gap at the moment though, not big enough, not small enough of a gap that he can actually make a lunge. But Callum White, he's about to make a lunge any time that he can get any opportunity. These guys, it's so difficult to overtake sometimes through some of these corners, because although these bikes are small, the way that they have to sit in it means that their leg sticks up. But there's Callum White diving down the inside at a hot spot overtaking opportunity, heading down to the hairpin though. This is another one. Can he get his own back? No, he cannot. Ross Michael backs out of it, but he does have an inside line there going into the hairpin. Oh, he dives down the inside. Oh, almost contact there with Callum White. That was so close. How he made contact, I'll never know, because Callum White, he kept his knee on the ground. He was not budging for any Ross Michael, but wow, 6 laps remaining in this race. Oh, Callum White's down. Callum White has crashed just as he picked up the throttle, just as he got on the throttle on the exit of turn 1. The front end got light and away he went. He slid out the race and now he drops down the order. So now that battle for 6th is going to be between Ross Michael and Chris Yeomans.
Oh, absolute disaster there for Callum White. He'll be absolutely devastated by that, but this battle will continue with Ross Michael ahead of Chris Yeomans, and this battle for 6 will be on, and there goes Yeomans down the inside. That's a fantastic move there for the 85 of Yeomans. He's now going to start to try and form a gap to the back there of Michael, but having a look down the inside there, Ross Michael trying something. He's really aggressive there, looking down the inside once again at the penultimate corner, but that's going to lose him a bit of momentum going through that exit. And there goes Chris Yeomans starting to make his tracks down the road and in towards turn when we go, and he's starting to build that gap there, about 7/10 of a second separating those two already. They head through this long sweep, but a top 5 rundown of Josh Birkin, who's running 6/10 ahead of Will House. That battle is still going on out on track. Andy Whedon, the returner to FAB Racing, currently running in P3, and he's in a comfortable position, but he's still got a little bit of pressure behind by Nick Bennett, who's running about just under 2 seconds behind there. And then it's going to be this battle with to Lamar Morgan in P5, and then it's of course this battle on your screen of Chris Yeomans and Ross Michael. Fantastic stuff throughout the field there, Lewis.
Fantastic race so far from this man, Josh Birkin. 53.733, the fastest lap of the race, is 7/10 of a second gap. What a result has been so far in this race. He's not too far off the lap record. 7/10 of a second away from the lap record is Josh Birkin. Will Howarth, though, just behind, 7/10 of a second behind. He set his fastest lap of personal best lap of the race, so 1/10 of a second. Josh Birkin was faster last time around, so Josh Birkin, even in these later stages with a comfortable gap, he's still able to easily expand that gap. It doesn't look like right now he's pushing too hard. He looks calm, he looks relaxed, and he looks like he's doing all the business right on the track as well. However, you can still see he's trying his hardest.
Oh, absolutely. He's trying to absolutely shut that gap down and put Birkin under pressure. Of course, I don't think there's any mirrors on these mini motorbikes, but I'm sure Howarth, if there was any, he would be filling them entirely. Howarth doing the best he can, but Birkin has been so good this weekend. The two championship rivals clashing. First and second in the championship are at the moment out in front, with Birkin looking quicker by just 1/10 of a second last time out. Will Howarth is not letting him get away ahead of 1 second. He's still about 8/10 of the head now in towards the long right hairpin, and then making their way towards this late apex left-hander. Then through the final corner we go. Start 2 laps of this race, and Josh Birkin out in front. He's really commanding this, and I don't think he's going to be losing this win anytime soon. But of course, the commentators curse. It's always a thing, and hopefully I haven't quite cursed him.
Hopefully not, because he will not be thank you, because right now it's over a second, 3/10 of a second. He extended it by last time around. So Will Howarth now, it doesn't look like he has any response. Will Howarth actually dipping into the 54s there, so not what he'd be wanting at all. As Josh Birkin, he was just 30,000 of a second away from his fastest lap of the race, all with 3 laps to go. That is incredible stuff. That shows the mentality of the Birkins. Of course, his brother Matt is currently out as he's walking about the paddock. He is here this weekend. He's just walking about with a sling and with a beverage in his hand, watching his brother race and watch his brother do the business on the track. But there's Callum White in the battle with Isaac Greenstreet at the moment. So Isaac Greenstreet, Callum White and Gary Eldrick having that battle for 8th position, as there is the race leaders catching up to them already. But it's the last lap of the race. Josh Birkin leads the way by 1 second. So Josh Birkin, he will not want to get interfered at all on this last lap. But of course, Callum White and Greenstreet and also Eldrick all having their own battle. This is for position, so it matters just as much to them as what this battle does for the race lead. But now heading towards the final sector, will Josh Birkin get held up? It doesn't look like he's not going to get held up too bad, as he manages to get past Eldrick and then get past Greenstreet. It's just Callum White left. Will he do it, or will he just sit back? Yes, he will. It's the Birkin way, and it's Birkin at the top once again. Birkin shows his brilliance once again in race 3 of the senior mini moto, taking the race win. Josh Birkin, what a great result there for him. Will Howarth just behind, 1 second behind, and Andy Whedon in 3rd place. place in any second now. So we're just waiting for Andy Whedon to cross that checker flag and come home with a great result. And Andy Whedon does take third place with Nick Bennett in fourth, but there is all talk of the pack. And there's the battle actually between Yeomans, and it's still raging on between himself and Ross Michael. Ross Michael still not able to make a move, actually pull off there, but he tries it every single time.
Yeah, he must be taking some inspiration there from Lucas Brown in the pit bike 140s there. But there is Josh Birkin, some Birkin brilliance at Ellough Park for Josh. I'm sure you'll be absolutely delighted with that. He really deserved first place there, and 25 points to go with his championship lead. Will Howard just finishing in behind by just over a second ahead of Andy Whedon, so glad to see him back on the podium with Nick Bennett in P4 and Lamar Morgan in P5. In the battle, of course, Chris Yeomans there in P6 ahead of Ross Michael, and then of course the triple battle at the end with Callum White, Isaac Greenstreet and Gary Eldridge. Fantastic battling all the way through the grid here, and I can't wait to see what this class brings you to the next round of the championship. It is such an incredible series that has opened a lot of eyes, and it's actually been broadcasted. There is a video on YouTube of some actual car racers actually trying the Senior Mini Motos, and I think it's definitely worth a watch, so go and check that out if you haven't.
Yeah, great race there from the Senior Mini Motos. It's a class which is constantly expanding. 14 riders this weekend competing. Obviously not all 14 sadly managing to make that start in the final race of the weekend, but showing their determination, showing their grit and determination, and I'm sure they'll be back and on track at the next round. Coming up next is the final race of the weekend for the highest class of mini motor racing in the UK. It's the LC40 Elite class. A massive 15 bike field this round, and loads of things to talk about, because Harrison Day, he's won 2 races so far this weekend. Can he do the triple? Can he take 3 out of 3? It would be so impressive, because we've seen Byron Johnson almost turning into human, like he's not been his alien self like we've seen at previous rounds.
No, absolutely. It's been difficult there for Byron Johnson. He hadn't had the best of weekends according to himself, but of course it's going to be Harrison Day starting on pole position, our double race winner. Can he make it the triple? Byron Johnson will be lining up in second place ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. He'll be hoping to make an impact on that front two. Lewis Hull will be in P4, and he will be starting on second row of the grid ahead of Preston Baker and Rex Austin. Nicholas Dunwoody will be starting on the fourth row of the grid. He will be joined alongside the 47 of Matthew Thomas. Ollie Sims there in P9 ahead of Oliver Hall in that number 3. Sebastian Gaslowski starting in P11 on the 6th row of the grid ahead of Bradley Curtis, and Liam Lindquist will be starting on the 7th row of the grid ahead of Logan Cousins, and Archie Hooper will be the sole rider on the 8th row of the grid. There's going to be some fantastic action throughout this 9-lap race here at Ellough Park for our 15 riders taking it to the grid here. There we go. They're all making their way now towards their grid slots, their designated grid slots, and then we're going to have a few chats there. You can see a few adults there, their supporters moving away now. One more to try and get their last words now, but now clearing the grid we go. The look to the light, the point to the light. The revs will now rise, and we go racing here at Ellough Park. It's a great start there from Harrison Day, but around the outside there goes Byron Johnson, and just like classic Johnson, he goes round the outside, but here comes Harrison Day back at Johnson, but he can't get it round this time. Look at Taylor Tomlinson there in the background. He'll be trying to attack Harrison Day in the early stages, but in towards Harm Hairpin. On the break they go, and it seems like Byron Johnson has got the best start here. Can Tomlinson do anything with Oliver Hall there at the moment, just sitting in his position of 4th place? They now make their way now through the tricky part and in toward the hairpin they go, through the chicane section, and Byron Johnson has done what he needed to do on this first lap, which is get out in front of the lead and try and stay ahead here of Harrison Day. But Harrison Day looks very strong on that exit here. We just follow Oliver Sims there at the back of the field. field. But they now make their way now round the final corner and start lap number 2 of this race. And look, here goes Harrison Day. He's looking at Byron Johnson already, but it's Johnson ahead of Day, ahead of Tomlinson, and they make their way now. Look at Lewis Hole there in P1. I think that's Nicholas Dunwoody there, just hanging out in 5th place, and hopefully he'll be trying to get onto the back of this battle.
Just 8 laps remain, and it's still Byron Johnson who leads the way after an incredible start to this race. Harrison Day, though, looking down the inside. He's not going to make it work, though. Byron Johnson knows what he has to do. He knows he has to keep behind. What will Taylor Tomlinson do? He wasn't here in race 2. He was a non-starter, and now he's here. He's back in action. He's just been taken over by Lewis Hull, actually. So Lewis Hull up into 3rd place. He had a tough race to himself, but now Harrison Day, he's trying to line up a move. Will he make it stick? Will he make it work? Lewis Hull and Taylor Tomlinson still battling it out through, but Oliver Hall there further down the field, and there is Harrison Day. Harrison Day is in the race lead. What can Byron Johnson do? Can Byron Johnson hold on to the back? Can he fight back? If he does want to fight back, he's going to have to do it soon. As you see, Lewis Hull still in that 3rd position. He's ran wide ever so slightly, though, but Taylor Tomlinson and Oliver Hall are going to want to make any move possible. There's Byron Johnson looking down the inside. Byron Johnson to set up Harrison Day there. They're going side by side, and now Harrison Day had the edge going down the short run to the next corner. Now we come into the final sector now. Harrison Day and Byron Johnson. It's clear that no one's got the upper hand currently. They're all trying to disrupt each other's rhythms, and that's allowing nobody to break away as we head now into the hairpin. We power out through, flick to the left, and actually Harrison Day, he's starting to get into a rhythm now. He's starting to bridge out a gap. Will this cause Byron Johnson to get a little bit worried, because now Byron Johnson has the likes of Lewis Hull in his tail. So if Byron Johnson, he needs to keep up great pace, because wow, half a second of a difference last time around between Day and Johnson.
Harrison Day is an absolute man on a mission. He made that lunge down into the penultimate corner. I just had a look at the commentary box. He made that really bold dive bomb on Byron Johnson. He already seems a bit flustered to Byron Johnson. And speaking of flustered, Harrison Day isn't flustered. He has made a great gap there to Byron Johnson. Now it seems to be the battle for second at the moment between Johnson, Hull and Tomlinson. Tomlinson has dropped a position from his starting point, but Lewis Hull seems to be on the attack here. He's going to try and go after Johnson, but there goes down the inside. It's Taylor Tomlinson. Can he get out of the position? Oh, very close to contact. So close, but can he carry the momentum? A little bit of slipstream there and in towards turn 1. Taylor Tomlinson's just going to stick in his position, but that is Lewis Hull just trying a different line through there, but he's got that number 77 harassing him and just trying to do something about getting back onto the podium and getting some great points. But at the moment, Harrison Day now with the fastest lap of the race with a 52.8. Fantastic action notes all the way through the field.
Fantastic. This is the battle right now between, it's the battle from second all the way down to 5th or 6th place right now. So a great battle that we're watching at the moment as Oliver Hall looks down the inside Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas last time around did have quite a moment coming out of turn 1. His foot came off the foot peg actually, and he managed just to keep on to it, but Oliver Hall a slightly tighter line there. That's going to affect his exit and affect his run onto straight, so it's going to be slightly slower. But there is Lewis Hull just ahead of these guys as Matthew Thomas looks to have the pace once again. Once he gets past someone, he seems to be unleashed as we see him there diving down the inside. Taylor Tomlinson, he's absolutely on it as Taylor Tomlinson fights back. He sticks around the outside. What a pair of riding there from the two riders. Matthew Thomas, such brave stuff, stuck around the outside. He kept it going. He was on the bumpy stuff, and there he goes down the inside of Lewis Hull. He had to back out of it though. He's a man on the mission at the moment. He is seeing red, he's seeing passes, and he's seeing championship points come into his hands. So the 47, what can they do going into the hairpin? Lewis Hull and Matthew Thomas, two completely different style riders, two completely different physiques, but there's Matthew Thomas. Wow, this is great stuff. This is a completely new Matthew Thomas, something that we've never seen before. He's so aggressive, and there he goes down the inside of Lewis Hull. Wow, what great stuff. third position now. Is Matthew Thomas going to catch up to Byron Johnson?
Oh, absolutely. Matthew Thomas right on the pace, and now he's really showing it in this middle stage, and this is where he's going to start using his tyres up now and see if he can overtake Byron Johnson. Hopefully he's got a little bit left in that in those tyres to try and do something, but it's already at the moment Byron Johnson leading this second place back, and it's going to be Matthew Thomas joining them on the podium. It's going to be it's going to be Lewis Hole ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. So Tomlinson has lost a couple of places compared to his starting position, so I'm not sure if he's going to be happy about that. But now looking down the inside goes Matthew Thomas. He's already having a look here at Byron Johnson, making their way now around the final corner. There's Harrison Day with the lead, but here comes Matthew Thomas. He's not going to try that bold move that he did in towards turn 1. He's just going to back off now. Think smart. That's what you've got to do now. They're still so young, but they're using their brains to full effect. They know what they've got to do. They know the track off the back of their hand. Is he going to have a look here down the inside? But it looks like it's going to be Lewis Hull having a look here now, just trying to peeve his way into the battle. Maybe Taylor Tomlinson can just try and sneak through if a little mistake happens between the two up front. But here comes Matthew Thomas having a look once again, but he's just going to stay where he is for now. A bit of a wide moment there for Lewis Hull, and he's under pressure here from Taylor Tomlinson, but he's not going to get past is the number 77. But can he have a look here down the inside? And unfortunately, no, it's not going to be it for Tomlinson.
Not going to be it yet, but it could be coming as we go into the last lap of the race. Matthew Thomas, Byron Johnson, who is going to claim that second place as Taylor Tomlinson gets in front of Lewis Hull there. They're continuing to battle as Matthew Thomas tries his best on the 47 machine. He takes the outside line once again, not going red the outside of anyone this time though, just trying to find a bit more mid-corner speed to try and carry that on to this straight run here. He's driving down the inside. Will he make it work though? It doesn't look like it. Byron Johnson, he's pinpoint perfect at the moment. He cannot make one mistake. Is Matthew Thomas going to make a move here, or is he going to wait and try and make it out of the hairpin? Lewis Hull though goes up the inside of Taylor Tomlinson, Byron Johnson, and there is your race leader. There is Harrison Day at the moment. He's on a perfect run. He does the triple. It's been such a tricky time over the past year, but he's came out and he's succeeded here at Ellough Park. Great stuff as Byron Johnson just takes that second position by 55 thousandths of a second from Matthew Thomas. Lewis Hull manages to get in front of Taylor Thompson at the line, but wow, Harrison Day, pinpoint perfect performance, winning by 3.8 seconds from Byron Johnson and Matthew Thomas. And wow, we see some great contenders there. Such a great race. Harrison Day, perfect result, and Matthew Thomas in a completely different form.
Oh, it's been absolutely brilliant, but you've got to clap for Harrison Day. He's been absolutely on fire this week, and it's really shown. 3 wins on the bounce, and the things that he's gone through in the past year, and then to go and do that, it's stupendous. It's honestly, it's heartwarming in all honesty. When you really get a sense of what's been going on in the Day family, it really brings a smile to your face. Byron Johnson just managing to hold off Matthew Thomas in there for the podium. So they've both had a fantastic weekend, and hopefully they can then bring it to the next round of the championship. And then we've got Lewis Hull in P4 ahead of Taylor Tomlinson, who's managing to pick up 5th place ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody, Oliver Hall, Sebastian Gaslowski, Ollie Sims and Bradley Curtis, your top 10. So we now move on to the next class, which is going to be the Extreme 200 class. So some great bikes in this field, and we've seen multiple wins, and we see a lovely parachuting from the nearby airport. It's just across the way here from Ellough Park Circuit. It's been an absolutely tremendous day with fantastic racing, fantastic weather, and some incredible planes and parachuting to go along with it. What do you think think about this place, Lewis?
Yeah, it's a great place. We clearly like their extreme sports. We've seen the parachute, this just happened, and now we see the Extreme 200 on the circuit. 12 riders making the race start this time around. So much talent in this field. We've seen, for example, race 1, Sullivan Mincy crashing out and losing out of the race, having to retire from it. Richard Holmes-Williams took the race win that time around, but in race 2, Sullivan Mincy bounced back and took that race win. We've also seen, for example, Charlie Huntingford having a good run. Blake Wilson's looked strong. Richard Holmes-Williams had issues in race 2, and we've seen Luca Allen also having a fall in race 2. You can just see him there slotting into his grip position. So it's going to be a difficult one. It's going to be a tricky one on who you can call. Obviously, it's hard to put past Mincy, but we've seen Mincy sometimes can be his own enemy, and who knows what could have happened if we didn't see Holmes-Williams have their own issue. And actually, Ollie Sims at the back is struggling to get that bike underway, but Sullivan Mincy will start this race from pole position on the number 4 machine, with Richard Holmes-Williams starting in second place. Both members of the front row have got a race win, as Ollie Sims tries to bump start that bike, tries to get some sort of compression, but it's no avail at the moment. So very, very disappointing there from him. A very busy weekend there from him, competing in multiple classes, 3 classes this weekend for Ollie Sims. So now he's trying to get that bike back, and it's very, very warm to be able to try and run with the bike, and he's managed to get going now. So perfect. There is Roger. Speaking to him, saying that he's allowed to go around. So Blake Wilson, he'll be starting in third, with Bailey Stewart Campbell alongside him in 4th place on the second row of our grid. Charlie Huntingford and Luca Allen will be starting in 5th and 6th, with Ollie Sims making that start after having some issues in 7th, Zach Tureen in 8th, Mark Evans and Harrison McKay in 9th and 10th on the 5th row of our grid, and Lee Thompson and Will Howarth rounding out our grid. And you can just see all the bikes making their way as we await for Ollie Sims before we get started.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a fantastic race here for the Extreme 200 class. I'm really excited to see who is going to get the win here. We've seen Blake Wilson being really consistent here in that number 8 machine. You just see there the third bike in the on your screen, and also you can't talk about the field without mentioning our race 2 winners, Sullivan Mounsey and Richard Holmes-Williams. Both been incredible riders throughout this session. But here we go, the ride lights are on, and we go racing once again. That Ellough Park a few wheels off the start, but there goes Sullivan Mounsey into the lead. There goes Blake Wilson getting past Richard Holmes-Williams. A few battles there in the middle of the pack, but look at Blake Wilson now making his way in second place. But Richard Holmes-Williams is already over that mini GP 50 bike and in towards now. There goes Holmes-Williams up the inside, and such a difference between the two. But Sullivan Mounsey already making his way down the road. They all flick through the cambered section and on towards this very difficult section. Into the dip they go, and through the chicane and hairpin they go. And Blake Wilson doing really, really well. Just hang on in second place. They swing now through that right-hander and now on towards the late apex they go, and then make their way flying through that right hand around the final corner. It's going to be Sullivan Mounsey up at the top here of the standing, with Blake Wilson just under pressure there from Richard Holmes-Williams, and he almost goes into the tyre barriers there, but that 8 machine survives another day. But Holmes-Williams is already feeling the pressure. Has he looked there to the inside? It's such an absolute sight to see a mini GP 50 bike, and the giant that is Richard Holmes-Williams on a completely different spec of bike, making their way now down in towards the dip and through this tricky section. But what a start to this race, Lewis.
What a great start. You can just see the differences between these two riders, and differences between that mini GP70 and that KTM 85cc machine. It's a great battle though, which we've seen in race 1, and in race 2 we've seen Mounsey lead off into the distance. You can just see top of your screen as well, Charlie Huntingford and Bailey Stewart Campbell having their own battle for that 5th place position. But Blake Wilson, he's defending as good as he can at the moment from Richard Holmes-Williams. This battle is starting to rage on, and there is Charlie Huntingford, Bailey Stewart Campbell, Luca Allen, all having their own battle. It's going to be a good one, this one, because we have a previous British Talent Cup rider, a current British Talent Cup rider, and a current British GP2 rider. Such great depth of field that we have here in the Extreme 200 class. Only 10 bikes on the track, but still plenty of talent. And you can see Bailey Stewart Campbell trying to line up a move on Charlie Hunterford, making up some time on the brakes there. Of course, Billy Stewart Campbell stopped racing a few years ago and now already back on a bike. Clearly, basketball wasn't as enjoyable as racing around a bike at 100 miles an hour around a circuit. But Charlie Hunterford just in front of him, he's going to want to beat him. They've been racing on the circuit for quite a few times, as Luca Allen actually was looking about at the top there, and he's allowed Ollie Sims through, so potentially some issues there from him. We're going to have to wait and see if he continues to drop back or if he just missed the gear. So now Luca Allen still carrying on behind Ollie Sims, but interesting race so far, and we still have plenty of laps to go with plenty of time to decide these positions.
Oh, absolutely. Fantastic race so far. We just see, I believe this is the battle between Huntingford and Stuart Campbell. So glad to see that he's back in the FAB-Racing scene. And then we have a look back here between Ollie Sims, who has made his way up to P7 with Luca Allen in behind him. But now looking back to this battle for second place, Blake Wilson. So it's pretty much race one, but in reverse. And for second place, Blake Wilson currently leading Richard Holmes-Williams. They make their way now in towards Holmes Hairpin, and a fantastic little sequence using that curve there on the right hand side. They dip through now, through the sweeper, through the cambered little sequence, then flicking it through, now getting right down there into the dip and really challenging themselves, trying to get right down to get the turning that they need. But Sullivan Mounsey really doing well up at the top of the he still leads the way by 3.3 seconds last time out. They now come across the line. Sullivan Mounsey will cross the line. Here comes Blake Wilson, and the gap now 3.5 seconds between the two riders. But look at the gap between Wilson and Holmes-Williams. It's a lot closer, or is it? Because Holmes-Williams has got a little bit of an issue. Has he missed a gear, or is something going on? I'm not entirely sure. Lewis, what's going on there?
Yes, his bike just seems to be bogging down. There's something with that two-stroke machine. He's definitely not happy with that one. It's not a one-off. He's trying to use the clutch as much as he can to slip the clutch and be able to get the revs to rise so he can get in the power band and actually get some power out of that 85cc machine. But it's no avail at the moment, because that was like a defeated Richard Holmes-Williams. But Charlie Huntingford still holding off Bailey Stewart Campbell, so we'll wait to see if Luca Allen's also still behind Ollie Sims. So potentially, actually, Luca Allen might just be trying to watch Ollie Sims' riding. Obviously, they're very close off track, so potentially just trying to give him some help, because obviously Luca Allen is here as a rider coach and here for some fun. But Bailey Stewart Campbell, he's got to be lining up at some point. Both of them are starting to come on to Richard Holmes-Williams. Will they potentially even get held up? No, they will not, as Richard Holmes-Williams runs wide deliberately to let them through. So 6 laps remaining in this race. The clock is starting to tick down. It's started to get interesting between these two on the final position for the podium.
Oh, it's been so close between these two, especially there goes Stuart Campbell having a look there at Charlie Huntingford, and now on toward the hairpin they go. A very common overtaking spot, but you need to make it bold and brave. Huntingford doing the best he can. They make their way now round that long right-hander, and Huntingford doing his best defensive impression, but looks like Stuart Campbell doing what he can. He wants to try and get maybe a podium, because the podium here now, because of Richard Holmes-Williams, is now here. You're watching the podium battle here. We've watched now Huntingford just trying to do whatever he can to fend off Bailey Stewart Campbell. Stuart Campbell looks absolutely weaponised with 5 laps to go still left in this race. Can we see Bailey Stewart Campbell on the podium again? What do you think? Of course he can. Of course he's going to make that move now on Charlie Huntingford, and Stuart Campbell now we'll see him into 3rd place, into the podium spot. What a move there from our returnee.
Great move there, pinpoint perfect, pinpoint precision in the chicane, and now Bailey Stewart Campbell tries to edge away. Richard Holmes-Williams has retired to the paddock now, so that is his weekend over in the Extreme 200 class. So Bailey Stewart Campbell now leading the way. Is it going to be a game of cat and mouse at high speed? 4 laps remaining in this race. What does Huntingford have? Does Huntingford have anything left to show what he can do, or is he just going to sit behind Stuart Campbell for 1 or 2 laps to be able to decide what he's going to do, what his plan of attack is, and where he can get past these riders. Of course, both of them very talented. Both of them have had quite a few experiences in the Honda British Talent Cup, but now look at them on circuit at FAB, both of them FAB graduates, returning in the sunshine at Ellough Park, and you cannot blame them as they cross the line, and now the gap between them is half a second.
Oh, it's been great battling between these two, and Stuart Campbell will be really happy with that one, but he's still got a little bit to work on to continue to keep Huntingford behind. But this seems to be the battle at the moment. It's currently Sullivan Mounsey at the top here, ahead of Blake Wilson, who's been relieved of the pressure. Is Richard Holmes Williams, who's really hounding him until that issue. But then we've got Bailey Stuart Campbell running in P3 ahead of Charlie Huntsford. Ollie Sims is running in P5 just ahead of his mentor Luca Allen.
Now the riders come through the hairpin. You just see everyone watching on the outside of the circuit, enjoying it. And as mentioned, Ollie Sims still ahead of Luca Allen. Luca Allen, he's still probably analysing. Maybe he might make an overtake, because he's been sitting behind for a couple of laps now. But he just looks quite relaxed back there. And it's great to see this friendship showing through at the moment. Or maybe he might try to get past to try to show him some different lines and try to show him where he can go better. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen. Luca Allen actually using Fraser Rogers' old gear like Kawasaki Levers. There we go, down the inside he goes from Ollie Sims. He looks, checks that he's not too close to him, and checks that the move has been done safely. But now they power it through to the middle sector of the circuit, and there we have it going into the final sector. Ollie Sims actually trying to fight back early on, so very, very impressive, as now we're into the hairpin now. So Luca Allen is going to power out through for what is going to be their final lap, and this man's final lap, Sullivan Mounsey. What a race, we've barely seen anything of him. 6.6 seconds up the road on the number 4 machine. Perfection there from him, perfection in race 2. It's an almost identical race 2. Sullivan Mounsey at the front, Richard Holmes Williams retiring, but Sullivan Mounsey, nobody could stop him, only himself, like we've seen in race 1. He comes round the hairpin, elbow practically on the floor. He likes a bit of showboating, he likes victory, and now he experiences it once again in the Extreme 200 class in race 3. The final race of the weekend goes to Sullivan Mounsey. In second place, we're going to have Blake Wilson, and then we'll wait to see Bailey Stuart Campbell, and we'll wait to see what can happen in this battle here with Luca Allen, Ollie Sims having their own battle for that 5th place. A great race there, and a great run from Luca Allen and Ollie Sims as well.
Oh, absolutely brilliant throughout this entire race. Sullivan Mounsey, he's been continuing to perform with confidence, and he's really been bringing that out. Give it a little wave to the camera, but I'm sure Donington and race 2 have really helped our young rider. And then of course a brilliant podium there for Blake Wilson, so deserved, as well as Bailey Stuart Campbell, and a little battle there between Luca Allen and Ollie Sims. That was such an incredible battle. I think there was also a little bit of tutoring for the young Ollie Sims, but there you go, going through the full results now is Sullivan Mounsey in P1, a winning margin of over 7 seconds, and a great lap there. It's going to be Blake Wilson in P2 ahead of Bailey Stuart Campbell. On his return, he has managed to get a podium for himself. Charlie Huntingford managing to hold off the charging Luca Allen and Oliver Sims, with Mark Evans in P7, with Zach Tureen in P8, and then Harrison McKay P9, and unfortunately a retirement there for Richard Holmes Williams. Fantastic from the Extreme 200 class, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be producing next time out at the next round. So the next event is going to be the Moto team. So it's going to be, of course, a lot of action happening throughout the Moto team, and of course Will Howarth with 2 wins to his name at the moment, and a brilliant run there from our man on the 96 machine. But what about our previous 2 races? How good have they been?
They've been really good for the Moto team, guys, and we've seen some great action from both the Open and the Standard classes. The Open class last race, though, seemed to be more of a race of attrition, with many teams experiencing some mechanical issues, so hopefully none of the such this time around, so hopefully they can have a better run. Hopefully the likes of FAB-Racing can be able to finish this race. And actually I don't see FAB-Racing on the grid right now, so maybe they might be non-starters. We did see them pull over, and that might have been terminal there from them, but Will Howarth will be starting on pole position, where Team FAB-Racing should have been alongside them, but no signs just yet on the grid. Team Pinky and the Brain in the standard class will be starting in third place on the second row of the grid, next to Team Italia, who's been very, very strong this season so far. Team Disc will be starting in fifth, next to Scott Jewett, and Team Ernie the Badger also experienced some mechanical issues in the opening couple of laps earlier on, and they'll be starting next to the Keats machine. The Keats Racing 666 machine must be starting in eighth, with Bernie Hook rounding out our Moto team field. So Bernie Hook also experiencing some issues. He looks like he was on for the podium, so can he finally convert it this time around? I don't think we're going to have to wait too long to find out.
Oh, absolutely. He's been showing some absolute blistering pace as Bernie Hook. We've been so impressed with what he's been producing in both of his classes, but hopefully he will be able to get a podium, or at least a decent result in his books, as they all make their way now around to the field and onto their grid slots they will go. You see there Will Howarth there on the left hand side. You see Team Italia there on the right hand side. The point to the lights now. We wait for the lights to come on. The red will now rise, and we go racing here. Oh, as Keith makes a massive wheelie into the first corner. Can Team Italia go around the outside by a double winner to Will Howarth? Howarth defending that inside, and now it's going to be the 0-1 there of Team Pinky in the Brain, trying to make a move there on Team Italia. They head now through turn 3 and on towards turn 4 on the hairpin of Holmes hairpin, and it looks like Team Italia have got a decent run here through the cambered little section of the circuit, and Will Howarth has got a decent lead here. The keys all the way at the back there from that earlier wheelie. That was absolutely massive, but in towards this tricky little section we go, and on towards the hairpin we go. Will Howarth still out in the lead. We have a look at the 190 of Team Ernie and the Badger battling with Bernie Hook. Can Hook now go round the outside? He's just having a look there now. He's going to swing it around, trying to use a different line here, but it's still Will Howarth out in front by 1.6 seconds over Team Italia, which is currently having a look at the blue machine of the 357 of Team Disc. So Team Disc that didn't appear at Red Lodge last time, out there now back. So great to have them. Only 6 runners at the moment in the field, but it's still going to prove some great battling, especially in the mid-back, and maybe Team Italia can do something about that Will Howarth lead. We'll just have to see how the race just pans out throughout the next couple of laps. 9 laps to go still left in this race. We have a look now, a move there by Bernie Hook. So Hook already on the pace here as he makes his way, floating his way past Team Disc.
Oh, there's the Keats on the ground. So we've seen it from the start that they pulled the biggest wheelie I've seen a Moto team bike do. They must have just put revs flat out and just dumped the clutch as soon as possible. So yeah, now they've crashed out on the deck, but they look to be okay. Does the Team Keats rider, the Keats machine. So back started again, and hopefully they can get rejoined and restarted in this race, because it'd be a real shame not to score any points. Obviously only 6 runners, so they can score points at the moment. But there is Team Italia having a battle further down the field with Team Pinky and the Brain on 0-1 machine. This race is for the standard class race win. They're fighting for second overall in the standard class race win. So a very interesting battle to see right now. Team Italia constantly improving every single round, every single race, to be honest. So it's great to see them getting further and further up the grid. Who knows, maybe one day, maybe by the end of the season, they might even be able to battle with Will Howarth. But of course, Bernie Hook not looking like he's running a transponder at the moment, so he will be still continuing in the race. You can just see him trying to reel in Team Pinky and the Brain and Team Italia with his hook, but now that move, he backed a bit straight away from Pinky and the Brain. He couldn't make that work on Team Italia, so very interesting. And there's Team Pinky and the Brain having to make a move out of the way, but Bernie Hook will make no points during this race due to the fact he has no transponder. therefore he will not count in the official result. But Team Italia having the moment there on the front end, and now having to tip it in through the chicane and towards the short run to the hairpin. Heavy on the brakes. That's the number 70 machine. Team Pinky in the brake just behind. It's going to start getting interesting. Last time around, very, very close. 10,000ths of a second separated their last lap times, and 0.2 of a second separated them on track.
Oh, absolutely. There's some great battling out there, especially between Team Italia and Team Pinky in the brain. They're heading now in towards turn number 1. I'm pretty sure I wonder what Will Howard is thinking up at the top. He's currently got a 1.8 second lead over this team of Team Italia. They continue to battle in towards home hairpin and using that inside line to defend from Team Pinky and the Brain. But Pinky and the Brain having it there at the inside, but no way through. Italia just doing their best to try and just stay in front. And look at Bernie Hook there. Can Hook maybe get a podium in this result, as he makes his way now round the trio of bikes making their way. And I think there's a bit of a slow getaway. There goes Bernie Hook now down the inside of the hairpin. He's made that move stick. Great move there from our returnee Bernie Hook, but now he's going to be on the charge there for Team Italia. Can he get the two bikes in a couple of spaces round the outside of turn 1? Can he do it? He's gone for it, and Bernie Hook is up into P2. He's gone a little bit wide now, and now in towards turn 2. He's going to go round the outside of Team Italia and make that move stick. Bernie Hook up into P2, and now Will Howard, will he be feeling pressure? But here we go, Team Italia is just defending now from Team Pinky in the Brain. Is a Bernie Hook now going to start heading down the field?
Bernie Hook looking incredibly impressive at the moment. He's looking incredibly strong and showing exactly what he can do on the bike still after a couple of years away. I believe actually he's been doing some RC car racing as well, so he's still been doing some racing, just not on 2 wheels. But there is Team Italia and Team Pinky in the Brain having their own battle for what will be 3rd position, but 2nd position officially. This is the battle for the standard class race win between Team Italia and Team Pinky in the Brain. So these guys will be duking it out. They'll be duking it out for the standard class honours, the championship honours. They will get 25 points in their class to go towards the championship. So they're going to go all at it with 4 laps to go, because obviously this is for what will effectively 2nd officially, but 3rd on the track, with Bernie Hook not scoring any points and not having any transponder. But actually, Bernie Hook catching onto the back of Will Howard, so that gap definitely has came down between the two of them. Look at that to the heads of them, but it looks like Team Pinky in the Brain as well, trying to find any way through Team Italia, not finding any way through though, having to back out a bit and struggling on these bigger motorcycles around this tight and twisty circuit.
Oh, absolutely. Team Italia doing the best they can to keep defensive here on Team Pinky and the Brain. But Bernie Hook has been doing an absolute marvellous job as he just tries to continue to pressure here. Will Howard, he's going to have a look down the inside, but the door is shut on him. So Will Howard's actual bike and make bike are now going to be involved in the battle here. It looks like Hook is keeping his compatriot under pressure here to make their way now in toward the hairpin. They go, can Hook have a look here now in toward the hairpin we go, and now just following his the bike, so similar to each other. And it's incredible about the story of Howard making that bike and now being ridden by a returning of Bernie Hook. It's incredible to see these two going at it in such similar vehicular.
Now these guys, 3 laps remain in this race. There's a couple of corners to go before they come across the line. We get 2 laps to go. It's starting to get interesting. Well, however, though, he thinks he's got it comfortably. He thinks he can comfortably win this race. I don't know if he realises how close Bernie Hook is. Maybe he's trying to show off in front of his mate. Let's find out, though. They both use the curb. That curb is not so much of a curb. It's more of just some paint on the side of the circuit, so you don't feel it at all whenever you ride over it, unless, of course, it was wet. It's nowhere near wet here today. 26 degrees here at Ellough Park. Beautiful conditions for these guys to go at it for the race win. It's the 96 versus the 0 machine. Hook versus Howard. Will Howard manage to hold on to this race win, or will we see Bernie Hook go back onto the top step of the podium, which would be pretty magical? At the moment, though, it looks to be going the way of Will Howard. Will Howard has extended that gap quite dramatically as we head on to the last lap of this motor team race, the last lap of the weekend for these guys.
Oh, absolutely. Can Bernie Hook have a look down the inside? It's a late move. He's gone for it. He's absolutely done it, but he's gone a little bit wide here, and Will Harris is going to just switch back here, and on the inside there goes Will Harris. He's going to try the up and under, go down the inside, but it looks like Hook's got it on this last lap. An incredible battle between Bernie Hook and Will Howard, but it looks like it's going to be in the way of Bernie Hook. Hook, from the back of the grid, has gone on to overtake everyone in the field, and it looks like he's going to be going in the way. There's still a couple of opportunities to overtake, not in this little section, no, but it can be set up. Will Howard looks to go a better run down in towards this next corner, the hairpin, and he's made that lunge, but is it going to stick? He's got that inside for the penultimate corner. They're side by side. Can the two go? Now it's going to be a drag race. Hook, it looks like Hook is just going to fall behind now, and it's going to be Will Howard, but up to the line they make it, and it's going to be Will Howard for his 8th win of the season, ahead of his mate of Bernie Hook. Team Italia will cross the line and make his 2nd. Team Pinky in the Brain will be classified 3rd place. We'll call Bernie Hook in 2nd on the road, and then there comes Team Dis and Team Ernie and the Badger, and the only retirement of the race is going to be the team Keats Racing of the number 666. But what about that, Lewis? That final lap between Howard and Hook, that was tenterhooks, if you excuse the little pun I made.
Yeah, incredible race on that final lap. You didn't see it coming, to be honest. So 2 laps ago, it looked like it was a sizable gap between Howard and between Hook, but Hook managed to reel him in and managed to get that move done at turn 1. But Will Howard fought back, and he fought back really, really well in that final lap. He didn't get flustered. He managed to keep calm and keep going. You can see a conversation between the two. They'll be happy about that one, and we were certainly happy up here to watch that. So will everyone at the circuit, because the motor team class, all 3 races this weekend, producing some great racing.
We now move on to the Mini GP 50s. So we've seen some fantastic races throughout this class. Luke Fitchett was your race 1 winner, and then I believe it was Fitchett again. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, incredible race 1 and 2 so far. Marco Holt, of course, having a terrible start in race 2, and struggling on the forefront, dropping back quite significantly. He managed to fight his way through, but we've also seen the likes of Wilson Dix who could come into play. We've seen him in other classes go very, very strong, and now he's going to be hoping to try and transform that on the 50s. Loads of front runners in this class we've seen as well. Some jump start penalties can potentially come into play, and now we await to see what is going to happen for this race, the final race of the weekend, where the 21 and the 77 machine will start at the back of the grid due to riding their bike in the panic. So one of them, of course, being Taylor Tomlinson, who will start at the back of the grid. So very, very disappointing for him. And alongside me for the final Mini GP 50 race of the weekend is a guest in the commentary box, Sylvan Mincy. Sylvan, how are you?
Yeah, I'm really good, thank you. Sorry, I literally had to sprint all the way over it as I was just helping him get Luke ready and a couple of the riders. But as you can see, looks like there's some trouble on the grid here with Archie O'Brien and Frankie Watson after him getting that collision with Luke.
Yeah, now everyone is getting told to go off the grid. It's a massive field once again in the Mini GP 50 class, and it's going to be Marco Holt who's lined up on pole position with Luke Fitchett alongside him on the front row of our grid. Frankie Watson had a great start to race 2 and got in the race lead briefly before crashing out. He will start the race from 3rd place. Wilson Dilks will start in 4th, with Archie O'Brien starting in 5th, with obviously some drama happening on the grid. Byron Johnson will start in 6th on the 3rd row of the grid, with Austin Johnson and Finn Paulhill on the 4th row of our grid. Matthew Thomas and Sam Garner will line up in 9th and 10th, with Jensen Bishop and Travis Shaw in 11th and 12th on the 6th row. Seth Hayward will start in 13th, with Chloe Gleeson in 14th position. Harley Baker starts in 15th place, with Taylor Tomlinson should have been starting 16th, but looks like he will go to the back of the grid. Dylan Treen will start in 17th, Annabelle McCarthy joining him on the 9th row of our grid, with Bethany Ashby and Ollie O'Gorman on the 10th row. So incredibly impressive there from them, an incredibly impressive grid once again that we have this year in the Mini GP 50s. And quick, Sullivan, one word answer: who is your money on for the final race of the weekend, and who's going to win it?
Well, it was looking like quite a strong race from Luke in that first one. So same here for Marco as well. And Frankie, I feel like this is really good from him. He's stepped up quite a bit this round, and we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Hopefully Archie will be able to get in the mix, but this is probably the best weekend for Wilson as well, so it's going to be a tough one to call, I must say. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be Dylan Tureen and Taylor Thomason, who starts at the back of the grid due to riding in the paddock. You can see at the back of your shot they're getting pushed to the back of the grid, so clearly they weren't notified of that or forgot about. But what is going to happen? Mark Holt on pole position. Will he get a better start? He struggled in race 2. Everyone clears off the grid. The tension is certainly rising. The revs will rise now. They'll all look up to the lights, and the lights go out, and we go racing for the final time in the Mini GP 50 class. Mark Holt pushing Luke Fitchett all the way to the edge of the track. Frankie Watson, another great start in 3rd place, pushing Archie O'Brien in 4th place. Wilson Delks making his way up to 4th now, so that's Archie O'Brien into 5th. That's Annabelle McCarthy there, straight up onto her feet though, although she has limped away. But at the front, it's going to be Holt, who's having a great run so far from Luke Fitchett. So 2.2, a great start there from him. Luke Fitchett, he got pushed at the start, and so far no answer for Holt, but obviously early stages in this race with 10 laps to go. Yeah, we'll be able to see what Luke can do, because they've just got a little bit of a gap over Frankie and Wilson. So if they're not, if Frankie's not careful, oh wow, red flag. Hopefully Annabelle's okay, but she did look a little bit winded from that crash. Yeah, so our first red flag of the day is out, and everyone is safely coming to a halt. So while some obviously the medics and the officials here at FAB do a great job of keeping everyone safe, and do a great job at keeping the event running so well. There's obviously the confirmation of the red flag with the marshals dotted around the circuit at their marshal post, but the riders will slowly head back to the grid, and then they'll wait on there until they get some further confirmation, it looks like. So yeah, we'll wait and see what's going to happen. Obviously it was turning up to be a great race. Marco Holt, a great start from him, and it's clear that he learnt from his start in race 2, because he really bogged down and just didn't get the power band in race 2, and he got dropped down to about 6th position. Yeah, well, I think these 2 strokes are hard to keep in the power band, so it's just he must have just got it wrong, but you don't really see that mistake very often. But as you can see, Annabelle's now up on her feet, looking okay, and the medics are attending her, and she looks okay, just a little bit winded, but I guess it's quite frustrating, because it looked like it was more of a on the straight collision or crash, so hope she's all good. Yeah, she's getting talked to by the medics, getting checked over. Medics doing a great job here at FAB. Quick response well for the red flag to come on, because she was initially on her feet, managed to get out of harm's way, out of danger. Obviously the bike was in the middle of the circuit as well, so quite a lot of debris as well might have been dropped as well by the bike. So yeah, obviously safety first here at FAB, but yeah, she's up on her feet, and that's the main thing. And then hopefully with the riders now back on the grid, I mean, what would you be thinking at this point if, for example, I know you work quite closely with Luke Fitchett, so what do you think Fitchett will be thinking right now sitting on the grid during the red flag? Well, if this was me, I would just be thinking, how can I do Marco? How can we get a better start and go round his outside? Because as you can see, Luke is further behind, but he's going to need to start thinking of where the overtaking moves are. He's got a lap or 2 laps behind Luke, seeing where Marco's best. But right, looks like they're turning off the engine, so this looks quite serious. I think Annabelle's got an injury to her arm or wrist.
Well, now the riders still on the grid. Obviously, these two strokes as well, they don't like just sitting there revving, keeping it all through them, but they get really, really hot, and the last thing you want is an overheating bike anyway. They need the air going through them practically at all times once they're up to temperature. So the riders wait there for hopefully not too long, because obviously you have tyres and stuff to think about as well. And with these tyres, I'm sure you've been in these situations yourself in this exact class. I'm racing similar tyres, these slick tyres. So how difficult is it once you've been sitting for a couple of minutes to get temperature back in them?
Well, it depends how hot the day is, and it's a really hot day, so they should stay hotter for longer. And maybe literally one warm-up lap, maybe two, would be enough to get their tyres back up to heat and ready to race temperature. So yeah, no, it's going to be a bit of a tough one really for a couple of people that got good starts, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with the grid, whether they'll go back to the original grid or change it, as of the two riders that got the penalty that had to start from the back of the grid.
Yeah, we'll wait and see at the moment what's going to happen. I'm sure we'll get some official confirmation very soon, but we shouldn't be too far away, I wouldn't think, from a start at the moment. Obviously, talks being done, and actually quite a lot of focused faces, quite a lot of frustrated riders sitting there, but obviously safety is first. Marco Holt, though, he's looking relaxed on that grid, and he's definitely looking confident this weekend, because this is the circuit which he's always been quick at.
Yeah, well, he was speaking to me earlier about it, and he knows he's got the pace. He was a bit fuzzled with how he done the 47.3 on the metric at 70. As he said, he can't get down to that time. But yeah, so it'll be a bit interesting whether he'll be able to do that later on in the 70 race. Luke, I think he in the 50s, he's got the pace to stay with Marco, but looks like Marco's just got a little bit over Luke on the 70, but Luke's all over the back of him on the 50. And then Frankie, I must say I'm really, really shocked with how he's performed this weekend, because he had a good season last season, and then this year he's been chipping away, and now he's up with the front guys.
Yeah, Frankie Watson is put some great running out. Some starts seem to be his thing as well. I mean, we see him lead the way. Obviously, he did end up crashing out a race too, but he initially led the way after making a pretty much perfect start. I almost wondered at the time if it was too good to be true, but it just seemed to be the perfect start, and we are being told there will be one warm-up lap before we get underway for a 10-lap shootout in the Mini GP50 field.
Yeah, well, this is going to be really interesting. You could see Archie look very focused on what he needs to do for this race, because he's just struggled to keep up with the front guys so far in both classes. So hopefully he'll be able to break with the front, and they'll all be able to go together like we saw in race one with a massive pack.
And a massive pack is trying to get their bikes restarted on a pretty small grid at the moment, but certainly all the front runners seem to have got it going. So yeah, 10-lap race, just reduced by 1 or 2 laps and 1 warm-up lap. So 26 degrees air temperature right now. It should be enough to get the tyres heated up.
Yeah, well, here we go. You can see everyone's trying to get in the correct grid positions at the back of the field, and a couple of people struggling to get their bikes started. And I'm pretty sure they'll be able to get their tyres up to temperature quite quickly in this lap if they push the tyres. But I think this is going to be a really interesting race, and I'm looking quite forward to this race, as their Chloe Gleason is doing really good as well.
So now it is time for the Mini GP50 race 2. So now it's time for the Mini GP50 race 3, the final race of the weekend for these riders, where Marco Holt will be starting on pole position, with Luke Fitchett, his arch rival, alongside him on the front row of the grid. Frankie Watson made some great starts this round, made some great progress in 3rd place, and Wilson Dilks alongside him. Archie O'Brien and Byron Johnson will start on the 3rd row of our grid, with Austin Johnson, his older brother, and Finlay Paulhill starting 7th and 8th. Matthew Thomas constantly getting faster on the Mini GP50, his first year on the bike in 9th, with Sam Garner as well making that step up in 10th. Jensen Bishop and Travis Shaw is starting on the 6th row of our grid, with Seth Hayward and Chloe Gleeson in 13th and 14th. Chloe Gleeson, of course, one of our female riders here at FAB and a part of the Danny Webb GP camp. Harley Baker will be starting in 15th. Of course, the older brother of Preston Baker, with Taylor Thompson starting in 16th. Dylan Tureen should have been starting in 17th, but Thompson and Tureen will go back to the back of the grid for their penalty, with Annabelle McCarthy also missing the start to this race due to that crash, and Bethany Ashby starting in 19th. With Ollie O'Gorman, it's rounding out our top 20 in a very, very competitive field. It won't be long until we get lights going on, and the lights will go out, and then the whole Ellough Park circuit will roar. Will Marco Holt be able to make a good start this time around? There's a lot of tension, a lot of pressure on the grid. The lights are on and the lights are off, and we are racing for race 3 of the Mini GP 50s. Luke Fitchett looks over to his right, but it's Frankie Watson who takes the race lead. Once again, Wilson Dilks sat up there. Wilson Dilks has an issue with his motorcycle, potentially he's missed a gear coming out of the final corner, coming out of the first corner, but Marco Holt dropping down to second. Luke Fitchett into third at the moment. Archie O'Brien fourth. It looks to be Byron Johnson in fifth place as well, just ahead of his older brother, with Wilson Dilks in seventh, ahead of Finlay Powell. So far, everyone through cleanly, and Frankie Watson, wow, what a start that was there, Sullivan.
Yeah, wow, that was really tight, and Frankie with that fantastic start, but you can see Marco and Luke are both trying to line him up to get this move, because I feel like Frankie might just have a little less pace than Marco and Luke do at the moment, but Archie's just trying to tag on the back of them. But shame for Wilson as well, because he had a little moment in turn 1 which cost him quite a bit of time. As you can see, he's now down in 6th place.
So what can Frankie Watson do? Can he hold on to this race lead? Can he hold on to the front pack? Because it's incredible pace that they've been running all weekend in the Mini GP 50s. A 48.569 was the lap record that was set in race 2 by Marco Holt. It's a circuit which he loves. So can he take the race lead this time around? There is Wilson Dilks, frustrated at the start after having some issues with getting his bike into gear coming out of turn 1. He's right now just ahead of Austin Johnson, so he's in a Johnson sandwich right now, but anyway, he's got ahead of Byron now, so he's ahead of both Johnson brothers this time around. There's Matthew Thomas, Sam Gardner having their own battle with 9 laps to go, and 9 laps to go with Marco Holt taking the race lead from Frankie Watson. If Luke Fitchett now, he's going to be wanting to get past Frankie Watson as quick as he can in case if Marco Holt starts to break away.
Yeah, well, Luke done him a move up the inside, but Frankie's just been a little bit more cautious on that inside now. But it looks like Frankie's been able to stay on the back of Marco at the moment. But now Luke must be trying to line up a move. But Frankie looks like he's upped his pace a little bit more, even more for this race, and got a little bit more racecraft since the restart. But as you can see, Marco just is edging away a little bit every lap, but no, it's going really good for Frankie, I'd say.
Yeah, Frankie Watson compares riding from this year, this round, compared to last season. It's night and day, and it's so great to see, and it's so great to see him sticking with Marco. Luke Fitchett just behind as well, and Archie O'Brien, though, he seems to be dropping off ever so slightly. The gap 0.8 of a second between himself and Fitchett last time around, so 7 laps remain in this race. And what do you see this becoming? Do you see this sticking as this 3-horse race, or do you see it increasing in riders or decreasing?
I feel like it might decrease if Luke gets a move on Frankie, but we'll have to just wait and see, because Frankie is still just tagging on the back of Marco, but Marco is a little bit better out of the chicane. But Frankie's very strong on the brakes, as we can see.
Now that is Taylor Thomason into 15th position ahead of Riley Paisley. So a great start there for him, making up 9 positions on the opening couple of laps. Ollie O'Gorman just behind as well, of course, brother of Casey O'Gorman, which got a podium yesterday at Mugello for the Red Bull Rookies Cup. So great for the O'Gorman household, and 6 laps remain in this race, with Dylan Tureen looking up the inside of Bethany Ashby, backing out of that move as well. Georgia Ackerman in this group, but Mark Holt, fastest lap of the race, goes to him, a 49.1. Incredible pace that they're running at the front, and like we've seen all weekend, they just seem to be getting faster and faster, and a 49.1 is only building into it.
Yeah, well, it's really good, because I saw him go 48.9 earlier on. which is like crazy because that was the times that me and Casey were averaging when we were riding on his 112 and my CRF 150. So it's pretty crazy how fast these guys going on these Metrokit 50s, only having about 12 horsepower.
And now the 50 is getting faster every single year, of course. Tyre technology especially increasing in development, and riders able to push harder than they ever have, as Bethany Ashby pushes past Riley Paisley to get into 16th place. So a great move there for her, and there is your race leader. And Frankie Watson has managed to hold on to the back of Marco Holt. So incredible stuff, as Luke Fitchett seems to be losing touch of Frankie Watson and Holt.
Yeah, well, this is really, really impressive from Frankie. Yeah, he's a lovely lad, and I've been seeing him. Oh, and wow, he's just gone and set a 49.3 faster than Marco's lap time last time around. So Frankie is on the claw down to try and catch Marco Holt. But Luke, it looks like he's just losing a little bit of touch from these two, which was a bit different from the first couple races. But I feel like Frankie might even have a go. He's looking really smooth and lavish on the bike, so I think he's going to launch it.
Yeah, he's looking very relaxed on the bike this round. He's looking like he knows he has the pace. He knows he can keep up with Holt right now, although Holt, whenever he can hear he'll be able to hear his bike, hear where Frankie is, and he'll know that he's not breaking away, so potentially might cause Holt to keep pushing on and keep pushing on as the race progresses. But Frankie Watson, he's not made the move just yet. 4 laps remain. We come to the left and then to the right before we make it 3 laps to go, and he's almost going to start to run out of time if he doesn't start to try and plan his opportunity, although now we are getting to the stage of the race where back markers are coming into play.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting. Marco's pretty good at dealing with these situations, as I've watched him over the years. I've not really seen Frankie go past a couple back markers, so it'll be really interesting to see what he's going to be able to do when we catch up to these lap traffic.
Obviously an unusual situation. Oh, there he is. Frankie Watson held up ever so slightly there on the entry to the corner by George Ackerman, but of course no blue flags here. It's up to the rider behind to get past safely. Frankie Watson's managed to get past both O'Gorman, and there we go. It looks like the gap's not actually expanded as much as we thought, as Holt also got held up ever so slightly. So Frankie Watson, he's still in touch in distance, and he still has a chance to take this race win if you're Frankie Watson's unusual position that you're in, though. And actually he must have missed the gear and not managed to get the power down, because Luke Fitchett, he's caught up onto the back of him.
Yeah, well, that's a big shame, Frankie, as that could have been his first race win. So that would have been a really, really good race for him, but now he's going to be under pressure from Luke. But you can see him, he's already edging away, so he's learnt a lot from Marco. Shame about the lap traffic. I'd say that has just come down more to experience than anything else, but yeah, hopefully he'll be able to claw Marco back down. But Marco has got pretty big gap, 1.5 second gap over Frankie now, but we'll be able to see what happens when this lap traffic benefits Frankie and Luke, or whether it's going to destroy their race even more.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Obviously a lot of riders moving up to the class this year. 24 riders taking part in this race. The last lap flag is out, and we head on to the last lap of the race. Marco Holt, he's in a sandwich of riders right now. There's bikes absolutely everywhere. They're coming towards Taylor Tomlinson, who obviously started at the back. He's made his way to 15th. He's not managed to make any more ground, and now Frankie Watson getting past Dylan Tureen. So Frankie Watson, he's still pushing on this final lap. He's got some kind of hope inside of him. It's a position which he's not been used to, is battling for a race lead, but he's handled it perfectly. He's kept calm, he's kept cool, he's had that experience of running with clear track, and now he's let Marco Holt get away with it. Marco Holt, he's gonna have wants to take the race win, although Frankie Watson's just banked. 2 corners remain for the final race of the weekend for the Mini GP50s. It's Marco Holt who takes the race win from Frankie Watson after the incredible ride there from him. Luke Fitchett finishing in 3rd, but wow, what a great ride from Marco, keeping calm all the way. But Frankie Watson, a 2nd place finish, incredible.
Yeah, well, if I was him, I'd be over the moon, and as you can tell, he really is. Fantastic ride by Marco. He's done everything he needed to do this race, and this is why he's leading the championship in the 50s. and it's just a lovely, lovely race by Marco. Frankie, I'm really impressed with how he's been able to do that race. Big steps so far this season, and many more to come, I must say. A bit of a shame for Luke, but that's just how it is going to go. Sometimes it's not always going to go perfect, so I'm sure he won't be the happiest people in the world.
Yeah, but Marco, he will be happy, and so will Watson taking first and second. Luke Fitchett rounding out our podium. There is congratulations coming in, and Danny Kent also congratulating Frankie Watson. It's great. I mean, the last season, especially at the start of the season, there was times where he couldn't even stand on the bike himself. He had to get some help, or he was hopping about on the bike. And now look at him. He's a podium contender. He's potentially even a race winner this season. So Frankie Watson, he's been putting on incredible pace, and clearly Fast Frankie has plenty of friends in the paddock to come and congratulate him. But well done to him. I'm sure he'll be happy about that one, because Marco Holt, he takes the race win from Frankie Watson by 1.2 seconds. Luke Fitchett finishing the race in third, with Archie O'Brien in fourth place. A quiet race from him, with Byron and Austin Johnson in fifth and sixth. Finlay Paul Hill finishing the race in seventh on the 199 machine, with Matthew Thomas and Sam Garner in eighth and ninth, and Jensen Bishop in 10th. And wow, what a final Mini GP 50 race we've seen this weekend. Perfect end and a perfect fairy tale ending, with Frankie Watson stepping on the podium.
Yeah, well, it's really happy for Frankie. Danny Webb's definitely going to be over the moon with that one, and I think so will the whole team, because that's the first one this season so far. But I'd say many more to come. Shame about Sam. It looked like he struggled a little bit this weekend with pace, but I think it'd be the same for Finlay, because he's normally battling a bit higher up with the Johnson brothers. But it's really good by Austin Johnson as well, because he's a big rider.
Yep, great battle from the Mini GP 50s. A lot of drama in race 3, and obviously more to come at round 5. Coming up next is the final race of the weekend for the Mini F1 sidecars. It's been a dramatic weekend. We've seen the Green Streets dominate the weekend. A pole position, a race 1 victory and a race 2 victory. Can they do the triple this weekend? Will McWilliams and Michael Elms be able to fight them off? So it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a great battle, and it could even be a battle for the ages. Adam, are you ready for this one?
Oh, absolutely. You don't have to tell me twice. We see the Jason and Leo Greenstreet there on the left-hand side of the grid. We see Mick Williams and Michael Elms on the right side of the grid. And I know this one is just going to be so intense. Jason and Leo Greenstreet going into this final race with the advantage. They've won both races. They've got pole position. They know they've got the pace here over. But here we go, looking towards the lights, and we go racing, and it looks like there's an issue there for one of our riders there. I think that's Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbury. There you go. Mick Williams has managed to nab the lead there. A horrible start there for Jason and Leo Greenstreet. There's where we make our way now around the next couple of corners. It looks like the Jason and Leo Greenstreet had not the great start. They managed to get past the impes, but now they've got a serious challenge. They're now lagging behind the legendary Mick Williams and Michael Elms duo. They've got a big task. They want to try and get that third win, but now heading through this next sequence, over the crest and in toward the dip they go, in towards the hairpin, through the chicane, and we go, and it's still Mick Williams out in the lead by a decent margin, but they still got work to do, and there's still 8 laps in this race. There you can see the MPs followed by the Parker M's car, and then it's going to be the John Keats, but through the final corner, and there you go, it's going to be Mick Williams leading the way ahead of the Green Street car by a decent margin. And over to you, Lewis.
Yeah, a lovely start there from McWilliams and Michael Elms. It's the Green Streets in second. this is going to be the real test for them. This is going to be where we see who has the pace. Can they close in? 1.5 seconds was the gap at the line last time around, and there is the Keats Racing machine. Now, actually, I've seen this bike in the paddock this weekend, and they've added some purple glitter to the side of their bike, so they're nice and colourful. And the 11 machine of Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills, obviously coming at Red Lodge for the first mini F1 Cycle meeting. They've put some lovely paint all over their black outfit, so now it's nice and colourful as well for all the viewers at home. But the Keats now managing to get in the race, managing to keep in the race as well. No mechanicals so far there from him. So potentially some good racing is about to form. Some dramatic racing could form here in the mini F1 sidecars. Mick Williams and Jason Leo Greenstreet's gap has came down by 1/10 of a second after they're 1/10 faster, setting the fastest lap of the race, so a 56.7 last time around. The Keats right now though, 5th place for the 666 machine. They're setting 1 minute 6 second lap times, 10 seconds slower than Mick Williams, so potentially some issues there for them that they still have to sort out with that sidecar outfit. But an interesting race so far. Will we see Jason Leo Greenstreet take it to Mick Williams once again, and will we see the McKeats being able to catch up to Mark Parker and Ames?
Oh, it's going to be such an interesting race. We've still got a good couple of laps to go here. We continue to watch the Keats sidecar, currently running in that P5 position. But I would like to say that I think the main story here is up at the top here. Here comes Mick Williams, here comes Jason and Leo Greenstreet, and the gap extending there by 1.9 seconds. So 1.9 seconds just between the two of them, and maybe Jason and Leo just losing that little bit of a magic touch they were carrying through the first and second races. I don't think they'll be disappointed with losing out the win, but they did put a bit of a streak end to Mick Williams, and I'm sure, but it seems like the Williams and Elms sidecar has really found a bit of form. But we'll continue to watch now Mick Williams Greenstreet making their way now through this little tricky chicane. They go and in towards the hairpin, and a decent lead here for Mick Williams, with Chris and Robert Impey looking to go for yet another podium. They currently lead Mark Parker and M's sidecar by a decent margin. But here we go up at the top, and it's still advantage Mick Williams, but that gap coming down slightly, down to 1.7, but 4 laps to go, and time is instantly running out. This sidecar race goes so quickly, you don't even realise until you look at that and see 4 laps to go. And we currently continue to watch the Keats sidecar still staying ahead of Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills in their number 11, trying to make their way, and there is Mark Parker. So maybe a little bit of a battle about to come into play between 4th, 5th and 6th, Lewis.
Yeah, potentially, and we're going to have to wait and find out, because the Keats have definitely closed in that gap on the 666 machine, but this is the Greenstreets. They've definitely closed that gap in. 1.7 seconds at the line last round. There's the Keats through the grass there, so steam coming, piling out the back of that. And it seems that a sidecar has turned into a lawnmower briefly, but now at the moment, Jason and Leo Greenstreet, 2nd position. They almost go into the back of it, Williams. Wow, there. Yellow flag waving though, of course.
Oh,
but
that's...
now Jason and Leo Greenstreet, have they just overtaken under yellow flags, which of course wouldn't be allowed? So, Mick Williams, what are they going to do? Will they have known that? Will they be smart about this? So let's wait and see. Jason Leo Greenstreet, though, they are in the lead provisionally at the moment, and a 56.4 last time around from Jason and Leo Greenstreet. 0.4 of a second was the gap between themselves and Mick Williams at the line last time around, but they've definitely closed that in, and now that gap is definitely bigger. But that overtake looked to have been done under yellow flags. We're going to have to wait and see what is going to come of that. 3 laps to go.
Oh, I can't believe what I just saw there. Yeah, it looks like Jason and Leo were starting to build a massive move there, but I'm hearing in my ear that is under investigation. So just having a think of what happened, they came around turn 1. I noticed, of course, you may be noticing that Mick Williams was really struggling through that first corner throughout this whole entire weekend, and the Greenstreet sidecar just really took that advantage into their own hand. But now in towards that little section there, the yellow flag was out, and then Mick Williams was overtaken by that green tree. I'm not entirely sure if they saw that yellow flag out, but it looks like out the gap there, that gap is slowly extending. So if they do get a penalty, then hope they're going to try and push on and see if they can just extend the gap. But now it seems like Mick Williams is having a little bit of issues. He's not been quite as connected with this circuit as he has been in the past. He's normally been absolutely flying in front. You normally see him at about a 20-30 second lead, or a bit of a misgear there from the green street, so a little bit of a blip there. But on to the final lap of the race from Jason and Leo Green street. They are provisionally in the lead of the race at the moment, but that overtake on the yellow flag is still under investigation. I'm not entirely sure if we'll get an update. There is still that yellow flag, so there's still no overtaking in that zone until the next screen. I'm just having a look out the commentary box, which is just on the entry towards that hairpin, that the way that they went through Holm hairpin, as they call it, Jason and Leo Green street. I'm not sure if they'll give a hoot that they overtook under yellow flags or realise that they've done. I'm not entirely sure what they see. Of course, they will know what they saw, and that was them overtaking the legendary Mick Williams. But in towards the hairpin, there they go. This win is going to be under investigation, but we'll call it as it is for now. Jason and Leo Greenstreet have taken the domination word by storm. They crossed the line to win for the third time in a row here at Ellough Park, and there you go. It's going to be the Green Street, but I'm sure Mick Williams is going to be under investigation. And here we go, message coming through. It's not the win for the Green Street. It's going to go to Mick Williams, and that place, as the penalty has been applied, they wave to the camera, but unknowingly they will drop to second place. So it's going to be Mick Williams with that penalty to the number 90 machine, going to number 26. So Mick Williams, in terms of penalties, is the winner. What have we just seen there?
A very interesting race. I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation that could go on between Mick Williams, Michael Elms and Jason and Leo Greenstreet. I mean, it really depends on what Jason and Leo Greenstreet I've got to say. I mean, they might have known they've done it and maybe just said, well, we'll extend the gap as much as we can to try and take off any time penalties that can occur, but it's dropped one position. So with that penalty applied, it'll be Mick Williams who wins the race with his passenger Michael Elms from Jason and Leo Greenstreet, who finished first on the road but finished second in the results. Chris and Robert Impey goes on the podium once again on the 457 machine, with Mark Parker finishing in fourth place. In fifth was Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills, with sixth place Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, with John Keats retiring and bringing out that controversial yellow flag. So now conversations being done in the paddock at the moment between Mick Williams and Michael Elms, as we await to see what they're saying to each other. They might not even know that they have the race win just yet. They might have to wait till later on, but I don't believe there's any sign of the Green Streets in that holding area either at the moment. But there is Chris and Robert Impey stopping as well next to them, just behind, and yeah, I'm sure they'll all be having a good chat about that race.
Oh, absolutely. That was a very, very controversial moment, and it always shows that mini F1 sidecars, you can't go a weekend without some sort of massive drama. Of course, we had the fuel falling out of Red Lodge, and speaking of Red Lodge itself, it was just a whole host of carnage. And then we're seeing it once again with of course Jason and Leo Greenstreet having that 2 wins in a row, breaking the streak between Mick Williams, and then unfortunately going on to take the third, but the penalty holding them back. What a weekend, and we should be seeing these guys hopefully at the next round of the championship. It's going to be so good to see. So we now move into the penultimate race of the evening. The sun is starting to set here in Norfolk, here at Ellough Park, and a fantastic race ahead of us for the very loud pit bike 140. You can hear the engine booming into life. They head their way to the grid, and we've seen 2 wins from the formidable Lucas Brown there. You can see him on the left-hand side of your screen, and who alongside him will be and it's going to be Chris Wells apparently. So I think his bike broke last time out, so it seems like Chris Wells is going to be on that one for 2 for now. But Lewis, what are you thinking going into this race?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a cracker. It's going to be a good race with Lucas Brown on pole position from the 142 this time around. Actually, double the number of the 62 of what he normally races, with Chris Wells in second position. Reece Peacock will start the race from third place on the second row of the grid, with Liam Wood, after a tough race last time around, he made quite a few mistakes, in fourth place. Zach Tureen and Josh Bissonetti will be starting on the third row of our grid, with Bradley Ferreira starting in 7th. Matthew Lindley will be starting in 8th place, with Bill Lawrence and Daniel Gilbert on the 5th row of our grid. Shannon King will be starting in 11th, with Paul Nozel starting in 12th. Charlie Eaglin will be starting in 13th, with Alfie Garrod starting in 14th. Joshua Chatter and Lewis Chatter starting in 15th and 16th. And they are father and son, the Chatter duo at the back. So they've been going on and doing their thing and slowly getting up the order. But now, Lucas Brown on pole position. What can he do on the number 7 machine against the 142 of Chris Wells? Similar looking levers, same helmet, but completely different bike. How will this form for him? The lights go on. And the lights go up and we go racing for the final time in the pit bike 140 class. Lucas Brown should take the lead in turn 1. No, he does not. It's Chris Wells on his brand new pit bike. He uses all the track and then some. Lucas Brown looks to his left and takes the race lead into turn 2. There's Liam Wood in third place at the moment. Will Liam Wood try and make any move with Reece Peacock just behind him in fourth place? There is the bike of Lucas Brown going off into the distance. Bill Lawrence having a clean start further down the field, but Lucas Brown, wow, what a gap he already has, and it almost looks like a train is for him behind Chris Wells. He gets set up out of the way, and Liam Wood gets past. So 71 of Shannon King has a 3-second penalty due to a jump start penalty at the start of this race. There she is, going for your picture, and actually some of the good race just ahead of Charlie Eaglin, but a jump start means she will have 3 seconds added onto her time at the end of the race. But now Reece Peacock on the back of Liam Wood. What is going to happen as Lucas Brown extends his gap to 2.3 seconds on the number 7 machine, and Liam Wood also having a good start to his race, managing to keep ahead of Reece Peacock.
Oh, it's been an absolute fantastic start there for Lucas Brown. He really needed that. I know he's already heading off into the distance, into the sunset. He goes. He got that. He didn't get the best of starts, but he managed to re-overtake Chris Wells now, who's dropped back massively down to 5th place. He might be having a few struggles with the circuit or with his brand new pit bike. They head now in towards the hairpin. We go with the number 29 of Reece Peacock. Down the inside goes Peacock, but he's had to back out of that as he tries to overtake Liam Wood. And maybe they need to start working together, try and work as one to try and get onto the back here of Lucas Brown. They make their way now on towards a bit of wide moment there from Liam Wood, almost going into the tires. That's a really heart in your mouth moment. You just want to tighten up there, but luckily just avoiding the tyre barriers. Make their way now in towards Holm hairpin and out of the corner, and Reece Peacock just managing to a little bit of a moment there for Peacock. He tries to overtake Wood in there, but a decent showing from these two. But can they go on and catch Lucas Brown, who's been so formidable throughout these 3 races so far? Those two at the beginning were amazing. Now in towards the penultimate corner once again. Reece Peacock trying that move, but he's just hurting his momentum every time, and he's clearly not wanting to work with Liam Wood. He just wants to try and get past him in second place and just make sure he gets enough championship points.
Liam Wood, great ride, as you said so far. Zach Tureen, though, he's only, I guess, about a second behind these two riders at the moment, with 9 laps remaining in this race. Zach Tureen overall 4th place, as Chris Wells now drops down to 7th position. And although he's having a tough race, although I've seen him run wide quite a few times, so he is struggling with that new bike, I don't think you would be too disappointed with it being a new bike. I mean, at the end of the day, it's better than not getting out on track at all. He's still able to get some championship points, hopefully, as Reece Peacock right now following Liam Wood out of the chicane, out of the hairpin towards that left-hander. And wow, coming for the final corner now towards the start-finish line. Over the start-finish line they go. 8 laps to go for these guys now, and it's still going to be the 94 of Wood versus the 29 of Peacock. At the front though, it's another 4.7 seconds up the road from these two riders that Lucas Brown is sitting in. So Lucas Brown, he's dominated race 2 and he's dominating race 3 at the moment. It's perfection from him. It's what we love to see. There's no one actually able to catch him at the moment. It's such a great ride from him. But Chris Wells managing now to get past Bradley Ferreira for that 6th place position. So awesome ride there from him, slowly trying to hang on to whatever point scoring position that he can.
Oh, absolutely. These two going right at it. We have a look here. Is he going to try the same move? Of course he is, but he's just going to have to again slot in behind. A bit of a wide moment there for Liam Wood, so maybe he's going to try and go a little bit out wide here, tuck into the slipstream, but in towards the first corner. That 29 Reece Peacock still all over the back of Liam Wood with 7 laps to go left in this race. And can Reece Peacock do anything before going in towards that final lap? And he just has a look on the inside here of Liam Wood. And in terms of fastest lap, oh my goodness me, they're separated by 3,000 of a second. You can't write this up. They're so equal on pace, and these two are just going at it. Lucas Brown still going out into lead. He's 1.3 seconds ahead of Liam Wood and Reece Peacock, but down the inside goes Peacock, and he has a fantastic manoeuvre there between the two. Zach Torian is currently running in P4 at the moment in that number 89, and Josh Bissonnetti rounding out the top 5 with Chris Wells just in behind. He's been under pressure from Bradley Ferreira.
6 laps remain in the last race of the day for the Pit Bike 140, guys, and it looks like it's been a very, very impressive run from Chris Wells. He's showing this grit, he's showing his determination with this new motorcycle. There's Bill Lawrence following at the back at the moment, trying to make up positions wherever she can on the 09 machine. She's following Daniel Gilbert and Bradley Ferreira at the moment. So a good ride there from her. A strong weekend, 9th position at the moment. She's really took to these pit bikes. She had a tough few years on the Mini GP50. Moving to the Pit Bike 140 class would be the great thing for her. Built her confidence up a lot, and now she's fighting within the top 10. I've not seen any sign of our older brother Taylor Lawrence this weekend, so hopefully he is watching along wherever he is in the world and enjoying the coverage right now. But there is Zach Tureen on the 89 machine, 4th position still for him, 11.9 seconds away from Lucas Brown. I mean, 4 positions behind Lucas Brown. What a race he's having so far, but what a battle we could have forming in just a couple of laps time. With 5 laps to go in this race, can Billy Lawrence start making her way up the order to get past the likes of Daniel Gilbert and Bradley Ferreira?
Absolutely. Daniel Gilbert and Bailey Lawrence have both been quite similar on track, with each been in similar positions, but again they're going to go up against each other once again. That's the 07 there of Lucas Brown. He heads now over the timing line to start 4 laps remaining here at Ellough Park. If you're just joining us, you've joined us at the pretty much near the end of a fantastic series of races. Thank you so much for joining us at the moment you join us in the middle of the Pit Bike 140 cars. It's currently Lucas Brown leading the way with 4 laps to go ahead of Reece Peacock, who's got past Liam Wood with Zach Torian and Josh Bissonnetti as your top 5. Chris Wells with a brand new bike. He's going to be on the number 140 compared to his usual 62 machine. Then we've got a little bit of a battle going on behind that with Bradley Ferreira in P7 with Daniel Gilbert and Bailey Lawrence. We currently watch now with Lucas Brown making his way through the penultimate corner and in swinging round through that long right-hander and on towards the timing line. He will now set another lap. It's going to be a 150.3 that time round. 3 laps to go, and he's currently running so well ahead of Reece Peacock. 7.2 is the advantage, and Liam Wood is starting to lose a little bit of touch between him and Peacock just up ahead. That number turbo machine is moving at swift pace, and he's got a little bit of traffic, but he's moving past those guys at absolute storm.
Yeah, and Reece Peacock's had a great race himself, although he's not been able to catch the storm of Lucas Brown, 7.2 seconds behind. He's still in second place. He'll still be buzzing for Lucas Brown. I'm sure he'll be almost as happy with Lucas Brown winning as what he would to be winning. They're such great friends, and of course mechanics for Lucas Brown in the British Talent Cup. But 3 laps remaining in this race. I'm pretty sure it'll soon be 2 as Lucas Brown powers his way through the line, and now Reece Peacock is about to do the same. And there is the 97 machine coming through our picture of Joshua Chatter having a good race at the moment in 14th position and having a strong ride as he continues to learn these Pit Bike 140 machines. But there is Reece Peacock following behind, trying to get through, but of course no blue flags will be waved. He's not close enough anyway to make any move, but I'm sure within 1 lap's time he will be able to. 2 laps remain in this race. It's going to be dramatic, and they're coming towards the final sector of the circuit. So a great ride from Reece Peacock. He comes towards the hairpin at the moment on the 29 machine. He goes round, tries to go round the outside of Joshua Chatter. Will he make it work? Yes, he will. A great move there as we head on to the last lap of the race, where Lucas Brown leads with a 50.5 second lap, in the fastest lap of the race on the penultimate lap. What an incredible lap time. It shows his mentality in this class. The lap record being a 49.8 set by Reece Peacock in 2022. So Lucas Brown, he's not on that pace just yet, but can he do it in his final lap? He's still pushing on. He's still looking confident on that number 7 machine. Of course, normally running that 29, but 7 here at FAB. But right now in this race, he is the number 1 rider. He's the one to look out for. He's the one that everyone has been trying to beat, but nobody could beat Lucas Brown but himself. But now he comes across the line, takes the race win in a fine fashion. A little wave to the race officials, a little wave to the camera, and he will be ecstatic with that one. Reece Peacock should come home in second place, and he does, with Liam Wood in third. But Lucas Brown, a wave to the camera. He's happy with that one. He's buzzing with that result. A race-free victory, and Lucas Brown showing his class.
Oh, absolutely. Lucas Brown now with 3 wins in a row to his name, his 10th podium of the season. Into double figures we go for the number 7. I'm sure he'll be absolutely ecstatic and will walk away from Ellough Park with a massive grin on his face, waving to the crowd there, and one of our cameramen there. So a fantastic job there. Also can't leave out Reece Peacock and Liam Wood. Gave us a fantastic battle at the beginning, but unfortunately Liam Wood's pace did start to drop off. Maybe the tyres were starting to get a little bit hot there, so he was starting to just slide around a little bit there, and as the fuel burnt there, Lucas Brown was just going quicker and quicker and quicker.
Quicker and quicker for Lucas Brown as he wins by 10.3 seconds at the line over his great mate Reece Peacock. You can see them talking there as they head back into the paddock. Liam Wood finishes in third and rounds off our podium, with Zach Tureen and Josh Bessonetti rounding out the top 5. Chris Wells heroically comes home in 6th on that new pit bike machine that he was racing on, with Bill Lawrence making her way up into 7th place. So a great race for her. Daniel Gilbert, Bradley Ferreira and Charlie Eaglin rounds out our top 10 in the final Pit Bike 140 class race. It's been a great weekend for them, and I'm sure it'll be more of the same next time out. Coming up next is the class that everyone wants to win. It's the final race of the weekend for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. An 11 bike field, track conditions still perfect. We've seen though race 1, which was in the evening, where drama struck, to say the least. There was a lot of drama, a lot of followers. Will we see the same this time out, with track conditions probably being at the hottest they've been all day? I mean, well, have we got to the point where it's getting to the crazy stage? There's still some wind dotted around the circuit as well, so it's going to be an interesting one.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be so interesting, with the track still being warm so late in the day, and it's really going to prove a challenge. Of course, as we've been speaking throughout the broadcast, the tyres are going to be getting really, really warm, and they're going to be hard to manage. Like you said, the tyre pressures will be low, and then of course the wind is starting to pick up, so you may be be able to get a bit of a crosswind or a tailwind, and that might prove a little bit of a balance injustice on the bike. So hopefully these riders are just making their way now out onto the grid. Hopefully they won't be affected by that too much. And also, of course, the sun is starting to set here at Ellough Park, so hopefully the sun doesn't prove to be too much of a challenge and get in the eyes of our wonderful, young, talented riders. There's so much talent just on your pictures there, so much talent, and hopefully we can see them in the near future, hopefully trying to take on the higher of the highest of the top of the top. So it's going to be Marco Holt on pole position once again here at Ellough Park, with Wilson Dilt as our race 1 winner. He will be on the pace, especially. He's been so strong throughout this weekend. Henry McCartney will be riding in P3, starting on that second row of the grid ahead of Archie O'Brien. Luke Fitcher starting in P5. A bit of a disappointment there that he's quite low down, but I'm sure he will have that pace to stick with our top leaders and see what he can get from the weekend. Blake Wilson will be in P6 ahead of behind him will be Bill Harris on the next row of the grid ahead of Finley Polehill in that KTM livery with Austin Johnson in P9. Ollie Sims will be in P10, and on the 6th row of the grid will be Harry Payne in P11. So they now roll up to the grid. No pep talks at the moment, so I think just a couple of going, just making sure everyone's on the grid. I think that was a bit of an issue there for Blake Wilson. You see that number 8 just a little bit off, but we're about to get this race underway, the final race of the day. The revs are about to get right, and the point to the lights will come on. We go racing for the final time here at Ellough Park. Great start there for Marco. You see Archie O'Brien there on the outside in towards turn 1, and lose that. It's Luke Fitcher from 5th on the grid. He's made his way up into 7th, and that's Blake Wilson challenging for P4. Maybe he can go on and challenge Archie O'Brien for the podium spots. They make their way now in towards Holmes hairpin, and it seems like Fitcher's got an absolute flyer of a start. He's going to go and try and challenge Marco Holt. They flick their way now in towards the campus section, now leaning to that right hand side into the dip and the tricky section of the circuit. They make their way now through that little chicane. It's going to be Marco Holt in the lead of the race so far. He's built a decent lead now, but it's still the early stages of this race. Now make their way through that hairpin in toward the left-hander, and through the final corner they'll zip past the lead. And now Marco Holt, a bit of a very active there on the brakes there. And now can these back 3 drivers of riders of Fitcher, of O'Brien, of Dilt do anything about our leader Holt?
Holt leads by 6/10 of a second. Wilson Dilt looking down the inside of Archie O'Brien there, and just 11 laps remain in this race. It ticks down so quick. There's Blake Wilson also looking up the inside of Wilson Dilt. Can he make it work? Blake Wilson incredibly strong this weekend, slightly off the pace in the Mini GP70s, but it's been such quick pace. There's so much talent in this 11 bike field. You cannot blame the man. It's been such hot conditions as well, so tough to race in. But Marco Holt leads now. We cross the line. What's it gonna be? 6/10 of a second. The fastest lap of the race though goes to Archie O'Brien, a 48.244 this time around, about 20 thousandths of a second faster than the lead man Marco Holt. So nothing in it between these guys. 10 laps remain in this race. Luke Fitcher, an incredible start there from him, 5th place to 2nd place. Does he have the pace though in the actual race? Can he catch up to Marco Holt, or is Marco Holt one step above? A 47.326 is the lap record around this circuit in the Mini LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 class that was set last year by our race leader Marco Holt. So will Marco this time around set an even faster lap? We await to see. Will they dip into the 47 to cross the line? A 47.8 from Wilson Dilt's the fastest rider on the circuit, down in 4th place. So Wilson Dilt's does he have something for us? Of course, the race, he's won a race this weekend. He's looked strong. He's won 2 races this weekend. He's looked strong. So, does he have an answer?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be so interesting. You see the top 4 are separated by absolutely nothing. They're going tooth and nail every single point of the circuit, every single lead. They've got to hit it pinpoint perfect, as we've been saying. And in toward the hairpin they go. They're just trying to line up the moves. As you know, they're such young riders. Their mentalities are so strong. And it's incredible to see where they go in the road to MotoGP, or maybe we'll see them in the British Superbike. That's Luke Fitch. He's outbroken himself. Is there no brakes on that bike? And the number 7 has gone sailing off like a ship on the sea. And unfortunately, I think he's going to go straight. Oh! He's gone ahead. Oh, he's gone over the handlebars, and he's lying in the middle of the circuit. I think there's going to be a red flag in this one. He's now got to drag the bike away, and someone's just calling that to slow down. And this is serious stuff. So it looks like definitely no brakes on that number 7. Serious stuff here.
Yeah, Luke Fitchett, retirement from the race after having no brakes, it seemed, on his motorcycle. His dad getting everyone to slow down on the entry to that corner. But we carry on with the race. It's just we carry on with the race at the moment, with Marco Holt leading the way, half a second advantage at the moment from himself and Archie O'Brien. Luke Fitchett, he is up on his feet. That is great to see at the moment from him. Straight into tire wall for him as well, but great to see him on his feet, as now Wilson Delt has been promoted into 3rd position on the 85 machine. Yellow flag still waving, of course, from that stricken rider and that stricken bike. But great job from everyone that's came over to rush to help him out, as now Marco Holt has only helped himself out by trying to extend his race lead, trying to creep away from Archie O'Brien, as now we await the last round. It was just over half a second was the gap between the race leaders. Now the green flag waves. It's 2/10 of a second, just under 3/10 of a second is the race lead between Marco Holt and Archie O'Brien. So Wilson Delt, 3rd place, 85 machine, 6 laps remaining in this race. He looks up the inside, tries to peek up the inside, cannot make it work. It's a dramatic finale here in the Ellough Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship Race 3.
Oh my goodness me, how close is this? You see Marco Holt there just still holding the lead here from Archie O'Brien. Archie O'Brien currently in the podium position, so he's going to be very familiar with that side, but he wants that P1. He's only had 1 win so far in the LS2 Mini British Mini Bikes, Mini GP70 British Championship, and he'll want yet another one on the board and try and grab those 25 points as Marco Holt now on the break to go. We just continue with this trio of riders. They're making their way now in towards turn 2. Can Wilson Dilk do anything with his stupendous pace that he's been carrying all weekend long in all of his classes? Through on the inside there of Archie O'Brien, but he's not going to overtake Spider-Man with the Spider-Man helmet. Very iconic amongst the FAB-Racing paddock. Heading now in towards the downhill, into the crest we go, and in towards the very tricky hairpin chicane section. 2nd hairpin we go, and onto the brakes they go, and it seems like Holt just holding the lead for now. And they come round the penultimate corner, and they'll in swing through this final corner, and we've now took down to 4 laps to go. Currently looking at the other riders, Blake Wilson currently holding in P4. He's holding his own against Finley Polhill, and a big battle going on as we just wait for the timing screen to refresh and cross the line. A big battle at the moment, 5th between Finley Polhill and Bill Harris, but in towards Holmes hairpin once again, and it just seems that Marco Holt still holding his own down, still really holding, still really doing the business here. Archie O'Brien just doing whatever he can to hold on and keep 2nd place, but he wants to try and find the momentum and fly past Marco Holt. Marco Holt last time out with a personal best.
And now the move at the hairpin is trying to be made between Wilson Delt and Archie O'Brien. It's going to be an impressive end to this race. What is going to happen? Will Wilson Delt manage to make a move? He looks at turn 1 on Archie O'Brien.
Yes, he does. He makes it work. Will Archie O'Brien have the better drive heading into turn 2? We await to see his 85 versus the 91. The Spider-Man helmet of Archie O'Brien in third place. This battling from second and third is allowing Marco Holt to edge away 4/10 of a second at the gap last time around. And I'll tell you, Marco's dad, he's very, very stressed at the moment watching all of this unfold. Marco Holt leading the way. He's had a tricky weekend, but this is a circuit that he loves. This is a circuit which he's always been quick at. Has the 58 rider who leads the way though, still from a close-in. Wilson Doubts, will we see Wilson Doubts line up a move into turn 1? He's in the slipstream. Will he pull out? No, he will not. He'll wait until at least next corner, which of course is turn 2. Another right-hander, but no, he will not make it work.
Oh, so close there. Wilson Dilks, like we were saying, showing that pace once again. He's so good around this circuit. When he's in that clear air, when he passed Archie O'Brien, he was so good trying to latch onto the back here, as he is now doing on Marco Holt, looking around the outside, trying to get the cutback, build up, pull the momentum now into the slipstream we go, and on towards the hairpin now. Who's he going to have a look now around the outside? He's going to do a little lunge here on the penultimate corner. No, he's a smart rider. He thinks about if he can make that move or not. And now this is it. On to the final lap of the race. It's Holt versus Dilks in towards turn 1. Probably one of the biggest overtaking opportunities. Turn 1 already done and dusted. So now Dilks has just got to keep Holt under pressure, using a bit of the inside curve and trying to see if he can just sneak something up the inside. He's now using a bit of different line. Holt using that middle lane to just fend off Dilks. These bikes seem really thinner compared to what I'm used to, but Holt coming through now. Over the crest they go, and he might have it for now. There's still 2 more opportunities. Can Dilks do something on the way down into the hairpin? Don't outbreak yourself, Holt. Holt has managed to keep it for now. Dilks, can he do anything into the penultimate corner? No. Marco Holt is going to be the winner here in the final race of the day. The final race of the LS2 British Mini Bikes Championship. And it's an absolute fantastic win there for Holt. Dilks did his best, but it was going to be the 58 to come out on top today.
A great ride there from Marco Holt. He didn't make one mistake under the pressure. 6/10 of a second separated Holt and Dilks at the line. Archie O'Brien came home in third place, rounding out our podium. But wow, that was a dramatic one for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. Marco Holt getting his elbow down on the cool down lap, but a massive crash that we've seen there from Luke Fitchett, as we see here. Ollie Sims, Austin Johnson and Bill Harris coming in on their cool down lap. A great race there from him, a great ride from Marco Holt, who wins the race by 6/10 of a second. Wilson Dilks on the 85 machine battled him all the way to the line in second place. And there is confirmation of that 6/10 of a second win from Holt to Dilks. Archie O'Brien rounding off the podium a further 1.4 seconds behind. Blake Wilson came home in fourth position, with Finlay Paulhill rounding out the top 5. Bill Harris came home in 6th place, with Austin Johnson in 7th. And Ollie Sims had a great battle with Austin Johnson throughout that race, with Johnson getting the better of him to take 7th place ahead of Sims in 8th. Harry Payne came home in 9th, with Luke Fitchett coming, DNFing from the race early on in the opening stages on the 3rd lap. So a very dramatic start to that race, and I'm sure Fitchett wouldn't want to be doing that, and it would have eaten into some championship points there. So Luke Fitchett, disappointing end to the weekend for him. That'll be on his mind until the next round. But Marco Holt, wow, what a result.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. It's this class just shows how incredible we get at FAB Racing. We have some incredible races, but this is such an incredible eye-opener, and it does seem like the day is finished here at Ellough Park. I just want to say thank you to all the riders that have turned up. You've made an incredible show that we put on the broadcast, and it's been incredible to see all the action that has happened. This is why we love FAB-Racing. All of our riders, such a close community here amongst the riders. And I also want to say thank you to the volunteers and the marshals that take their time during the weekend to keep our riders nice and safe. And it's been an absolute joy to commentate over at here at Ellough Park as the sun now sets, and I can't wait for some more FAB-Racing. It's such an incredible championship. I also wanted just to say a big thank you to our sponsors we have on the entry towards that hairpin. You're just seeing on the left hand side of your corner, but me and Lewis will be off, so thank you so much, Lewis, for joining, and we will be back very, very soon. Want to say any last words?
Yeah, just basically repeating what you said. It's been a great weekend, great conditions. We've had a great weekend. Obviously, thanks to all the race officials keeping everything running so smoothly, all the marshals as well for policing the events, and all the Roman marshals, of course. We've a limited number of them now, and they've been doing a great job at keeping everyone safe, helping especially younger riders getting the bikes restarted, and of course all the medics as well that have been doing a great job keeping everyone safe. We've been very lucky not to need them too much this weekend, and we've only had one red flag over the course of the whole weekend. That really shows the testimony of how well especially the Roman marshals are doing keeping everyone safe. But it's been a great weekend, and I can't wait for round 5. It's been lovely weather the whole weekend here at Ellough Park, and well, I think it's fair to say until next time, it's goodbye.
Have a safe journey home, everyone. Please get home safe, and we'll see you soon.